what were you like then? What was it like growing up in your household? And when did all of this sort of sense of feeding this now legendary Coppola imagination begin?
It was I think, very magical childhood. In fact, for years I thought my father, when I was little, was a magician, and it was only when I was a little older that I realized he was a musician.
Yeah.
But I very much remember the sound of the flute as a little kid, because being a symphony musician, he practiced, and prepared and warmed up, and I always used to hear this kind of beautiful sound. And to this day, when I hear a flute, it brings back my father to me. I lost him a couple of years ago, and I had an older brother who was extremely important to me, 5 years older, and always leading me into exciting new areas, literature when I was young, and it was just a very magical family, I think. And we had the Italian-American influence. My dad always, although my grandparents and my parents really loved America as the Italian-America does, they always made me feel as though our Italian culture was something to be proud of. And we ate pizza when no one ate pizza, and we had wine at the table.
Yeah. They used to call you Science.
Yes.
Why was that?
Well, I was a boy scientist. I loved, more than anything, technology and learning about the lives of the scientists.
Other than Alexander Korda, who influenced you? I mean, who was shaping the way you thought about film and the way you thought about what you wanted to do with your life?
Well, first I have to say that it was the theater and the work of Tennessee Williams and Elia Kazan. Being a drama student of the 50s, these were the magical names. Of course, Marlon Brando. I really loved and responded, as many people, to Tennessee Williams plays, and read them very young. And in fact, I did a production of Streetcar Named Desire when I was 17 in college. I became a little bit of the boy wonder of Hofstra College.
Yes,
I in fact started the drama club that's still there, the one that I did, and I even tried to start a Hofstra cinema workshop, which in those days, funny how it is now, but I think 2 students came. But I had a very...
Did you merge something, though? I mean, was it something you created, something called the Spectrum, or you merged
the Spectrum? Yeah, what it was is there were 2 big organizations. One was the drama organization, one was the musical comedy organization, which I was... and I discovered that the funding for the plays was really coming from the student activities fee. And what I did basically was become president of both of them at the same time and merge them together and issue a decree that only students could direct the major productions, of course, and that's how I got my chance.
Was being at Hofstra shaping influence?
Totally. Hofstra was a wonderful place, had wonderful teachers, some of whom are gone, Professor Beckerman, who later went to Columbia. And, this was precedental to let young students take over normally in a school, the faculty directs the shows, the big shows. And Hofstra had a beautiful theater, still does. And, partly my own political maneuvering, but also, I think, under a proud eye of the faculty, we took on some enormous production as kids and musicals, original musicals. And it was, I think, the encouragement of a young artist needs to know that they can even do it in order to aspire to do things, and I got that at Hofstra.
Well, I read a story about you going to the movie and seeing Sergei Eisenstein's 10 Days That Shook the World, based on the John Reed book, and that somehow it changed your outlook.
Well, I wanted to go to the Yale Drama School, and I really wanted to be a playwright in those days, and it was, it takes years to make a writer, and certainly my efforts as a playwright, although I had a playwriting scholarship at Hofstra, I just was... I just didn't feel that I had any talent, and talent was a big commodity in my family. I mean, my father was, very tough on whether you had the gift of talent or not. At any rate, I didn't feel I had any writing talent, although I would write every day. School had ever directed a feature film, so it wasn't as it is now, where young people have the model of Steven Spielberg and they want to go in his footsteps. It seemed like a closed thing, and of course, I having a lot of theater experience, I was dying to work with a camera, and I was and I was a writer, and I was a writer who had put in a lot of years trying to be a writer, whether I thought I had talent or not. At least I did it a lot, and there was an ad for Roger Corman. And we all knew that one thing about Roger is he made a lot of films, and if you would work cheap, you could work in films and be around a set. And I hadn't even been on a movie set in my life. So I remember that the day I was waiting for the callback of whether I could go in for the interview was also the day that the phone company was going to cut off my phone because I didn't have any money to pay the bill, and I was just sitting there saying, please don't cut off the phone.
Because I'll never get a job.
Yeah, because, and then sure enough, I did get the call, and they did cut off the phone about an hour later. And I went and was interviewed, and I got this job, which was a funny job. Roger's assistant interviewed me, and that led to a relationship where I sort of became his assistant because I would do everything. I would wash his car, I would move the sod of his lawn, I would rewrite scripts, I'd be the dialogue director on the Vincent Price.
That's my life, but I thought that when it was your time that you would be the one to hold the strings.
In school, I had learned the technique of sort of outwitting the faculty. The faculty controlled everything in theater school. They got a kick out of my being rebellious and my competition with them and controlling the productions I did in school. But that was where I learned how to deal with the studios and trying to figure out how, even with no power, which a young filmmaker has zero power, that I could still, through bluff and misdirection, and to get my way. And I guess that's how I got my way in The Godfather and got Pacino to be in it and got the look I wanted. It was more expensive to make The Godfather as a period picture than what they had wanted, which was to make it be set in 1973, which is when it was being made. But I credit those victories not to any, I certainly had no clout, but I had a certain degree of skill in outwitting the people supervising you and the tremendous talent of the people I was working with on The Godfather. The photographer Gordon Willis, the production designer Dean Tavaleras, the costume designer Johnny Johnson, and that extraordinary cast, Al Pacino, Jimmy Caan, Robert Duvall.
Tell me about casting Gene Hackman.
Originally, when I had written the script, I wrote the script before I made The Godfather. I was a theater student in the 50s, so that to a theater student, the Trinity was Marlon Brando, Tennessee Williams, and Elia Kazan. I mean, they were the gods to me of cinema. So, of course, I admired all three my whole life and still do. But Brando was obviously an exceptional actor, and I dreamed of one day working with him, and I wrote the conversation with Brando in mind. And ultimately, when I never met him, of course, but I did get word back with him turning it down. And so then the conversation just went into repose for a while, and the whole adventure that came up when they offered me The Godfather. And why they offered me that, you have to realize that at the time, there hadn't been a sort of successful gangster movie for a while. And Paramount got that novel, The Godfather, before it was published. They had bought it very inexpensively. And they thought, well, maybe if they made it into a movie, they ought to make it with an Italian director. I mean, they offered it to important people. Everyone turned it down.
Of course, the first film I remember that just totally impressed me was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Really where Disney went into his psychedelic period, like the Three Caballeros. And also, I was blessed by having an older brother. My brother was sweet to me and kind and took me everywhere and also took me to the movies. And he had a real taste for the films of Sir Alexander Korda, The Thief of Baghdad, that Korda made with Sabu, and Jungle Book, which then took me as a kid to seeing the Archers films. So I remember the logo of the Archers and the arrows would go right in the center. All those beautiful technical films, The Red Shoes.
Time rushes by, love rushes by, but the red shoes dance on.
It seemed like you were always leader of the pack. I mean, and you're such a mentor and like that, where you're always supporting
Only
the other.
in college, though. Before, I was just the quiet, lonely kid who would just got into schools. My father, every year, would take me out of school, put me in another school. And as a result, I had no friends, and so I would gravitate to the theater department because they always need kids who can work the lights and build the sets. And of course, that's where the girls were in these new schools. So I wanted to be where the girls were, and I just started hanging out there and eventually got a partial playwriting scholarship to college.
So you already had that feeling of leadership because of the theater, and then because you have such a strong leadership quality. I was wondering where that developed.
It happened at this suburban school that happened to have a wonderful theater, Hofstra College. And during those 4 years, first time I really sort of came into my own, and my life revolved around the theater department. You know, there's always one kid in the drama department. It's still like the kid in Rushmore, if you remember Rushmore. That was me.
Have that theatrical feeling of a family, everyone working together, being able to borrow equipment and support each other.
Without a doubt, Zoetrope was interesting because it was a synthesis of my wonderful experience at Hofstra, and then applied it to this group of young USC students, oddly enough, because although I went to UCLA, since I had already gotten a job to direct a film and write films, that I was a little bit of a person of interest to these younger students from USC, including notably George Lucas, who became like a kid brother to me.
What's amazing is they didn't get the experience you had. You got to come up and you actually made some studio films. I mean, like
I did, and that's what attracted them to me, because they were, 3, 4 years, 5 years younger, and they could come on to Warner Brothers and sit on the set and criticize everything. So.
What's interesting is you didn't say, okay, I'll lead you that way. You said, no, you know what? I've been there, there's nothing there. We're going this way. And you went and started a whole new direction.
It was a thrill to be able to feel I was a director from a studio at 24 or whatever. I was 25, but when I came out to Hollywood and finally, as a young person, was making Finian's Rainbow in particular, and everything I wanted to do somehow wasn't permitted. I wanted to make the film on location. It was about sharecroppers in Kentucky.
And I always had in my life, I do now, a little shop where I would build things and try to make inventions, and ultimately I was always involved in the radio club or the science club, or I could make little bombs that would blow up a remote when I was little, and I just loved science and puppets, and I think ultimately, and it's because puppets are sort of scientific a little bit, you have a string and the mouth opens, and that ultimately led me to participate in the lighting of the school plays.
Yeah. And the love of movies?
I always loved movies. My brother used to take me. My first impression of films were the Korda films. The Thief of Baghdad, The Man Who Could Work Miracles. To this day, I adore the work of Alexander Korda and that unique style that they had. But, we went to the movies. I always went with my brother. And but I first became involved in theater before really thinking that I might be a film director. From going from being the person who did the lights and worked on the tech crews of high school shows or what have you, ultimately I became, in my college career, kind of interested in directing, mainly because I was always up on a ladder hanging a light and watching the professor direct the actors, and after a while I got the confidence that I could do it, and I started to do that and try, and so I sort of became a director in school almost by default, because I seemed to have ability to get the show on and to get the sets built. But one afternoon around 4 o'clock on a fall day, the little theater, I saw a poster that said they were going to show this Eisenstein film. I had never heard really of Eisenstein. And I saw 10 Days That Shook the World with 3 other people in this room, and I was so impressed. I'd never seen, of course it's a silent film, I'd never seen film that worked like that, and it was on that day that I said I wanted to be a film director and not a theater person. And it's funny because Eisenstein himself, who was a theater designer, in his autobiography refers to the fact that on a certain day, equally, he said the cart broke and the driver fell into cinema. So he had a kind of, and for a while Eisenstein became a little bit of a guiding influence, because I felt it was very good that I get a good theater basis in theater craft and acting, and then go on to movies. And to this day, for young people, I would very much recommend that they work in the one-act play form and with actors and in theater before they get involved in the movies. And a lot of directors don't have really the experience with working with actors that they might get if they started.
What, they go to film school and then go directly to working in the movies and never hit a theater experience?
Even in film school, it's amazing. Really, all over the country, there could be a film department and a theater department, and the students don't mix. They don't know each other. The directing students in the film department will never go and do one-act plays, which is the best thing a film director could do. To first work with the performances and the content without the burden or the obligation of the camera. You know, and then having done some one-act plays and really have a sense of how you help an actor get to what you want, then go on and start to see what's the best way to put a camera to it.
But how did you get from being influenced by Sergei Eisenstein to working for Roger Corman, who everybody knows is the king of the B movies, yet at the same time has touched the lives of a lot of people?
Well, I went to the UCLA Film School in 1960, and you know, the first thing they told you at UCLA was, well, 10% of you are going to even stay in this program, much less
become movie makers.
Yeah, and it was very much what we felt was, you know, our wildest hopes were that we could maybe make an industrial film, or you know, or whatever kind of film, a U.S. Agency film or something. But the film, feature film directors didn't seem, you know, they were older and they didn't. No one from a film. People say, well, I have two of those.
Talk about Apocalypse Now first, because I've got that here. And it is so central, it seems to me, to your life. And if you look at Godfather and then Apocalypse Now, look back on it and tell me what your hopes were and your expectations. I mean, your wife has made a documentary that a lot of people thought was an incredibly good documentary. Gene Siskel thought it was the best movie he'd seen that year. It was an extraordinary story in itself.
Well, the origins of Apocalypse really, in a way, don't begin with me. I had become at a very young age, a director of big studio feature film. Probably I was the first film student to get that opportunity. And I was actually making feature films at Warner Brothers, and around me began to collect through an association with a young USC student who was a kid and who came, one thing led to another, and became a kind of assistant at first. And
this is George Lucas.
George Lucas, and I, you know, recognized his intelligence and know-how right away, and he became sort of my friend. I didn't have a friend, like a little bit like a younger brother. And so George, it turned out, I didn't even know this when I had met him, but George was really an extraordinary USC student, had won every student award. He was really a heavyweight even in his own world there. And a lot of young people, because I had the success with The Godfather, Warner Brothers made me buy back, which is sort of, I mean, that's outrageous. When have you ever heard of a studio head that when he leaves has to pay for all the projects in the development? Well, that's what they did to me. And I ended up with all these scripts, and I went to George and I said, well, George, let's do Apocalypse Now. And by that time, George was already going on and doing other things, and I think he was even, I forget what he was doing. I don't know whether he was writing Star Wars, but he had already made Graffiti. But at any rate, George couldn't do it. And then I went to John Milius, who directed a fabulous picture, I thought, his first picture, Dillinger.
Dillinger, right.
And really one of his best pictures as a director. And I certainly was impressed with John. And I said, why don't you do Apocalypse Now?
It's his kind of movie to do.
Yeah, and he, they wanted to do it, you know, in 16 millimeter, and you know, maybe do it in much more in a newsreel style, which was George's concept. And I wanted to do something else. I was writing the conversation. I wanted to do the conversation.
The film later starring Gene
That
Hackman.
years later I got to do.
Right.
So also another thing was happening is my entrepreneurial spirit, which had been honed at Hofstra College, was in action, and I realized that we could basically, we always wanted to be independent and control our own destiny with film, and against the idea of the big.
For all the reasons you just said, I mean, you didn't want to do it in the beginning, and then, you know, Harvey Keitel was hired on. And then he was fired by you over whatever differences or whatever
No
happened?
differences. It was not at all. Harvey's a great actor. It was purely that as I saw the material, the kind of actor Harvey is. Harvey's like a magnetic guy in that school of acting, which is the focus is on Harvey.
Right.
And the character was a kind of witness who just was passive looking at this stuff. And that was basically, in my mind, also Harvey was uncomfortable in the jungle. And I just, I had everything riding on it, and I just had to make a call. Still admiring Harvey, that there was
it's not a question of Harvey, it's just a
Yeah.
question of the kinds of things that happened to you in this film.
But this is what a director does. A director makes decisions, and that's why you want to have someone who's not afraid to make a decision, And I guess I felt that, number one, first of all, also movies were at that time starting, not just Apocalypse, but we were to see the trend that movies were going to cost more money than a movie had cost in the past. It was in those days you could make The Conversation cost under $2 million. Right. But no one had ever heard of a $20 or a $30 million movie. I mean, Cleopatra was...
What did The Godfather cost?
The first Godfather cost $6.5 million, and the second Godfather cost $14 million. But that index was continuing to go, had nothing to do with Apocalypse. Apocalypse, being an ambitious production, was going to be another milestone on the index of cost. Today they talk in terms of films costing $80 million. This is a phenomenon of timing, and the cinema has nothing to do with.
What's interesting about this, you think that we've come full circle, and that the new wave of films are going to be small, interpersonal, about relationships, do you?
What I feel in a nutshell, to get off Apocalypse
No,
Now,
I'll come back to it, but
is that we live in a world right now that, if anything, needs a cinema that sheds light on life and on the relationships of men and women and family and ideals, but in a new form and a new content. Whereas the film industry basically is such an important industry that it, by nature, must keep manufacturing a product, because it has to have the people go back every day like you do at a fast food thing. So they're into, and when I say the cinema, it's the whole hub of it, the criticism, the studios, everyone wants there just to be basically old content done well. And I feel suddenly, there are all these young people writing scripts, hoping to be discovered, to make their fortune. And I just feel that sooner or later, some, God knows, 19-year-old is going to write a script that's really about life, and that is new, because once again it's about something real.
You think that's going to happen. I would assume that there must be 50 scripts around.
No, the young
about
people,
that.
they're all writing scripts that's the next Sleepless in Seattle or the next film noir, or no one writes a film about what they think about their brother.
But are they doing that that's what Marty started doing too. He went back and wrote a film, Mean Streets.
Right.
Was about just that, the kind of thing you're talking about,
But that's
right?
why it was so welcome. Even then, now all the more, as we live in an age where basically each year, whether it's a sequel or not, it's basically a recycled, and the name of the game, even the critical establishment doesn't want anything really new, because then they have to say whether it's good or bad. They would rather have something. This is always what happens in art. The painters back then wanted a picture that looked like a picture.
But is the piano something new?
I haven't seen the piano yet, because I've been sort of away.
It
but
seems to me to
my
fit
hunch
that.
is it's probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not new. I don't know.
Have you seen anything that represents what you're talking about that's really new? Nothing.
No. I kind of took a year off from film, from seeing films, from really everything. Just since I'm 16 years old, this is the first year I took off, just to be able to look at everything with new eyes. And
so you're continuing to grow, and we wonder if the reason is you were so driven by so many passions: family, entrepreneurship, building empires and institutions, that you didn't have a whole lot of time left for doing what you really did, which is make great movies.
Well, my first response would be, number one, my films were not greeted as great films when they came out. Even Godfather, which is the only film I ever made that had what we will call a great success, was very controversial, and critically was really, at the time, it was a mixed reaction critical hit. My films are unusual. partly because I look at art as an adventure, and I mean, what other film director, if you took his first film and his seventh film, are so dissimilar? My styles are always different. I'm very willing to go in different directions. I don't just basically make the same kind of film.
I hear you, and people can say...
So right from the beginning, in time, and I lived through it, so I know my work was always greeted, even Godfather 2. I mean, if you remember back, the reviews and the buzz, to use a contemporary word, was that Godfather 2 was not as good as Godfather 1. Yeah. I know it makes a great film is one thing, whether it lives.
Right.
And that can only really be judged later on. So for me...
But let me ask you, because it lives, do you think, just you, that the Cotton Club is going to live like The Godfather will live? Or like Conversation? Or even Apocalypse Now, which many people think was two-thirds brilliant and...
Right. Well, all my films were considered that way. In my opinion...
Cotton Club is not in the same league, even close.
When was the last time you saw it?
It's been a while.
Yeah, look at it again. The main thing
no,
is...
but I'm interested in you, because I have not 1/10 of the ability to judge a film that you do. I'm saying, do you believe the Cotton Club is in the same league with The Godfather 1, Godfather 2? Forget Godfather 3 for a second.
It's not for me to talk about my films as to what league, but I'll tell you this. Aside from the fact that many of the films I made post my studio were made more because I had to make a film and Bob Evans said, I want to make the Cotton Club, go make it, and I made one film after another basically on demand. I would say that the reason you make a film is a very important ingredient in what that film ultimately likes. But to shock you, I think that some of the films that I've made in this period, when you look at it in the long term, will be reviewed on the same, will be viewed on the same level as those earlier pictures.
And that's what I'm interested in. Name me those that you think might.
I needed to choose one to succeed him. So I think it was that political analysis and story of power and its succession that made the film more weighty and more interesting. The Godfather Part 2, when the time came for there to be a second Godfather, they wanted a second Godfather. I thought it was an absurd idea. The Godfather was complete. After The Godfather, I knew how to make that type of Italian-American gangster film, but I didn't want to do it again. I wanted to do something, because if you make films you don't know how to make, you learn a lot. If you make films you do know how to make, you maybe will make more money, but you basically don't learn as much. So I was more curious on going on into different forms and make more movies I didn't know how to make, which certainly was Apocalypse Now and all the others. They basically wanted me to make another Godfather because they'd been so successful. And finally they made me an offer I couldn't refuse. After I did try to say, I'll write it and I'll supervise it, but I want to pick a new young director to direct it, and had one in mind, and they just said, no, absolutely not. We won't trust this to some new young guy, which they had trusted it to me, so that didn't make any sense. But eventually, when they said that I could do anything I want and I wouldn't have to kowtow to their structure and have them read my script and give me their notes, which I said I wouldn't do, and could call the movie The Godfather Part 2, which was, there was more pushback on the title than even the ridiculous amount of money I asked them for, which they didn't seem to care, but they rejected the idea as a title, saying people would think it was the second half of the movie they'd already seen. I said, well, that was it. I would do it or I wouldn't do it. And that brought a whole eternity of Part 2s and Part 3s and Part 4s, which if I had known that would happen, I wouldn't have done it. At any rate, I got to make that, and I just used the story that I was interested in. I always understand the son by the story of his father. I mean, you take Rupert Murdoch. He was a kid in Australia whose father ran a big newspaper, and he used to take his son to see it. Or Ted Turner was involved with a father that was basically a salesman of billboard ads, and out of his interest in his father, he went on. So the story of the father is always embedded in the son. If you're interested in the subject, you read one of the earliest Persian books called Shah-Nahamah, the story of kings, and it's all about the fathers and the sons of the first kings of Persia. And the son never betrays the father. The father always betrays the son.
I'll do business with you, but the fact is that I despise your masquerade. the dishonest way you pose yourself and your whole fucking family. But never think it applies to my family.
Godfather 2, when you think about it, was a much more complex picture than certainly the first Godfather, but many other pictures I've made. I mean, it had a part in Las Vegas, it had a part in Lake Tahoe, it had a part in old New York in the 20s, it had a part in Sicily, it had a part in Cuba, all these places, and yet the production went smooth as it could be, and people who say that I can only make movies when I'm basically suffering and under the gun. Godfather Part 2 was not suffering and was not under the gun. So to me, that demonstrates that being scared out of your mind is not a necessary element to make a good picture. You know, subsequently, other movies I made that I didn't know how to make, I came to learn how to make them in the course of doing it, which is is my peculiar approach to cinema. I like to learn by not knowing how the hell to do it. And then I'm forced to discover how to do it, and with the great and most able collaborators, which I've always had, because I have had the good taste to choose colleagues who are so extraordinary as Vittorio Storaro and Dean Tavoularis and these wonderful actors who have been involved. And the great Marlon Brando. I mean, he was not just a great actor. He certainly was a great actor, a very unique kind of actor. And you talk to him in very different terms. You never talk to him about acting. As I would have expected, I had no idea how to make this kind of film. And because of that, I had to learn on the job pretty fast. You know, making a movie is like running on a railroad track away from a locomotive coming at you. You cannot trip. You cannot fall. You're dead. You have to understand, I made Apocalypse Now right after I had won 5 Oscars and was probably one of the hottest young, if not the hottest young director in Hollywood. And absolutely nobody wanted to be in Apocalypse Now, and nobody wanted to have anything to do with it. So I own Apocalypse Now for one simple reason: nobody else wanted it. So I undertook making Apocalypse Now by basically agreeing to guaranteeing its cost, which was stupid, because making a film like that involves coordinating a lot of elements. 4 or 5 languages were spoken. We were in the Philippines. We had many scenes involving helicopters flying around, and we were in the helicopter shooting. That wasn't fake. It wasn't CG helicopters. It was real. Really, we did not know what we were really doing. I didn't. I was learning as I was going, and interest was at 27%. You think now they're going to talk about making interest, you know, your mortgage might be 4% or 5%. 27% on a dollar, which was rapidly building up as we were going over budget, all was on my shoulder. I had gone from the frying pan into the fire. I mean, Godfather was a tough shoot because they didn't like what I was doing and I had no power. Apocalypse Now was a very tough shoot for a whole bunch of other reasons that were out of my control, and I had my wife there, and you have that documentary because I've always had a rule that if I'm going away for more than 10 days on a movie, I would take my kids out of school because I like my kids. I want them to be around. I want to see them. And also I want my wife there, but I had to do something that would be interesting to her. She just doesn't want to go off and be, quote, the wife. So I put a camera in her hand. She's a very talented handhold operator. And being my wife, when I would come home after the day and say, oh, this movie is a nightmare, I'm going to get an F for this movie, this is the worst movie ever made, I was hoping she would say, oh no, dear, it's going to be okay, you're going to make a great film. Instead, she would say, would you say that again?
It's like going to school. You finish your term paper, and maybe you get a B instead of an A+ that you wanted, so you get a B. But
I'm going to get an F.
And because of that, I kept shooting with his brother. And then eventually, thank God, he came back and was able to finish, and he's alive to this day, as we know. Many people said, gee, that movie is incredible, but I saw the rushes, and there's unbelievable stuff that never got in the picture. So I was encouraged to make a film version called Redux, which was like another, God knows what, 40 minutes longer, and it was successful. But the problem is that I felt, well, maybe it's true the first Apocalypse Now were left out a couple of important things like the French plantation, but Redux version, it had too much put back in it. So, I said, it's sort of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. This one was too much and this one was too little. So I tried to make a balance, which is called Final Cut, that still has the drive and the dynamics of the first one, but keeps a version of the French, because that was an interesting comment made that before there had been Americans had the Vietnamese War, it was a French war. The conversation.
I don't know what I'm gonna get him for Christmas yet. He's already got everything.
Doesn't need anything anymore.
Well, I haven't decided what I'm gonna get you yet.
So that's when I had the opportunity. Paramount graciously gave me the chance to do what I wanted. And so I took the film and I recut it and made it a little shorter, in fact, and began in a different place, ended it in a different place, and moved things around in a version that I thought was very superior to what had come out as Godfather Part 3. And so that's what is now going to come out on the 50th anniversary. It does the job that I had hoped and that Mario had hoped to do. Mario, that collaboration turned out to be like having a wonderful uncle, Mario Puzo. He was a real character, and we developed a nice working relationship, and I'm very fond of him and his memory. Megalopolis. Usually my projects are made in leapfrog fashion. What that means is that I'll be writing The Rain People, and I write and I write and I write, and then there comes a point where you have this enzyme secreted which makes you hate what you're writing. And then you eventually abandon it. You say, I hate it, it's no good. Then you start another one, and the same thing happens. You work on it, and then after a while you start to hate it. Then you abandon it, and you look at the other one that you had abandoned, and you think, that wasn't so bad. And then you take it and you make it. So you're always making the one that you had just abandoned. And indeed, I was working on Megalopolis, which was going to be and those who believe we should secure the security of the past. And I thought that would be something that I didn't know the answer to, but it would sure be worth working on, and if I might come to a position where I knew an answer for that question. Learning from the great Elia Kazan, I always try to have a word that is the core of what the movie is really about, in one word. For Godfather, the key word is succession. That's what the movie is about. Apocalypse Now, morality. The conversation, privacy. Megalopolis. You know what it is? Sincerity. That's the word I use when I say, what should I do? Okay, it's a future city. What is it like? Well, for sure, it has to be something that we all want to live in. If we come away like Los Horizons, I don't, it's a little creepy. It all looks like a monastery or something. That's not going to work.
I think I can speak for a lot of people saying that we're really excited for Megalopolis too.
Well, I'm going to start. I'm starting now. I'm working on it now, in fact. So Walter said, well, call me sound designer. And that's where the phrase sound designer came from, just a union squabble. And now you can't go see an opera or a play or a movie without there being a sound designer credit. So Walter invented that.
How important is sound in a movie?
Well, George Lucas, my young colleague, used to say, sound and image is 50-50, but sound is much cheaper. So we didn't have a lot of money in those days, so we always emphasized sound because we knew it was had a big role to play in what the film was going to be like. But it was, sound is cheaper to get than pictures, and we were up in San Francisco, without resources, and that's why the really contemporary movie sound throughout the world came out of us, really, because we were in San Francisco where there was another company, wonderful company, called Dolby Sound. And they were based in San Francisco, and they were always super kind to us. And we, of course, disclosed everything we were doing to them. And through Dolby, ultimately influenced, movies throughout the world with 5-point stereophonic sound and all of the what they call Atmos. And that's all because really we were there with them as their colleagues, and we didn't have much money. So they decided that they should offer to an Italian American someone who was a screenwriter and someone who was young and cheap that they could tell what to do. And I happened to fit the bill on those two things. I was beginning to be a successful screenwriter, and I'd written a number of scripts professionally, and was Italian American. Although my family were all musicians, I don't think I met ever a person who was a gangster as a kid. And I was young and married with two kids, so I was, I could be pushed around because except I didn't want to do the film. I felt, I don't know, have you ever read the original novel, Rick?
I never have.
Yeah, it's really, the story that makes up the movie is like a sliver of a much longer book that's pretty salacious, and it was written by the author, who's was a wonderful man and a talented writer. This particular book was written as a potboiler because he wanted to have some money so he could leave his kids some money. So he wrote this potboil, and Paramount bought it. And they hired me. The first thing I said when I finally accepted it is that, who's the blonde guy, play a Sicilian. But in truth, Sicilians, there are blonde Sicilians with blue eyes because they came from France. There are Sicilians who look like Robert Redford, actually. So it's not inaccurate. But, to think of a Sicilian as an Italian, I had met for another movie a young actor named Al Pacino, who was, dark and intense. And you know how when you read a book and you imagine someone in it, then it's sort of fixed in your mind. I read it and imagined Al Pacino in it, who was unknown. I had only met him once because I was writing another thing that I didn't get to do, and he came to visit me and I met him. So I suggested Al Pacino for the part, and I eventually suggested for the Godfather part, Marlon Brando. And they hated those ideas. First of all, they thought, Al Pacino was a short, little, runty guy. And Brando had just made actually quite a beautiful movie with Pontecorvo called Queimada, or Burn. But it was a huge flop financially, box office. But it was a very good movie. So they hated the Brando idea. They said, you're not even allowed to talk about that, because also he was considered troublesome and someone that, made things difficult. And Pacino, they kept referring to how short he was, I guess, movie theater, and was importing silent movies for Italian immigrants. So our family is 5 generations in the movie business. My granddaughter, Gia, made a movie called The Last Showgirl. She is the 5th generation of our family in the movie business.
It's incredible.
It's amazing.
What's the relationship between painting and film?
Did you see Megalopolis?
I did.
Okay, so you know that Megalopolis takes the position that all artists control time, and that a painter is freezing a moment of time, or as Goethe says, architecture's frozen music, or dance is time and space. So we control time, artists control time, and so a painting is a movie but frozen in one moment of time.
It's a beautiful idea. The artist freezing a moment in time, it's a powerful way to live with that understanding. The reason I wanted to talk about the conversation first was I originally saw it in film school 40 years ago, and I watched it again this week, having not seen it in 40 years, and I feel like I remembered every single image from 40 years ago, and that's not typical for me. What motivated you to go to film school?
I was a theater major, as I told you, and I was really successful. I was not successful in anything, but in my college career, I became the big bench in the film department. I had all the keys, and I had a lot of clout, but I had no money and no girlfriend. And I was sort of hanging around on the campus waiting for rehearsal that night, and there was a little building we called the Little Theater, and it had a poster on it that said, today, 4:00, Sergei Eisenstein film 10 Days That Shook the World, October. So I didn't, I had nothing to do. I went in there, there were about 4 or 5 people in there, And there was no, and it was a silent film, but there was no music. In other words, they didn't play a piano score or something. It was just silent. And I saw October, 10 Days That Shook the World, which is a long film. And I came out and I said, wow, I'm not going to be a director and go to Yale Drama School. I'm going to be a filmmaker like that. And I decided to go instead of, I was going to go to Yale, to the famous Yale Drama School. And instead, I went to UCLA because in those days, if you could show residency, college was free.
Was film a small industry at that time?
No, there was Hollywood, but no one had ever gone from film school to make Hollywood films. There were only a few film schools. There was USC, and they were considered more technical, so they made documentaries and technical films. There was UCLA, of course, and then there was NYU and CCNY. There were about 5 film schools in the country, and UCLA was the arty one. And so I went to UCLA, and it was occupied during World War II. At UCLA, there were bungalows near Sunset Boulevard that were built by the Army and had some purpose that wasn't part of the school. Then it got absorbed by the school. And that was the movie department. The students were pretty much 100% men, except for maybe just a few. I remember I was amazed when I went because one of the new students was a Swedish woman named Ingrid Thulin, who had been a star in Bergman films, and she went to UCLA to become a director. This goddess of Bergman's there, and there were 2 or 3 other girls. So I was there in this new crop. I was the only one who had come from theater. So, in fairness, I noticed that movie directors who don't come from theater or who were not ex-actors tend to not know a lot about acting, which is interesting. Generation of filmmakers are still like you. You never hear someone in my generation, my colleagues, say a bad thing about another director in that. There's a colleagueship that's really nice.
Who were the other young directors in your group?
Well, there was a brilliant director named Carroll Ballard. He made later the film The Black Stallion and Fly Away Home. And there was a very crazy, but in his own way, brilliant character named Dennis Jacob. There was the only one who sort of made it a teeny bit in the movie business, other than Carroll Ballard, who over time is greatly appreciated. There was a guy named Noel Black, who was a very nice gentleman, and he had a little bit of a career. Other than that, my generation, there's me, kind of in a way.
Tell me the story of Zoetrope. What did you envision?
I'm about 5 years older than these colleagues. So George Lucas is about 5 years younger than me, except for Carroll Ballard. He's 4 years older than me. But pretty much everyone, even Marty, is about probably 5 years younger than me. They're all about 4 or 5 years, John Milius. And what happened was I won what was called at UCLA the Goldwyn Award. And that was, anyway, one day I'm shooting, and in those days the whole crew were, grown-up adults wearing suits and ties. Even the crew were like that. And I look on my left, and there's a skinny kid watching. So at one point I went over to him and I said, what are you looking at? He said, not much. I said, okay, what are you doing? He says, well, I won a scholarship to observe what's going on at Warner Brothers, and this is what's going on, but I'm really going to go to the animation department, and Hanna-Barbera were there or something. So I said, well, tell you what, because I liked having a young person. I was there with all these older men, I tell you what, why don't you come here every day, and you can come and watch here, and all you have to do is one thing. He says, what? I said, you have just come up with a great idea every day. And he did. And that was George Lucas.
Amazing.
And he was so bright, and I knew it. So finally I said to him, George, I have another movie that I want to make, going across the country in a small little van with the editor and everything, and shoot whatever happens, incorporate it into the script, and it's called The Rain People. If you come with me and we'll do it together, then the next film I'll do. Company making the movie, he had them hire me because I was on this payroll of this AIP studio, but I would work as the dialogue director. So in other words, I would run the lines with Vincent Price and these other actors who were in it. But I was a theater student, so he said, well, you can stage it if you want. And he would shoot like 7 pages a day. So, I mean, he just would go through it. And so I was there ahead of him with Vincent Price, reading the lines and then setting it up. And then they would shoot it, which was incredible. But at 12:30, they all broke for lunch. I had to then go back and be his assistant. In other words, what he had done is he had them pay me, but he then got me being the assistant for free. And so at one point, he said to me, do you know anyone who knows how to do sound? And I said, of course, I know how to do sound, because he was going to make a picture in Europe, and he wanted to take someone there to be the sound guy. If someone went on one of those trips for Roger, if the person bought a car, in those days we used to buy cars, like you buy a Volkswagen in Germany, it was cheaper. So if you bought a car, and you agreed to take the people around on the film in the car, he'd give you $300. Well, that's what I won the Goldwyn for, and I had $2,000. I bought it. It's that, the cinema people think the theater people are phonies, and so, darling, it's a funny thing. I really worked hard at UCLA recently to bring the cinema and film people together, and with some degree of success.
It's a great idea. I imagine even learning about cinema probably would make the theater better as well.
No question. Cinema is the child of theater. I mean, and it goes back to the Greeks and perhaps before the Greeks. There's so much to learn that we hand down. But it's funny also, you think that the cinema students would welcome having some actors for their films. And I know so few cases of where good actors from the UCLA Film School worked with a filmmaker, but they got married. So that was Caleb Deschanel, a wonderful cinematographer from USC, and his wife Mary Jo was in the theater department.
When you moved Zoetrope to San Francisco after The Rain People, tell me about setting up shop and tell me what happened next with Zoetrope. What was the vision for it and what happened?
We didn't quite get what we really wanted. My idea was to buy with the mortgage money. American Graffiti was going to cost $700,000. And I went to the bank and I asked if I had enough my Godfather credits, could I have $700,000? And it was my wife who said to me, Francis, someday, you could certainly finance a film, but it should be your own film. And the bank said, I'll give you the $700,000, but I want you to wait for a few days because we had a client who financed his own movie and lost it all. So basically, we got Universal to put up the money, and they required that I be involved in it. And I was helpful on Graffiti. I helped with the casting because that was, George didn't really know all those actors, and that was done by my associate Fred Roos, and it was wonderfully cast. And he was shooting without a cinematographer at all. They were just shooting, and I went to his friend who liked him and got Haskell Wexler to come on American Graffiti. So I was there as the big brother.
Were the songs written into the script?
That was his idea. It was the first time that the score of a movie, yes, he had picked all those songs. And I remember we got all of those songs for $140,000. When you're young, you view it from left to right. You're a young person looking out at what the future is going to be for yourself. But then there's a point as you get older where you switch and you're looking right to left and you're looking at that young person who is becoming you. There's philosophers that write, Heidegger writes about this. So I'm at the point where I'm now looking at life from the point of view of where I am now, 85. and thinking about this kid who is so insecure and his mother probably didn't love him and all this stuff from this point of view. And then it occurs to me something even more strange, which is, what if I really am a solipsist? What if I'm all that exists? We all learn about that, Cardinal Berkeley and solipsism and stuff, is what if all the people like my wife, who I love so much, what if she was just a chip of my consciousness? And so I tell you why, Rick, I feel that. Because when I made The Godfather, I had no power, I was young, I was like Michael Corleone. When I made Apocalypse Now, I was in hock for $21 million. Interest was 21%. I had to be like Kurtz. And then I made a film called Gardens of Stone about a man who creates this young soldier and then he's killed, and I lost my son. I said, wait a second, what's going on here? Do I have to live every movie I make? I make a film about a man who loses his son, and in the first week I lose my son. I wasn't even. So I think this is something weird is going on. Maybe I am a solipsist movie director, and I'm just making all of this stuff. So I put into Google, I think I'm a solipsist. What should I read? And the answer came up: read Andy Kaufman's novel Antkind. Did you ever hear of Antkind? You know who Charlie Kaufman.
Charlie Kaufman, yes.
He wrote a novel called 700-page novel called Antkind. It's incredible. It's hilarious. So now I'm convinced that my life, the only way I can explain my life is that it's something Charlie Kaufman wrote. Wow. It's the only sense I can make out of it, because a mind like that, because otherwise, how can I be living? Am I really a filmmaker making my life?
Yeah, nothing makes sense, really.
It really, and there's good reason why it doesn't make sense. He said, well, Francis, I'll give you anything you want. He said, that's what it sounded like. I said, okay. Number one, I want total control. I don't want to have to talk to Bob Evans or anyone. If I want to say I'm starting, I'll start. All I'll agree to is the limit of the budget. The second thing was, I want to call it The Godfather Part 2. I don't want to give it, Son of the Godfather or anything like that. And number three, I said I want $1 million, which I never had. And so they came back and they said, well, we can give you the $1 million. You have total control. But everyone says that calling Godfather 2 is a mistake because people will think it's the second half of the movie they already saw. I said, then forget it. Now I'm the guy who started this Spider-Man 6. Yeah. I'm so ashamed. Yeah. Rocky 5.
Yeah.
I should be shot.
What's incredible about it, though, is that looking at the history of cinema, sequels and series tend to not be as good as the original. But in the case of Godfather 2, some people argue it's better than The Godfather. That's a very unusual situation.
It was, it's luck. I don't know. What is it luck? I tell you one thing, we had a preview in San Francisco with Sidney Furia, I think, and he had a company called Alfran, because he had a rich wife whose name was Francoise. And since The Godfather was basically an unimportant project to Paramount at that time, they got this Alfran, which was Al Ruddy, and his partner got the job. But Al Ruddy was never around. He was always cooking up. He made a big thing about the anti-Italian. There was a mafia guy who started an anti-Italian league. Al Ruddy was just never around. He only showed around when there was a publicity still. And he's the guy who wrote the book that they made that show, The Offer, which nothing happened where they said it was, nothing happened the way they said it was, and nothing's happened with whom they said it was. The picture, they had a movie star play Al Ruddy, and there's a nice still of him there, with a guy with a beard that's supposed to be me. There's no real picture of Al Ruddy there because he was never there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, for example, in the offer, they're showing everyone riding around in a studio, Paramount Pictures stuff. Paramount didn't own the studio in those days. We were in an office in Crescent and Beverly Hills. The studio, I never was in the studio because they didn't own it.
And many more. I think sometimes our early days are kind of what define us as filmmakers. And I want to just talk a little bit about, how you started and how you became someone who told stories visually, because you're a man of many talents and you could have chosen many different areas to express yourself creatively. Why did you pick filmmaking?
Well, I was, as a kid, a boy scientist. I was in love with science, and particularly in the discovery and utilization of electricity. So I would have to say that I began sort of as a technologist. But at the same time, as a little kid, I knew all the fairy tales. I knew all the Hans Christian Andersen fairy tales, all the Brothers Grimm fairy tales, and listening to, in those days, the radio program, Captain Midnight. So there were those two influences. Technology and stories takes you to the cinema. Because I had all this ability and the keys to every shop, I started doing plays which I directed with these fabulous sets and lighting and music.
When you decided you wanted to become a filmmaker, did you know that's really what you wanted to do, or did you just started dabbling in it? Or
in my last year, I was prepared to go to the Yale Drama School and try to pursue a playwriting career and maybe directing for plays. And then I noticed on the little theater was a sign saying, Sergei Eisenstein, 10 Days That Shook the World, October. I've never seen a film that was like that. I mean, it had sound even though it was silent, just from the editing. And I came out after seeing that, and I said, well, I'm going to go to film school. I went to UCLA and became a film student, and that was the decision to be a film director. My experience as a film student was much more as a loner. It wasn't as family-like as working in the theater. Theater shows you're really part of the group, and you go out afterwards and have coffee, and you're really, and for a kid who was a new kid all the time, that meant a lot to me, whereas the film school was much more, everyone was on their own. You're making your film, and then you go to your little room where you have the moviola locked because there are only a few of them, and you didn't want some other student to get the moviola because then you were stuck.
When you created Zoetrope, was that sort of a way for you to... Let's talk about The Godfather.
Be my friend, Godfather.
Good. On the day of your daughter's wedding.
You'd actually done 12 takes where he's trying to get the speech out to the Godfather, and he couldn't get it out, and you gave up. And then you thought of something very clever so that you understood why he was stumbling. You had shot him rehearsing the speech.
Don Corleone, I am honored and grateful that you have invited me to your home.
Usually gremlins are where reality hits what you had in your mind of what you thought it was going to be. And usually the best way to solve it is to sort of embrace it and say, well, why is the reality acting this way? And the reality could act this way in my fictitious situation.
Instead of trying to force it, let's go with it.
Well, you can't. You know the famous scene, The Godfather, where he's in the garden and he's with the little kid? Because that was cut. And I went and I started to do it anyway. And the guy, the big studio guy, said, you can't shoot this scene. I said, well, I'm shooting it. He says, well, we've got to wrap. So I literally did the take and it was cut. Lunch. Wow. It's one of the more memorable scenes of the film, but it was out. Wow. And I had to sneak it.
The baptism scene with that editing, was that written in that way, or was it something you discovered in the editing room?
Oh, no, it was written that way because the book had a lot of ground to cover. And I invented that sequence as a way to get what were 60 pages in the book into 12 pages.
It was a practical decision, but at what point did you realize it was also this really incredible, visceral way to show that sequence?
Only when one of the editors put the organ music on it did I see what I had done.
Michael, do you believe in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth?
I do.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord?
I do.
Up till then, it seemed like what it was, that I was intercutting for economy and to try to build excitement. But when he laid a track on it that worked, music will help you, especially when you have some idea that's just about to coalesce.
Also just the way the film builds and builds and builds, and then that hits you.
Michael Francis Rizzi Do you renounce Satan? Here we go. Percent. Here we go. Percent. And action.
You did something very clever after the success of The Godfather. They wanted you to do another Godfather. You said, I'd only do it if you give me one for me, and you did The Conversation.
When the red robin goes flying along.
I wanted to try to find a new kind of musical. My concept was to try to fuse musical but performed live. And I wanted that thrill of seeing the actors perform it and yet it be like Frankenheimer did, you know, camera 2, camera 3, camera 8. To see it all come together, because ultimately I'm a theater director. Action! I really intended to do it live, but I chickened out at the last moment. 3 weeks before we were ready to go, Vittorio came to me and said, Francis, if I can do 6 cameras, I can't get the light to be. If I could do 1, we could go just as fast.
Just as fast, he told me that.
So I backed down, and in fact, when I go to the great graveyard, the only thing I regret is I didn't shoot One from the Heart as I had intended.
The whole purpose was to do that.
Yeah, and so I always felt like a certain tinge of failure, not to mention that the film did fail, and ultimately I owed the bank some colossal amount of money.
One from the Heart means you have to now go make some studio pictures. You make The Outsiders.
What do you want to do?
Nothing legal, man. Let's get at it.
I loved certain aspects of The Outsiders. I loved Diane Lane and Matt Dillon. I loved them all. But somehow it just seemed saccharine to me. You see, the idea of everything else, even that big chase at the end where they go the Borgo Pass, that was all in a soundstage. We would just go in circles, but what I would do is we'd flip it sometimes, so that whereas they were making right turns, then they make left turns. But it was just the same right turn flipped over on the camera.
Besides that, are there other unique things that you just came, either from theater or just that you just invented like that you find really helpful?
Well, I feel, Orson Welles once said that you can learn everything about how to make a movie on a weekend, but the one thing you can't learn in a weekend is working with actors.
Is that one of your favorite parts? I mean, it seems like I've worked with some actors you've worked with, like Mickey Rourke, they talk so fondly about how you are with them.
I always have a week or so of rehearsal when I make a film, and I like to get the actors together.
Let's get ready for rehearsal. What we'll do now, we'll just read it just to read it, to know what we're doing.
Not really just read the script, but more play around, do improvisations.
Let's do a little Alice in Wonderland improv where he's Alice and you're the Queen of Hearts, all right?
Play theater games, get to know each other and have everyone not be nervous. And, it's nice to have a place where you don't have to be scared that you're not doing well.
I'm sorry, this isn't working. I don't know why.
Usually what happens to those things is, there are like little membranes separating people from their characters or people from the other characters. And in a thing like this, they sort of start breaking so that I won't do it.
And I don't know how much it's life imitating art, but when you see you here in your surroundings, like you are the Godfather now. How much of that was you and how much of that is just what you became?
When you give yourself totally into making a film, the film is also sort of making you. That becomes a symbiotic thing. And I realized that was partly because the osmosis goes both ways.
I was intruding on the life of this Harry Call, this professional eavesdropper. And after a while, I realized that in a sense, I was an eavesdropper.
You sort of start to become like certain characters in the movie.
Because, I was crushed because I knew that if that happened, and I couldn't live up to the promise of Godfather 1, which at the time I spent my time defending that I hadn't romanticized the mafia and that it had value as a piece of art. So that since in those days, the films that I made, which are today considered classics, were not considered classics, equally so the films that I've made more recently have the same reception.
Yeah, but that does not mean that they were as good.
But
just because they're now saying...
Did I say whether they were good? I didn't say the first ones. All I'm saying is that the judgment of these films in their time was always that Francis Coppola is promising, but the reaction is mixed. And that's the same thing that they've said about films, just to pull one out of the hat, the Cotton Club.
Right.
But look at the Cotton Club and then consider how it was received. and yourself see what you think of the picture. Or, my theory is that when a film is unusual and tries to break new ground, that when like a new food that you put in front of a person, I eat that, I don't like that.
Because I have no.
But 6 years later, I remember that stuff my mother used to make. Wow, I like that better than Hershey bars. So my only point is, first of all, it's not important whether a person is making great films or not, because as we know, what really Marlon Brando mumbles.
They said that, but there was a great praise of his performance in Godfather 1.
Sure, and as time went by, the praise got greater and greater. To me, what can I say? I don't care, but I am saying that when you make unusual films, that you do not tend to get the praise in time that you get 5 or 10 years later. And I already hear people telling me things about movies that got that same mixed reaction. I saw that again. That was really, I can't get that movie
But are
out
you
of my...
saying to me in your head, that you have lived up to the expectation that you had for yourself after the start that you got?
I didn't live up to the expectation I had for myself with The Godfather or with with Apocalypse
Well,
Now.
let me talk about Godfather for a second. I mean, I love Apocalypse Now, and I want to talk more about that, but we're off to somewhere else now. I'm told that when you delivered the rough cut to Evans at Paramount, Godfather 1, it was scheduled for later distribution, that he said, Bob Evans said, this is not there. You go back and make a better movie. Is that a true story?
Now you'll get the real truth.
Okay.
I was editing Godfather in San Francisco. Paramount was in LA. Bob Evans told me that when you bring me the film and show me the film...
The Godfather? Well, it's sort of astonishment that 50 years have gone by. A lot of these memories are still pretty vivid in my mind. I was about 29 when I began preparing The Godfather, and in the course of the years involved in making it and editing it, I guess I was in my very early 30s. Nothing about what my life was like remained the same after The Godfather. Certainly that film changed everything for me.
But let's be frank, you never wanted my friendship. And you were afraid to be in my debt.
I didn't want to get into trouble.
I understand.
I could easily be described as penniless before I made the film. My father was a musician, so my childhood was pretty much raised in the shadow of my father's career, and we all wanted him to get his big break. My brother wanted to be a novelist, and I wanted to be the junior version of whatever my brother was. So all this ultimately leads to me getting involved in theater, and then from theater I became involved as a UCLA film student, partly because my brother had gone to UCLA. Ultimately, nothing was to prepare to the experience of The Godfather. Number one, it was a terrible experience. I was always on the verge of about to get fired, and a lot of my choices were immediately discarded. I wanted Al Pacino to play the character Michael, and they said that's ridiculous. No one's ever heard of him. And I wanted Marlon Brando to be the now famous Don Corleone, and they said, oh, he's a lot of trouble, and no one's going to see his films anymore. I wanted to make it in New York. They said, you can't make it in New York, it's too expensive. I wanted to make it set in 1945 the way the book was. They said, it's ridiculous, you can't do it, you can't have it, you can't do it. And this is a terrible movie, to the point where at least 4 occasions I came that close to getting fired. And then, surprise was surprise, it turns out to be this gigantic success, and suddenly I became this famous person, which in itself is also another thing to deal with. So I have to say to you that the 50 years ago, having made The Godfather, definitely changed my life in many, many ways for the better, but certainly in many also confusing ways in terms of my relationship with my idol, who was my brother, and my father, who I did have the pleasure of standing next to when he won an Oscar for the second Godfather. That was a real thrill. So all I can say to you is it was interesting.
And I refused to be a fool, dancing on the string held by all those big shots. I don't apologize.
Casal, Al Lettieri, Marlon Brando, Diane Keaton, on, and not to mention the writer, Mario Puzo, who had written the story and the characters. With such people to work with is the only way you can explain The Godfather that we now know as a classic.
But if Clemenza can figure a way to have a weapon planted there for me.
Please, yes.
Well, I was in a meeting with all of the heads of the company, including the president of Paramount, who was from a big filmmaking family, and we were sitting around the table, and I said, let's get either Marlon Brando. We need a great actor for this part, so let's get either Marlon Brando or Laurence Olivier. I realize Olivier is English, but he looks like a mafia head. If you know the one named Vito Genovese. And he's good enough actor that he could do it, but he was too ill at the time, and he turned us down. I said, then there's Marlon Brando. He's really only 47, but he's one of the great actors of the world. And as I'm speaking, the head of the studio, the president, says, Francis, as president of Paramount Pictures, I'm telling you that Marlon Brando will never be in this picture, and you're no longer permitted to talk about it. And then I pretended I had a fit, and I just fell on the floor. And they all looked at me, and I said, "You're telling me I can't even talk about it? How can I direct the movie? I'm not even allowed to talk about it." And they said, "Okay, 3 conditions. Number 1, Marlon Brando will shoot a screen test. Number 2, he'll do the movie for nothing, free. And number 3, he'll put up $1 million."
What was your relationship with Puzo like?
Wonderful. He was like the uncle, your Italian uncle, and I adore it. That's why you notice with The Godfather, it always says Mario Puzo's Godfather. I'm the one who insisted that because I believe that who writes the original material should get this idea of a film by so-and-so is ridiculous. If it's an original screenplay, okay, a film by. So, but if someone else wrote the play or the novel, that's why all my films, it says, Bram Stoker's Dracula or John Grisham's The Rainmaker, Mario Puzo. He was a wonderful man. He was a character. He loved to gamble, and he was a terrible gambler. And so I had this nutty idea, let's go to a gambling casino in Reno and book ourselves into a suite in Reno, because you can, in a gambling casino, you can have breakfast at 4 a.m. You can have anything you want anytime. So we used to write through the night, and then he would like to go down and, have a break and play roulette. and he would like lose $1,000 in a half an hour, and then he would tell the people, well, we're losing thousands down here, but we're making millions upstairs. And we would go back up. But you could not love him, Mario Puzo. He was so sweet.
As president of Paramount Pictures, I want you to know and accept that Marlon Brando will not be in this motion picture. Okay, now, who do you want to play the Godfather? When they said that to me, Marlon Brando will not appear in this motion picture, I just went, and I threw myself on the ground.
Oh, you just threw yourself on the ground?
Yeah,
Okay.
I said, what do you want me to do? How can I do this if everything I say you...
There's something on a set, every set, I call them little gremlins, things that just don't go right, things that are going to bring the whole thing down to a halt. Sometimes it's someone you picked because of their look, and then they have to give a performance and then they can't. It happens all the time, and you got to stomp them out or figure out a creative way around it. I didn't know, and Luca Brasi was that wasn't a fantastic performance by him.
I am honored and grateful that you have invited me to your daughter's wedding.
More clarity, less noise. Athletic nicotine. More accuracy, less anxiety. Athletic nicotine. From top athletes pushing their limits to artists pursuing their vision, Athletic nicotine offers the lift you've been looking for. Learn more at athleticnicotine.com/tetra and experience next-level performance with Athletic Nicotine.
Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Then I'll kill them both.
I didn't know anything about what we called the mafia or Cosa Nostra. But neither did Mario know anything about it. He did everything by research. He read the Fallaci papers, and of course a lot has been written about the story of the Italian gangster in New York, the so-called Five Families and what happened. So my feeling was that even though I knew nothing about it, I had never met a real mafioso. My family were all musicians or tool and die makers. But one thing we were an Italian-American family, so the home, what we had at the dinner table, the way the men related to the women, the way the children were at the wedding, running around the sandwich, the fact that Italian weddings were sandwiches thrown wrapped in paper, and all of those traditions and sensibilities were in my blood because I was an Italian-American kid raised in New York at a time when it wasn't even cool to be an Italian. My feeling was that I could give the movie authenticity about how Italian Americans live. I couldn't give them any other authenticity, but I did work very hard to study and try to take out of the novel what I thought was in there, which was, despite all of the potboiler stuff, there was in there sort of the latent idea of a classical, almost Shakespearean story about a great king who had 3 sons. He was also a great man the way he thought about life, about termites, about people, about ants, about reality. I mean, he was, aside from his acting, a kind of a genius. I'm old enough now to say that I have met half dozen geniuses. I met Akira Kurosawa, I met Federico Fellini, but Brando was an extraordinary man, possibly number 1 on the list of geniuses I've had the honor and privilege to meet, was that it was a coda. In music, if you have a big piece of music and you have a coda, that's the summing up, the epilogue. Both Mario and I had agreed that the script would be a coda and it would be called The Death of Michael Corleone. Now, of course, by that time, the studio was much more interested in calling it The Godfather Part 3 because that could imply there being a Part 4 and a Part 5 and a Part 6, which really, it's not in that material, but you could make anything be in any material. At the time it came out on Christmas, so it came out in a pretty fast post-production period. We weren't really finished, but it came out and they wanted to be called The Godfather Part 3, and I didn't have the power that I had during Part 2, but I subsequently took a look at it and said, well, if I could do it the way I wanted and what Mario and I had agreed, I would call it The Death of Michael Corleone. And it would not be considered a third installment, but rather it would be considered the third resolution that would try to resolve the entire first two movies with a coda or an epilogue.
Bond, the guarantee that he's not going to cause any trouble on the picture. And I said, okay, because I figured at least now I could talk about it. You know, I mean, of course that was absurd. He's not going to put up $1 million. Well, how do I do the screen test? So I contact Brando's representative, and I said, I would imagine that Marlon might like to fool around with, just experiment a little and see if he can find a way to do the character. And if he would, I would come over and, kind of work with him or suggest things. And that's all I said. So I was told that, yes, you could come to his house early in the morning. And I did a little research and I found out that Brando always wore earplugs because he didn't like loud, jarring noises. So I got a friend of mine, like a ninja cameraman. I said, let's we're going to communicate just with hands. We're not going to talk or shout. It's going to be very quiet. I'm going to be quiet. So we get there early in the morning. I remember there was a beautiful baby in the kitchen with a nanny, and we're all set up. And the door opens, and out walks this man, beautiful man in a Chinese robe or Japanese robe with long blonde hair, as Marlon Brando, and we look at him, and he was so smart. He knew exactly what was going on. So the first thing he did is he walked over and got some shoe polish out of the thing and started to make his blonde hair black, and then he made it into a bun, and suddenly he started to have, black hair. And then he put on I brought a couple of shirts, and I bought props. I bought provolone cheese. I brought Italian cigar. I figured I wouldn't really direct him. I would just put things near him and he could take them or not. And I remember he went for a long time with his collar and he says, those guys, a collar is always, he says, talking to himself. And then he says, he looked like a bulldog, and he takes some Kleenex and he stuffed it in his mouth. And then he says, he got shot in the throat. So he goes, now his phone rings. I mean, his real phone rings. So he picks up the phone and he goes, I have no idea who was on the other line. But he started to turn into this character that he was inventing. And I'm shooting with a handy cam, and my guys are shooting, and it's amazing, this transformation that he did. And he did it. I didn't do anything. I just and he took the provolone and he used the props. The cigar, he did a thing. Yeah, that's incredible. What do you have? It's amazing. So once I did that, he was in. Of course, they didn't talk about the $1 million guarantee. They did get him for scale, which he never was happy about. And that's how Brando got the part.
Would you say he was washed up in Hollywood at that time?
Well, at the time, he was washed up. He had made some flops, and he had been chastised for bad behavior on Mutiny on the Bounty and some pictures. So, I mean, I don't think he was, people are washed up and then they're not washed up anymore. But at the moment of The Godfather, he was washed up.
Had he not made The Godfather, had you not had the idea to get him and convince people for it to happen, I don't know that we would think of Marlon Brando in the same way. Not that he's not Marlon Brando, maybe the greatest actor of all time, but I don't know if that was his second act or his third act.
Well, I personally, having experience with the guy now, I'm sure that something would have come along that he would have created something so spectacular that he would have, which he did with The Godfather, but he was a genius, not just as an actor, but what he used to talk about and how he used to think. It was very unusual. And I mean, I met some incredible people. I'm now 80, what am I, 85? I'm going to be 86 in a few months. I met, Claude Renoir, and I met Marcel Duchamp, and I met all these incredible people. But Marlon Brando would be high up, and Kurosawa. Marlon Brando would be high up on my genius list.
In a world of artificial highs and harsh stimulants, there is something different, something clean, something precise. Athletic nicotine. Not the primitive products found behind convenience store counters. Not the aggressive buzz that leaves you jittery, but a careful calibration of clean energy and focused clarity. Athletic nicotine. The lowest dose tobacco-free nicotine available. Made entirely in the USA. No artificial sweetener, just pure, purposeful elevation. Athletic nicotine is a performance nootropic. Athletic nicotine is a tool for shifting mindsets. Athletic nicotine is a partner in pursuit of excellence. Slow release, low dose, gradual lift, sustained energy, soft landing, inspired results. Athletic nicotine, more focus, less static. Athletic.
I bought the idea of being in the country and having it more in there. So he was never 100% comfortable in this more. And I viewed it as a temporary thing, that if we were more successful, that someday we would be able to buy some sort of place. So it was like that for about a year and a half. And then basically we just went broke. Like, I was offered The Godfather. I bought for myself a little house with my wife and then 2 children, my pregnant wife and 2 children. And George wasn't comfortable. He wanted to be somewhere. And so we got a place in Mill Valley, and George liked that. And so we had like a Mill Valley annex. When he made American Graffiti, of course, that made money. So finally George had some money, and then he bought property in a place ironically called Lucas Valley, but it was, he got a kick out of that. It was Lucas Valley before he bought it. And he built his Skywalker Ranch there. And then he started becoming really successful. I mean, more commercially than me by far.
What was your involvement in American Graffiti?
Well, I was important. He couldn't get it off the ground without me, and I really liked the script. In fact, I had made The Godfather by then, and I had enough with my kid and my sister Tally, who was in the movie, and we went the weekend and made that scene where she breaks all the crockery and stuff just to try to not have them bring in. They were always either firing me or replacing me. Once I was told on a Tuesday, the first day Brando came in, everyone said that they hated Brando's first day's work. And I said, well, look I said, it's, he's the first day. I mean, he's, it's an actor. Give him a few days. I said, tell you what, I can go back. It's Tuesday. I can go right back in there and reshoot the scene. And they say, no, don't do that. And then one of the producers, who was a friend of mine, said, the reason they won't let you go in is because they're going to fire you this Friday. And, they never fire a director in the middle of the week. They always fire him on Friday, so the new director has the weekend to come in on Monday. So they said they're going to fire me Friday. Well, who's they going to bring? They want your editor to be, who had directed a picture. And I loved this editor guy, I still do. He's gone, of course. And he had made a picture, and he asked me, would you hire my producers and different people on his crew to be your assistant director, which I did. But they were...
Never been an American. What about Ivan the Terrible, part 1 and 2? Oh, we don't know about that, that's right. So finally I said, okay, if they won't let me call it part 2, I won't do it.
Wow.
And then ironically, when they, years later, with part 3, so what do you want to call it? I said, I want to call it The Death of Michael Corleone. And I didn't have that oomph.
So they said it has to be part 3. So you had 2 movies at the Oscars that year, Conversation and Godfather Part 2. And that, again, this is very interesting. You ask, I'll do part 2 for you, but I want to do the Conversation. It's a personal film. So you make the Conversation. And then you go to do Godfather 2, and you make that a personal film too, because you go, I've always wanted to tell a story.
That's why I did it, is because I had thought previously it'd be fun to tell the story of a father and a son
at the same age. So you made a sequel that was, people regarded as even better than the first, and it did, and won all the Oscars.
Let's see who the nominees are. The best supporting actor in this role.
Robert De Niro in The Godfather Part 2.
Michael V. Gasso in The Godfather Part 2.
Lee Strasberg in The Godfather Part 2. The winner is Robert De Niro in The Godfather Part 2.
And the winner is Godfather Part 2. Francis Ford Coppola, Gray Fredrickson, and Fred Weiss.
When you think about those days, I made The Godfather, I made The Conversation, I made The Godfather Part 2, and then I said I want to do Apocalypse Now, and everyone said no. And I had to put up my whole house, this place, everything.
Thing about The Conversation is, I've written in every medium possible. I've typed, I've written longhand, but I met a woman just once. I met her who was a court reporter, and I asked her if I sent her a dictation, if she would transcribe it into a screenplay. Which I showed her what the form looked like. I never saw her again, but I basically dictated the script of The Conversation and would send my dictation to her, and then she would transcribe it into a screenplay, and that's where how the screenplay came.
It's interesting, the form and content idea, that it's so much about listening and so much about words, and it's not about writing. It's about listening and speaking, really.
Well, in truth, I didn't write it. I dictated it, and I knew that dictation was a skill that, everyone can talk, but I knew it was something you could learn how to do, so that it came out what you were hoping. And on the disc of The Conversation, there is the actual screenplay, but that screenplay was dictated. It was the first screenplay. In other words, it wasn't made, corrected by the film. It was actually, the film was really like that.
How much effort went into that overheard conversation, which really plays throughout the movie? It gets revealed to us bit by bit over the movie. We hear most of it in the beginning, but then as the film goes on, we hear a few more phrases.
Yes.
It's a very simple conversation.
Yes.
Yet it says a lot.
Well, it was my intention that the key phrase in it, which is, he'd kill us if he had the chance, that it really be the same. But in the end, we finally cheated and we used the take where the inflection is slightly different. In other words, it's the difference between he'd kill us if we had the chance to he'd kill us if he had the chance to he'd kill us if he had the chance. Anyway, there was a slight inflection, but I really need to credit my editor and sound mixer and colleague, Walter Murch, who was really very important in the project because, of course, he is a sort of sound genius. Number one, Walter Murch, I'm sure you may have heard of him. And that was the first film he ever actually was the editor on. There was a second editor named Richard Chu, who was very good. But Walter was really, almost like worked as a co-director with me on the editing of the film, and his talent went through, carefully every little beat of that movie. And then ultimately he did the final sound mix. A funny story I'll tell you, which you'll get a kick out of, is that Walter was a young USC student when I first met him, and I was trying to get him to work on the sound of our movies. And the unions wouldn't let him because he wasn't a union member. And finally, after going back and forth with the head of the union, they agreed he could work on it, but not if he had the word editor connected to his credit. Casting the future with like a kind of Cassandra. But there are directors, who just like see it, and that's a gift I don't have.
Is the forecasting the future only as it relates to filmmaking or other things as well?
It's come out more in filmmaking, like I made The Conversation 10 years before Watergate, or I made my film about basically women's liberation 12 years before the women's movement, which came out of the political movement. So, and even Megalopolis, which is America as Rome, America just basically elected, someone, Sulla or somebody, So my films do have a prophecy element in them. I don't know where it comes from.
Yeah, it's unintentional, but it has come to be the case.
Well, several times already, But I was a theater student as a kid. I was like, did you ever see the movie called Rushmore that Wes Anderson made?
Of course.
Yeah, I was like that kid in Rushmore. In fact, that's my nephew, Jason Schwartzman.
Fantastic.
A wonderful boy, wonderful kid.
How different is the word on the page in the script to the movie? How different are those two things?
Well, if you've seen the script, which I'm sure you have, well, there was a great line in it that he had, that George wrote, which is, rock and roll went downhill ever since Buddy Holly died.
Tell me about John Milius.
He was extraordinary. He was, the USC guys all had specialty. Walter Murch was sound. Caleb Deschanel was photography. George was everything. And John Milius was their writer, and he was this flamboyant guy who it just tumbled out of him, He was, and you know what happened to him. You don't know what happened to him? Tragically, about 8 years ago, he was on a blood thinner. His girlfriend said, "Oh, that blood thinner stuff is nonsense. I think you should just drink certain kind of milk product." She interfered and she stopped him from taking it. He had a stroke, and now he can't speak anymore. And then fortunately has it's heartbreaking. He has to write on a slate, but he's got a young lady who really takes care of him and loves him. And his head works, I know, but he just can't, it's a stroke.
Did he write the original script for Apocalypse Now?
Totally. It's mostly his script.
You ask I'll do part 2 for you, but I want to do the conversation.
Actually, what I told them is I wouldn't do it. Up to that moment, I thought, this is going to finish me. I wrote the conversation in those days at this time, and absolutely nobody was interested in giving me the money to do it. And there wasn't even a lot of money. So you always had this idea, well, I'll do that film, and I'll make a lot of money on that film, because it'll be a regular film. And then I'll take that lot of money, and I'll come back and I'll make this little film.
The nominees for the Best Picture of the Year are The Conversation.
For the Best Original Screenplay, Francis Ford Coppola for The Conversation.
Du Festival Cannes 1974, The Conversation, La Conversation Secrète.
After the success of Conversation, they wanted you to do another Godfather. You started the whole number 2.
I did.
Welcome. Welcome to the American Pavilion.
Thank you. Merci. Grazie.
You know, I was trying to think how to introduce you. And because an introduction is necessary, even though everyone knows who you are. And then I looked at the lead of my article about Apocalypse Now Redux. And I realized I'd already written a one-sentence introduction. And it went like this. They were giants who walked the earth in those days.
John Milius would love that. Thank you.
John Milius would, and that's really the way I felt, because this movie is so ambitious, so audacious. The vision is so large. The attempt is so awe-inspiring. And in reading Todd McCarthy's piece today, he mentioned that people wonder when the golden age of the late 60s and early 70s of American auteurism, when it ended, and he feels that maybe it ended after Apocalypse Now, that then we came into this later 20 years of less ambition and more cautious studios and fewer green lights for productions like this. Did you agree with that, or?
Well, I do feel it ends with Heaven's Gate, because it was Heaven's Gate that caused the industry to clamp down on the directors. They clamped down, I think, because they felt that costs had gone spiraling out of control, that the directors were too arrogant and, perhaps made too much money. And it was ironic, because after that period of the coup d'etat of Wall Street, to take over the film business, that costs spiraled way beyond what they had ever been. I mean, think Apocalypse Now cost $32 million. What that is in today's
less than The Mummy Returns.
Right. You could make 4 Apocalypse Now for The Mummy Returns, and indeed they did cut the director down to size, which is the most significant part. But then they elevated the studio executive, where studio executives were suddenly now people earning $40 million a year and of great importance, which is very odd to understand, and they. And then, as a third result, really fewer classics were made, which is to say movies that might be looked at 25 years later. And those that were really the product of a particular filmmaker who really, be it Pulp Fiction or Schindler's List, whichever film you might feel, Goodfellas, that is a classic, were the result not of a studio development process, but of filmmakers who had the power to do that. So. To me, the golden age ends only when there's no encouragement to make these kinds of films. I have no doubt that there are the talent is there if they can get the finance to go ahead and make the film. Film is a medium that requires finance, and if the finance is not there, then you can't attempt. I was lucky in that I was able to just finance it myself, sort of, but. Apocalypse would have been difficult to make even then had I not been able to do that.
Yeah. I want to take you back to 1979 when Apocalypse Now won the Golden Palm here at Cannes, to a night when Pierre Risciant chartered a rowboat, as I recall, and took 6 or 7 film critics out to your yacht. I think it was a motorboat maybe, but it was a very small craft. And you were very worried. And everything kind of depended on this screening. Isn't that true? Because the movie had been rumored to be in trouble, and you had been shooting in the Philippines for most of a lifetime, and people doubted that you had no idea what you were going to show them. And I remember that night so clearly. But did you come here to Cannes more or less thinking that this is the last roll of the dice and it's got to make it here? And
yeah, no question. I mean, for all the things I was scared, because not only was it a kind of career and artistic judgment about to be made, whether or not the film was as much a mess that people had said it was, and also I had a tremendous financial issue in that this famous winery that was up guaranteeing the film was not just some summer house. This was our home where our children went to school and where we lived. So I was, to say the least, scared, and I only said, let's show the film at Cannes unfinished as a necessity, because the rumors of how much in trouble it was were so now filling the papers that I felt my only defense was to just show it and hope that people said, oh no, it's not such a mess. And so it was really, in a sense, that Cannes saved Apocalypse Now and me momentarily. I did go in debt right after that with One from the Heart, but that was another chapter.
You kept jumping back and forth into the fire and into the frying pan, as I recall.
Well, I thought that we were pretty sure that Apocalypse was going to wipe us out, so I thought, well, maybe I'll make a kind of happy little, movie that will earn money and then we can be saved. And then, of course, One from the Heart took its own journey, and I had a lot of theories as to what I was doing, and the what was supposed to be the medicine was all, Apocalypse did fine and was very successful in its original form, and then it was One from the Heart that really put me away. So
there were, I remember when you came here, you referred to the movie as a work in progress, and some of the press, especially the French press, were offended by that, and some people felt, remember you shared the Golden Palm with The Tin Drum, and a movie that, in my opinion, has not held up quite so well. There's no real demand today to bring that back to the Palais, but in any event, some people felt it cost you 100% of the Palme d'Or because you called it a work in progress, and also, as I recall, rather rashly referred to the showing here as the out-of-town tryout.
Well, I come from theater, and in theater, the out-of-town tryout is kind of a wonderful part of filmmaking. We had never shown the film really to an audience. It wasn't finished. It was just a kind of act of daring do to show it. And I had an older brother with a great literary tradition, and to me, work in progress was a phrase that James Joyce always used in regard to Finnegan's Wake. So I was like taking a very lofty literary phrase and using it. And it was true, the film wasn't finished, and obviously the good reception at Cannes and the honor of sharing the prize with Volker Schlöndorff greatly helped us, and we were able to finish it pretty much in that version. But it is sort of a funny fairy tale to think that I brought it here as a work in progress, and then I finished it 22 years later and brought it back. It's kind of amusing.
If you had been able to do everything you wanted to do with the film before Cannes 1979, would it have looked substantially as it did yesterday in the Palais?
Well, the big factor, as you know, is that when you make agreements with distributors who give you financing backing to make a film, more or less they want you to make it the length that is good for their territory. So we had agreed it would be in the area of 2 hours. And today they put that in the contract that if you don't make the time that they specify, they can take the film and cut it to 2 hours for their territory. So there really was no option to consider this version then, this being 3 hours and 20 minutes. Had someone said, Francis, I always dreamed that it would be like that people would say, Francis, what movie do you want to make? Make any movie you want to make. But, they don't say that to anyone. I mean, none of my colleagues, including the wonderful Martin Scorsese, do they come and say, Marty, make any film you want. We're always there with hat in hand trying to say, can we make a film? And they always want us to make a movie that's like Taxi Driver or like The Godfather or something that they know is tried and true. So there was no option then. If there had been, this would have been the version.
But as it was, the final version that we saw then in August of 1979 was more or less the final version that was going to be, given the realities of distribution.
Right, definitely.
So this is essentially a print made possible by home video.
Yeah, very significant. The DVD has been such a friend to the filmmakers, not only to the filmmaker but the film audience as well, to give something that you can have of that quality of sound and picture, and on the new possible formats for home, even on a big screen. And it was only because of the DVD that we undertook this, because we never expected that it would get a release in theaters. Only recently did Miramax and Canal Plus and Pathé agree to put it in theaters. So when Walter and I were working on this, we thought it would end up as a DVD, and we're thrilled to be given the chance that the DVD made possible.
Before I talk about this version in a little more detail or ask you about it, I want to just maybe see if we can settle one thing that has been kind of dogging this film for a long time. When you were here in '79, you said something about, and what you said has always been in contention, you were not sure about the ending, or you didn't know if it worked, or you didn't know if you had the right ending. And then you showed one version in the Old Palais and another version on the Rue d'Antibes with different endings. And then I remember I was out at your house in August of that year, and you said I should have never mentioned anything about the ending because I was talking about very minor things. And of course, all the critics who went to see the movie spent the last hour saying, has the ending started yet? Is this what he's talking about? Does it mean everything with Brando? And your position was the movie was substantially exactly the way you wanted it, and it was a very minor thing that got blown completely out of proportion. Maybe you could explain that, because I think there are still people who don't understand that.
Yeah, it really never had more than one ending, and if to the extent that I said about that, it might have been the level of whether we cut it off a little earlier or let it gone on a little longer. I'm not even sure. The real issue of the ending, though, I believe, is this: that the movie, the Kurtz, the Angkor Wat temple that we built there in the Philippines, we really built that. And it was not safe. It wasn't built to be there permanently. So we were required by the state to remove it. And we thought, well, let's blow it up since we have to remove it, and we'll get a lot of cameras and we'll shoot it. We'll shoot it with infrared film. We'll shoot it, high speed in every way, and we'll get beautiful footage, and maybe we can use it in the movie. When the film came out, as it was last night, the exact correct version, there are no credits. It's in a program. But when the film, even now, is going to be shown in many theaters, they can't afford to give every theater a program, so they'll put the credits on the end. That happened in this occasion. And when we put the credits on the end, we thought, well, why don't we use that beautiful footage of the temple blowing up? It would be very decorative and nice, And however, because there was in the story the idea of an airstrike, everyone felt that the ending with the temple blowing up meant he called in the bombs and blew it up and probably killed all those people, which was something I didn't want. So I said, oh my God, that was a terrible mistake. No one takes it as a decorative graphic. They take it as another ending. So we removed it and put it on black and put the words. Well, because of that, to this day, the notion of these two endings persists, and then that's why we removed that. And on the DVD, you can see those explosions with some beautiful music, and in fact, my voice telling the story of the two endings. So, to set the record straight, there really was only one ending. Partly it was because at the end of the story, when Willard sort of goes through this enormous ritual sacrifice of Kurtz and sort of becomes the new leader, I had him throw away the weapon, and if you notice, they all throw away their weapons, and it was my hopeful way of saying that it could end not with a bang, but with a gesture of peace and of hope that we will, not always have war through hundreds of years into the future. So the ending of the explosion was something that went against that more pacifist desire, and that's why I wished it wouldn't be.
And you, by just being sincere and open and honest, you let this genie out of the bottle that distracted, I think, a lot of viewers and critics because they didn't know what you meant by it.
It's hard to know what will stick, though. Certain ideas just get,
It's like a meme that just will not go away.
Yeah, there's this idea, I guess it's in the notes, that we were looking for a place to put the French plantation, which I don't recall because the French sequence happens after Larry Fishburne is killed and they bury him, so it's the only place it could be. But many people have said, is it true that you were going to put it earlier or after? So,
well, let's talk about the additional footage. Could you enumerate, although we all kind of know what's new, but if you could just kind of talk about it in terms of what it is and why it was sort of left out.
Well, the main
time is why it was left out, but anyway.
Yeah, time was the big reason, but also the idea that we thought to be successful, which is to not be designated a flop and to earn our money back, that it had to qualify as a war action adventure film. And so we also thought that perhaps some of the things we took out were bizarre or sort of left turns. They fall into 4 categories: the French plantation, the Marlon Brando reading the Time magazine, and the French sequence became quite a long sequence. And I said, well, maybe we can make it shorter. But every time we made it shorter, it seemed to lose its point. And so it didn't work, and then ultimately we cut it out. So Walter Murch, who hadn't worked on that part of the film when he was the original editor, because we had more than one editor, he said, I'd like to just cut that scene as though I'm just getting the film from the director. And he cut it in its full sense, and it seemed to be a very interesting historical perspective and show how so much of the French experience had 15 years before, they had students marching in the streets and protests just as America had, and America hadn't learned from such a clear example. Plus, it had the added notion of colonialism that really the French were fighting in Indochina because, their grandfathers had settled these plantations, and it was really, they thought of themselves of living there. It wasn't just fighting for some empty political chess game that the leaders had done. So it seemed like the French sequence had the value of that perspective. And also, the sequence with Aurore Clément, where she, her husband, she had been widowed, and no doubt she smoked this opium pipe with her husband. She sort of reinvigorated him or brought him back to life after the incredible horrible experiences, that she does that to Willard, and it gives, in a sense, Willard and the audience a chance to rest and be soothed before they go into the most bizarre sequence, which is the Kurt sequence. So the French sequence seemed to be valuable, but in the early cut, when it was short, it was just another episode to get through before yet another demanding one, and so we eliminated it to, in film we have the theory, we have many theories, some of them contradict, but one theory is that whatever you remove from the film makes what's left better. And often that's the case. But I always tell my kids that when you cut out anything you want, throw it on the floor and just try to cut to the point, because it will, on the floor, it will say, put me back in, and the ones that nag you the most, you put back in.
At the time, we were so filled with stories about the production. All the lore about Brando, for example. Now, seeing it again after 22 years, all that's forgotten. It's all water under the bridge. Brando's performance seems so strong to me, and so just on the right note and just handled right by you. And all of the gossip about, how much he weighed, or, every time Brando does anything, there are a million stories from the set. had all just faded away, leaving this pure and great performance. How did you feel seeing it again? Because you had to work with Brando and deal with him and so forth.
Well, he's an extraordinary man, and beyond as the roles of films that we know, just what he talks about and the way his mind thinks. And it's true, I could tell you so many stories, I don't want to overstay my welcome, but the truth of the matter is Marlon is like a kid, and he's very lazy, and he doesn't like to work, and he also gets embarrassed, and he gets stage fright. So when he arrived, he was very big, and I immediately, in film you always have problems, and part of your job as a director is to see how you can make the problem be an advantage. So I immediately suggested, well, Marlon, why don't you play it as this big fat guy and have one arm around a beautiful girl and another with a mango that you're eating, and show him as a man who has surrendered to the jungle and to the lusts of life. But Marlon is very shy about his weight. He says, no. He says, I can't do that. I don't want to be like fat and stuff. I said, okay. Well, I couldn't have him be, as it was written, a kind of Green Beret colonel in uniform, because, where would he have gotten the uniform that could fit him? So the idea I had in movies, very often you're looking at the actor from the waist up. And in a movie, if you're broad, if you have big shoulders, even like Roger, if you're broad, that in your mind, you assume him to be a big man, a giant, not necessarily heavy. So I thought if I shot him in that attitude, and then when I showed him full, had a double who was like 6'6", it would make Kurtz be like a giant man rather than like me, So that was the philosophy I took as a solution. The second issue was that Marlon, I wanted it to be like the character Kurtz in the book. And Marlon immediately said that would never work. So when an actor has a problem with the script, you talk about it. So every morning I would go into this houseboat that they had for Marlon, like a trailer, and I would talk about, since that the Kurtz idea from the book wouldn't work, that perhaps this would work or that work. And Marlon talked and talked and talked and talked and talked. And they'd knock on the door and said, okay, everyone, what should we do? It's time for lunch. Is go to lunch. And then we talk and talk, and all through the night, even they say, knock, knock, it's time to go home. And we did that for 5 days. And I realized suddenly, Marlon only had a deal for 3 weeks. And what he was doing is he was getting out of working. And he was conning me, and that at the end of the 3 weeks, he was just going to leave. So finally I started getting, well, why won't it work? And, blah, blah. One day, the 5th day, I come in and I'm astonished. There he is, and he's cut off all his hair, which is the image of Kurtz from the book. And I said, Marlon, what happened? They says, you're going to do it like Kurtz. He says, yeah. I think doing it like Kurtz is the best way. I said, but you told me that wouldn't work. You said you read the book and it would never work. He says, well, I didn't read the book. I said, but you told me you did. He said, well, I lied. So that's like what it is to work with Marlon, but his instincts are so great that, and many of our talks led to opinions and ideas that I would write down, and just as I did with the French people, I would prepare like the basis really sort of from some of his monologues, and that was the basis of really those scenes he had. And Vittorio finally said, Francis, look, let's just get him up there in the dark and we'll do something with the light. And Marlon immediately got it, and he used the light in his first scene as like a prop. He kind of poked his head out a little, you saw a little, then he poked it in, and then he put the water, and so there's sort of a method to his madness, and I would have to say, for all of his shenanigans and stuff, that it was what he brought to it that led to the way he did that performance. And in his instinct, he knew that it had to be dished out in little razor slices, and that it had to be done with great mystery. And so I do think he did a wonderful performance, and that the ending, which, as you know, which was considered sort of like very obscure, that was the right ending for Kurtz, and the sentiments that he gave about the horrible story of the children with the polio arms.
That story is the fulcrum of the entire movie.
Yeah, I mean,
showing that their will is greater.
Right, and
He says it was brilliant. It's genius.
It was. That's all from Marland. I mean, we work as the way you do with actors, where you
even the story about the inoculations is from him.
No, that was one of the things that in those 4 days, in a funny way, Marland was stalling, but he didn't know how to do it in truth, and through those talks, in a way, he came to know how to it. So that's the artistic process, really. And he evolved what he needed in order to do that performance. And he's
it's
to be
just
commended.
right, because when you get to this legendary character in the Heart of Darkness, you really don't want to just have him standing there like a person who exists as in the same dimension as the other people in the film. He has to emerge out of some other kind of idea, I think.
Well, he also knew, Marland even said to me that he says, you've painted yourself into a corner, haven't you? And what he meant was that as I made the film going up the river, I was making it more surreal, with the colored smoke and the style it had, and by making it more surreal, a normal Guns of Navarone ending wouldn't have worked anymore. So I had painted myself into a corner, and I didn't know how to get out. And he knew that I had done that. And I think, he likes to kid around and stuff, or he's a big practical joker. But I think that early process of trying to find the ending was his working really at it.
You mentioned at the press conference that your wife's book on the experience was not precisely or exactly the final word. I'm sure you would probably think that Hearts of Darkness also was not the final word, but it is a great documentary about your experience.
Without a doubt.
What one gathers from all of the documentation on this project, whether it's all accurate or not, and whatever point of view it comes from, is that it was about as hard a shoot as human beings ever went through, and that it damn near killed you and everyone else, and by the end you were in despair. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, I was in despair. I was very scared. It was also your average run-of-the-mill midlife crisis.
You're only in your midlife now.
Yeah. Another factor was I had never smoked in my life, but because I was on the boat, the Italians were smoking. I started to smoke, tobacco cigarettes, and I found that was the most addictive kind of thing I had ever experienced, and I think that really had me. When you're what was I, 30-something years old, never smoked a cigarette in my life, and started to smoke Camel cigarettes. That had a factor, but just like Marland, in going through a process that you don't know the answers, that's work also, and I think I was doing the same thing. I only say that about my wife's book because she wasn't there all the time. She was there half the time, so that's like half the story. My feeling is it wasn't quite just that I wasn't some out of control person. I'm not an out of control person. I consider myself a pretty logical person, and there was method to my madness in everything I was doing. And it's always so easy when someone sees part of it to say, oh my God, what's going on? But if you should see the other part, then you see what's going on.
Another performance that seemed much more correct, or just seemed just right to me now, was Dennis Hopper's. And at the time we saw the movie originally, I think there were all kinds of echoes of Easy Rider. And it was almost like his drugged out photographer was, the guy from Easy Rider making a guest appearance in this movie. Now, everything is faded into the past enough that it can be seen as an original character. And it seems like just right. You need somebody to explain things, and you don't need Walter Cronkite there to explain it. You need somebody like this who has, found his own madness in Kurtz's jungle.
Well, interestingly enough, he was hired, Dennis Hopper. Remember there's a character named Colby who was supposedly a Green Beret officer sent up before Willard, and then Scott Glenn, plays that part, Colby. That was the part Dennis was hired to play. But when he got there, I saw Dennis, and I didn't have the script with me when I made the film. I just had this paperback copy of Heart of Darkness, thinking that whenever I was in a scene or situation, I would double check Heart of Darkness to see what wisdom Joseph Conrad would give me, And in Heart of Darkness is a wonderful character, if you remember the Russian, who is this character very much like the role Dennis Hopper plays. And so I decided not to have Dennis play Colby, but we literally put that Montagnard jacket and put the cameras, because I had heard of, I think it was Errol Flynn's son was a photojournalist in Vietnam and was supposed to be an extraordinary character. And we sort of fashioned the Dennis Hopper character out of nothing, right out of Dennis and out of the Heart of Darkness. So that character hadn't been in the script and pretty much was, when I say improvised, what you do is the actors take a shot at what they're doing, and then at night I would go home and try to organize it into a scene and bring it back and, slightly more defined. And so that character was done that way.
I have one more question, and then I'm sure everybody else does too. I reckon that the attack on the village with the helicopters and the Wagner and so forth is just simply one of the best movie scenes ever made. I mean, it just comes together as just stunning. You sit there in awe. On paper, did it look that way? I mean, you must agree with me that scene really, it does it. It does whatever a scene can do.
Well,
that scene does it.
It seems astonishing to me that I thought at that time that, oh, well, that's no problem. We'll just do that, Now that I look at it, I say, my God, how did we attempt it? Because obviously we had to build the entire village. And then we had to destroy it with these helicopters and photograph it all with people. So it seems to me a feeling I have about the difference between being young and old, or the young filmmaker and the old filmmaker. The young filmmaker is very insecure, you know that. Very insecure, very unsure of himself, doesn't think that he really has the goods. The old filmmaker is very insecure. The young filmmaker is stupid, which is to say, doesn't realize that how difficult some of the things that he's going to attempt is. And the old filmmaker is experienced. And to be stupid is a great advantage, because that sequence could not have been done by someone who wasn't stupid, who wasn't, you know what I mean, doing something that wasn't really practically, you would have knocked that down and made that simpler. And in answer to your question, that was John Milius's scene in the original script. It was a dazzling scene, even in the script. He based it on true information that they would play music, they call it psyops, psychological operations, to kind of unsettle the people and make them fear what was about to happen. And it was a dazzling scene in the script. But of course, when you direct a scene, you go in and you make many vignettes that you invent, which are not in the script, like the fact that there's a Vietnamese school and the children hear the music and run away, or that there's a helicopter evacuation that a sapper blows up. In other words, what I do is I go in with little index cards, sort of like with The Godfather. You have a wedding, and you're going to introduce the characters, but then you make a lot of specific vignettes. So there's little girl is going to be dancing on the feet of the uncle, or and so you have these index cards, and then you all meet and you say, okay, well, let's do the index card 3, and then you stage, and then when you put it all together, you have the points of different interest that makes up the thing. So that's how you do it.
One more question. I remember talking to Carl Malden about On the Waterfront. And he said there was a scene in there that was the hardest scene he'd ever been asked to do as an actor. And it didn't even involve dialogue. If you remember, he's in the hold of the ship and somebody throws a beer can at him and hits him on the head with it. He said the hardest thing he ever had to do as an actor was to act as if he didn't know he was about to be hit with a beer can. Now, Duvall has to act as if he doesn't know that bombs are going to be going off right behind him and all around him. I mean, because he's totally oblivious.
Right.
In other words, he's impervious. Nothing can hurt him.
Right.
But as an actor, I mean, the character, that's fine for the character to be impervious. But for the actor to be able to to keep that tone exactly even when you're blowing up explosives
Right.
15 feet away from him must have been kind of difficult.
Well, actors love to work that way, which is to say, from the script, there was the idea that that kind of guy probably will die in bed as an old man, that he's not going to get hurt. We discussed, and as a decision, we said, look, there's going to be lots of bombs and explosions going off. You play it like you don't even notice it, and then everyone else will be, cowering. And one thing, of course, they were going off, and as a deliberate decision, he was not paying attention. But don't forget, in the movie, a lot of the real sound is put in later, so some of those explosive sounds maybe weren't as loud. But it,
the flames.
No, but it showed the discipline that he had as an actor. That was his intention, and he did it. I'll say one little quick anecdote, if I may. We were in big trouble on the movie right from the beginning. Some of the history. Another actor was chosen, and very good actor, and I made the decision that it wasn't the right casting, and we changed that. I was really in the deepest worry that I could be. And the day that I had the first hope was the scene where we had 3 or 4 cameras going, and the idea was that these 3-4 jets were going to fly over and drop these canisters, and then a mile of napalm was going to go off, and they were going to play a scene, and this was all going to happen once with 3 cameras, moving on dollies and stuff.
You could be comfortable right here. This is a new project. I see the script's called Apocalypse Now, and I wanted to interest you to come to the jungle of the Philippines. We're just going to be there a few months, though. But welcome, Maya. It's so good to see you. And,
I'm delighted.
Have
it's
you
great
back
to see
in the
you.
very studio here where we did, those beautiful narrations that you did. Remember Michael Hare, the Vietnam correspondents, and they were beautifully written and beautifully read. And we did them right here in this very studio.
I remember one occasion where a veteran came in in the dark.
Rexer. That was a friend of Milia's, who was the real,
he was a real guy.
who strangled people in the night.
Jeez. And he wanted to make sure that I got a real feel for it. So he put an object in my hand and left the studio. Right? I looked down, it was a loaded .45. I'm not sure if he wanted me to use it on myself or
me
or you. But I remember that in this room. Yeah. We did about 5 or 6 different.
We did different sessions, and now it's many years since we worked on this film together. It's what is it, 2010, if you can believe it. And I guess that's now, the movie is over 30 some odd years ago that we went on this adventure. Mm-hmm. When I first met you to talk about the casting of the part, I was very disappointed because you were saying, well, you got to do this other movie, and we were going to start, and it was kind of either or.
Yeah.
But, I remember that because I had seen you in I think it was The Incident, which...
That was my first movie.
Was that your first movie?
Yeah.
But I thought
Larry Pierce directed.
I thought that was riveting performance, and then, of course, I really sort of had my mind set on you doing the part, and you said I can't, and unless you can delay a couple of months, I have to go to Rome.
Yeah.
And then we looked at the situation, and I remember my colleague, another wonderful actor, and my colleague Fred Roos was very high on the idea of Harvey doing it, and Harvey certainly, admired his work. I didn't feel 100% that he was right for that part, because Harvey's a very exciting, talented, improvisational actor, but the character of Willard was more of a witness of the thing. He had to be able to just look at these things and not be all the time active. But at any rate, certainly Harvey was capable of whatever was necessary. But we went off when we started the picture, and then what news did you hear about all of a sudden the part was possible again? Were you in Italy?
Yeah, I got a call in the middle of the night from Fred Roos asking me when I would be free. And a few days later, you called me to meet up with you in L.A. And I don't know if I ever told you why I was delayed at LAX and meeting you in the lounge at the Philippines.
We met right at the airport?
Yeah, we did. But we only met for about 20 minutes, and you had scheduled like a couple of hours there while you were waiting for the plane.
Oh, to fly out?
Yeah, you were going back to Manila.
Ah.
And I had just come in from Rome. But what happened was, as I said, I don't know if I ever told you this, but Janet asked me to take all of the children's winter clothes home with me. So when I was coming through customs in New York, or in Los Angeles, they thought I was, hustling for a haberdashery. They said, "What are you doing with all these clothes? You're alone." I said, "They're my kids." "Where are the kids?" I said, "They're in Rome." "Well, what are you doing with all these?" I said, "Well," I was so frustrated, and I thought he's going to leave without me. And finally, I got through. They let me keep the stuff, and I got through. I think Fred Roos was waiting for me and took me up straight away to meet you in the lounge. And I think we had like 20 minutes. And you didn't say one way or another. You just asked me how are things going. And
I didn't say, "Oh, come and do it," or I just
not at that point.
Chatted with you.
Yeah,
I
we
guess.
just talked for a little while. And again, you wanted to know when I was free. I said, "I'm finished after Easter." And you said, "Well, Fred's going to get you a script." I said, "Okay, fine." So he did. That was
Was that
Friday
the first
night.
time you had read the script? Because even though earlier we talked about it and you couldn't do it.
I never read it, no.
May I ask what your impression was? I mean, because the script changed a lot.
Yeah, it did.
What was your first impression?
Well, I'd heard about Harvey, and the thing, it really surprised me that he was not involved anymore, because he was a real Marine. You know?
I know.
And a very
He tells me
tough
that every
guy.
time I see him.
And I hadn't known him, but I knew him by reputation, and I thought he was terrific. And I thought, wow, he's really
The real
right
thing.
for this part. He can do all this stuff. I didn't know which end of a rifle, was right. I didn't know anything. I'd never served. And he had 4 years in the Marines, so I thought he really had a leg up besides being a good actor. And so I was really stunned. And then when I read the script, I thought, I better learn to swim.
Oh, you couldn't swim?
I never told you this. That's why when I first came on the boat, I asked about the life preservers. You remember? I said, there are no life preservers on this boat.
So you never would go swimming when you were a kid? Really?
I did, but I never really.
You didn't feel
no, I couldn't swim.
confident.
A little bit I could stay above water a little bit.
But so you read the script. I was curious what your
read the
first
script,
impression
and I
was.
thought, I hope that if I got it, that I would be physically able to do it. Because,
Really?
Yeah, because I was 36 at that time.
Yeah, but you were always very wiry.
I wasn't in bad shape, but I was
You were-
smoking too,
I remember,
and,
yeah.
Drinking.
No, I didn't know you were drinking, or I didn't see you
real
ever
problem,
drink. I never saw you drink.
Yeah, I had a real problem. Yeah. So.
But you were physically very fit, and were you running like you?
Yeah, I was running.
Yeah,
and
so
working
you were worried about whether you could handle some
Yeah.
of the just the GI. I mean the army
physicality of it. I really was concerned, and I had a totally different take on the character. And I remember you and I having discussions about it, because there was so much downtime on the set. Remember waiting to light things, and we would talk about the character, and I was so confused, and I really lacked.
What was
I had
your
no confidence in it. I didn't.
Well, no, I
you
can
know,
appreciate,
yeah, I
but
didn't
what
think I
was your
could.
idea for the character, and that was maybe different from what ultimately?
No, I thought he was a real gung ho, and it took a while for me to understand that he was the eye that you were looking through, so that he was more passive, and I was looking for. You remember when I first came on the set and I chose the red beret? I didn't have a clue.
I had forgotten that.
Yeah, I didn't have a clue, and somebody said, "No, that's not going to work here." I said, "Oh, really? Why?" I didn't have a clue. Because since then, of course, he'd been in The Godfather, and he'd been realized for his talent, and I was very impressed with him. But he was so disarming. It was fun to be around him, and I just sort of got behind him.
Right.
And I remember we shot a sequence landing there with him, with all the smoke and the choppers all coming in at once and all that ground activity going on. And what impressed me the most is I was beside myself with terror. One, that I would get hurt. Two, that I would ruin the shot, forget my lines.
In that order.
In that order, yeah. And Bobby was so impressive, because through all of that insanity and the noise and the smoke and the blades turning and moving and the long dolly shots with the cow being lifted and Father Elias.
That was the first stuff you saw?
Yes, first stuff. And I was so impressed with him. He knew all his lines, and he was talking like that. I said, I'm going to see you. You remember how he would do?
Yeah.
And I said, my God, this guy is something. Because it was hard to focus. And remember how hot it was. And it was so disarming. And there he was. He was so singularly focused.
And he had totally nailed that character.
Oh,
I
God,
think his father was a military.
He
was an admiral.
He was a Navy.
But yeah, he had nailed that character.
Yeah. His consciousness, his focus was so singular. You know, he just took it all in. He hit all the marks, said all the lines. And he landed in the shot. Remember, the chopper actually came down. He climbed down, put his hat on, started giving orders and talking to us, and we followed him to that whole long sequence. It was astonishing. I'd never seen anything like that before or since. You know.
And people have to realize that in those days, when you made a movie like that, everything was for real.
Yes, it was.
The helicopters, the helicopters were really landing, and we were really in them.
Yeah, I remember they would train us with a bamboo stick. There was a kid from Hawaii, David, one of our trainers, and he had some of the lads had bamboo sticks, and whenever we got near the tail of the choppers, there were so many landing, and we were running around, they would swing these sticks and said, when the scene starts, this is what's going to happen. You can't get close to these blades.
I am so thankful in my life that I made that film, and there was not one accident, not one loss of life or of even injury.
Yeah.
So that phone call, probably when you called your wife after the first couple of days, what did you say to her?
I was in a hotel in Manila at that time because we were going to and fro every day. We weren't living anywhere at that time yet. She said, well, tell me what it's like. I said, it's very hot. And we're going to be moving up to this little community called Balar and staying there for a while. So if you could get here, we'll bunk up there.
And when she said, well, what was the movie like? What did you say?
No, I told her, I said, I haven't been on the boat yet. I'm just sort of getting sunburned. You told us all to get as tanned as we could, so I was spending a lot of time in the sun and just trying to acclimate. And I guess the hardest thing was the heat. I'd never been in a jungle situation before. I didn't realize how that just sapped your energy. But once you got used to it, though, you remember how great we all looked and how thin we were.
Yeah.
So,
I wish.
Yeah, we'll have to go back.
Yeah.
But and then she did. She came about a week later. We went up to Balar, and we lived in that house with Bobby and some of the other guys.
And I have to say, after whatever it was, 200 days there, that the Philippine people were always very sweet. What I took back from that trip was a fondness for the Philippines and the Philippine people, because they're very gentle. I mean, they're complicated people like everyone, but they were very kind to me, and I don't have any no feelings I can think in the whole year and a half, 2 years of anything but a positive affection for them. But what was your impression of the cast?
Well,
what were there, 5 guys?
Lawrence, I guess, was the youngest. I was very surprised. He was 14 years old. Yeah.
He was supposed to play 17, but I cast him young to really look young. Lawrence Fishburne.
Yes, exactly. And Sam Bottoms, God rest him.
Beautiful young man.
Yes, he was.
He was of the Bottoms family, which was from Santa Barbara, which was a theatrical family.
Yeah.
And he was just a fine young man, wonderful actor.
I adored him.
So sweet.
Yeah. And then Freddie Forrest, chef, of course. We both smile because he's so he's so endearing and so vulnerable, and funny. And then
the captain.
That captain,
Albert Hall.
Albert Hall, yeah, who also had his children there, as you remember. He brought all his kids over.
It was a good cast, and they were wonderful guys.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, I adored them. The odd part about it is, or amazing part, I guess, is there was not one day of military service between the 5 of us.
Including me.
You as well.
I went 1 year to military school, which I ran away from. My greatest military service was I had written the script for Patton, which I got by saying I had military service, but I meant military school.
Yeah. But that was amazing, that none of us had any idea about what it was to be a sailor or a soldier.
But may I ask, I mean, you could be frank, what was your impression of me, just as a crazy guy?
Who?
Or me?
You?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I think
can
I
say
told
it.
you at the time. I think like every actor in the world at that time, and most of us still now, you were very intimidating.
Really?
Oh, God, yeah. You remember I came up, I think you were almost the same age. So as a boy, you know, Edo Kazan was the epitome of directors, for actors particularly. I mean,
well, the greatest acting in movies, you have to say, consistently was Kazan.
Yeah, exactly, until Coppola. And so here I was suddenly thrust into your company, and it was very intimidating. I can't begin to tell you.
Are we the same age? What year were you born?
40.
Oh, so I'm a year older.
39, yeah, okay, yeah. But that was the sense that, I mean, I'm not the only one. I mean, we talked about it. All the lads on the boat talked about it endlessly. How, I mean, you were disarming. You never treated us anything but wonderfully as actors, and you were a fellow journeyman with us on this. You were with us through the whole thing, all the difficulties, the journey, every part of it. If we were suffering, you were suffering. If you were free, we were free. But the image that you had the Godfather 1 and 2 and so forth. It was very, very impressive for all of us. You know, we were just. I think I mentioned to you at the time that this must have been what it was like to work with Kazan when we were kids. You know, that this was the ideal.
Well, I think what I learned from Kazan and what I tried to do, inspired by him, was to try to set the situation as much to the actor's advantage as I knew how to use what I knew about the actor personally to try to, you know, help by providing the props, the situations, even in some cases the little trickery, you know, where you try to get the actor to be surprised, but whatever you can do to give the actor the ingredients that then they can naturally feed on, because this was Kazan's. I mean, he would do interesting things to actors.
He was famous for it.
To get them to be real in their.
Did you know him?
I did know him. I had the pleasure of knowing him, but no, as a director, I just wanted to this day, I mean, try to you know, the actors, you just try to put them in make everything available to them, and then they can choose what's helpful to them, and you try to help them, prompt them to find themselves, because usually when you're starting a movie, all actors don't know what the hell they should do.
Didn't have a clue.
You had discovered who you were, I remember, in that tough, I don't know when it was, but I know that tough scene when you broke the mirror.
Oh, yeah, near the opening,
And it had been a dream of mine, and I was dreaming, I said, you know, and I had this dream, I said, you know, Marty, I thought you were so handsome. I said, but if you scratch the surface, Martin's, in the dream, Martin's vain.
Yeah, extremely.
And he doesn't want to admit it
no,
because he's a good guy. You know?
I still don't.
So I said, if you, in the dream, if you put him in front of a mirror and then taunt him on the fact that how handsome he is and how vain he is and how good he looks, that you'll get to another level of him. And it was just a dream. I mean, so I did it. I put you in front of a mirror and I said, oh yeah, I forget what I was telling you, but I was telling you, oh, how handsome you are. Look at that. Look at how great you look. And then you got so emotional about this that you punched yourself. I didn't know you were going to do that.
I didn't either.
Something did seemed as if something cracked and we were at another level. That then that was the guy. That's who he was. And then when you're walking around looking at tigers or this or that, you know, once you have who you are, then you just are. You have become the character.
And I remember you got the footage back from Rome, on that sequence, and you asked me to look at it, and I kept putting you off, and finally you said, I have to send it back now. This is your last chance. I want you to see it. And I said, with all due respect, I cannot see myself like that. Because I went back into the room the next day after that scene. You recall I was terribly drunk and discombobulated and raging, and I saw all the blood on the bed, and it just so terrified me, and I was so embarrassed and guilt-ridden, and I thought, you know, you were right. It was I was extremely vain, and I still am, and most actors are, whether they admit it or not. I couldn't admit it.
That's why they become actors.
Yes, exactly.
Why do you become an actor? You know?
That's true. But I didn't. I just couldn't believe that I had done that. I was relieved that I'd done it because I'd been fighting that kind of demon for a while, and I remember you tried to stop it. I don't know if you remember saying, Marty, what are you doing? I'm going to stop. And I begged you. I said, no, let it go. I want to wrestle this guy now.
Well, I thought, you know, I, of course, felt responsible because I didn't know you were going to cut your hand. I didn't know how bad you had cut your hand. I saw a lot of blood. But I thought if I do stop it, then he's gone through all of this, and for not for nothing, but you know, at least a few seconds more, because maybe we'll have something we can use. So it was I was sitting up on a couch on a dresser or something. I was up on a piece of furniture in that room so I could see, but I didn't know whether to jump down and say, okay, get the guy to look at his hand. And I've always, you know, I don't know, maybe your wife was mad at me. I didn't stop it right away, but I figured, you know, he's an actor and he's gone through this to try to get something beautiful, and maybe he has, in which it would be terrible to ruin it, you know. But it turned out to be not only for me an interesting, and for you experience that let us understand who the guy was and make what happened later easier, because you knew who you were a little bit, but also was it was also a startling scene at the beginning of the movie to set you up.
Yeah, it was,
because they saw that first.
That was a pivotal moment, and I remember you and I were talking one day about the character, and I was a little confused, and I said, but who is this guy? And this was after, because I think Marlon was there by this time, which was another.
That's much later.
Later, and I was talking to you because, as I say, that sequence in the hotel broke a lot of barriers that I had with you because of my image of you. I was intimidated, as we all were. You know, it was like
I approached the work with such insecurity too. I mean, I hope I do it right. I have to do more for them, and you know, I get like panicked as well.
But it never showed. You remember we were talking about the character one day, and I still wasn't secure in it, and I said to you, maybe you remember this, who is this guy? And you said, Marty, it's you. Whoever you are at the moment, that's all we got. If the sun is shining, you don't hold the umbrella up because the script says it's a rainy scene. Or if it's raining, don't pretend that the sun is shining, because the camera is going to photograph you at that moment of time, doing whatever it is or not doing whatever it is, and the camera is going to tell the truth.
Once the actors go through that process and they become the character, then you don't have to direct them really, because whatever they do, if you say, okay, go get a glass of water, they're going to go get a glass of water in character.
Yeah,
and do, you know, so you, after about 2-3 weeks, I don't know when it is, and as I say, all the actors do it at a different time, they achieve that state. And then they've sort of become the character, and so whatever they do that's honest. I mean, that's what Brando does. Brando, if he were acting, I always like to say this, and a herd of buffalo would roll by, he would in character say, oh, look at the buffalo. You know, he would totally be the character, because he doesn't care. You know?
That's true. Yeah.
But you had all, one by one, all of the guys on the boat had become, and certainly Duval arrived in character, but only one who couldn't figure out what the hell he was doing was Freddie Forrest.
Really?
And I decided, you know, I tried to be helpful to everyone, but I felt very comfortable that you were who you were, and the fish, as we used to call Lawrence, but he was the fish in those days.
everyone, but Frederick Forrest was in a very uncomfortable position. So I invited him to come with me and have some lunch together. And he said to me, Francis, I don't know who I am. I really just, I'm walking down the street in Beverly Hills with my girlfriend and so and so and so. I said, hey, that's the guy. Just, that's who you are. Whenever you wonder who you are, you're the guy. I'm not here.
I'm not here. That was his.
I'm not here. I'm in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
And once he knew that he wasn't there, that helped him a lot. And that's how he played the part. So it was interesting for me to see all the actors like slide into who they were. And that at a certain point, and it was about 3 weeks or thereabout, everyone was who they were on the boat. And then at that point, I think all we had to do now was to experience the story and see what you guys did in character. That's what I felt. That I thought you'd become the guy.
Yeah, and
but
I
at
knew
first, didn't it seem that the goings on of and also, as you probably must have heard from your friends, I mean, everyone thought, oh, this crazy man is there, and it's taking longer, and did you ever worry that what was going on in the Philippines was like out of control?
No, not once.
You never did?
No, never, not once. No, we all began to realize that, it was taking a toll, and that it was dicey, financially, and that you were in for a lot more than you bargained for financially, and your own personal stake. And so that gave it an urgency for all of us that didn't exist when we started, So
we had our families there,
we
which
did,
was a big comfort to me. I mean, those little kids, Sophia was like 4, your kids, Renee. I loved having kids around. And they were all around, all your kids were there.
Yeah.
Charlie, he was a little kid.
Yeah,
Roman.
he got very involved in the with Freddie Blau in the makeup department.
As did Roman.
Yeah, he loved that.
And my boy Gio, he was there. He was just the age where he was starting to be big, so he would be like one of the extras.
And you did a scene with Emilio.
Yeah.
And Gio together. Yeah.
What was that scene?
They did a little scene where Gio was injured, and Emilio is yelling, "Medic, medic, medic," and we're passing by. Didn't make the film, but they were just happy as
I
Larry.
gotta find that footage.
Yeah.
How about the tiger?
Tiger.
Do you remember the tiger?
I remember I asked one of the lads to put a round in the 45, and I said, because that, we're gonna get close, and he said, no, you'll hurt the tiger. I said, what about the tiger hurting me and Freddie? And no, he didn't have the slightest concern about it. We were assured, that he would be okay. And
you remember how they were baiting the tiger, though?
The little pig.
The guy, that crazy stuntman, Terry Leonard, was holding a pig and trying to get the tiger and then if the tiger jumped for the pig, he threw the pig in a wooden box and closed the door so the tiger could. You remember that?
Yes, but then the tiger got the pig and took off and dragged Terry Leonard through the bush as well.
The tiger got the pig
he did,
and ran off to eat it, I assume.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that was a very dangerous tiger.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And I remember Freddie Forrest is in the front because he was there with you, but he was a little ahead of you. And I kept saying, Freddie, get closer, get closer. I'm not getting closer. And that tiger did kill someone in the subsequent years, I'm told.
He was from California.
Yeah.
He was raised here, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't used to the jungle.
But I mean, the tiger was more dangerous than they let you on to think. That's what I heard.
Wow.
But we didn't see much of the tiger, even in the movie. If you look at that scene,
but it's the editing. You cut right to when he
But there was
moves,
all I had.
Yeah. Oh, is that it?
I didn't have a lot of fun because the tiger got the pig, and then they had to try to find the tiger.
Yeah.
And I remember they brought the tiger up with all the Italian wives when they came to visit the Italian crew, and the pilot who was flying the tiger wouldn't get in the plane because it was in the back with the wives. And they had to bring a ladder, and he climbed through the window of the front of the plane with the door.
I didn't know this.
Yes.
No.
That was strange.
Yeah.
Strange things and also the fact that we shot a lot of the interior helicopter scenes when we were flying.
In the air, yeah. Now today that would not be done.
They
Am I
wouldn't
right
be-
or wrong?
They wouldn't
No.
even have helicopters.
They wouldn't have done that.
But we were up there. We were playing scenes where we're talking and you're talking, and we were flying.
Yeah, and
then
the
all
flare went off.
And all those flares. I mean, we did some very dangerous things as I think back on it.
Yeah. Wow.
So when the typhoon hit and we were in that, did you go home?
Well, we waited it out. We were, as I said, I think you were with the company in Alongapo, and we were in a little community, I guess about 40 or 50 miles away, and we had no communication. There were rumors that you guys had been swept away, and rumors that we'd been swept away, and there was no communication.
Right. There was no communication.
Nothing.
We didn't know what happened to the other
Nobody
part of
knew.
the group.
And Bill Graham was with us. And
that must have been.
Oh, and that was a trip. Oh, I adored
I forgot.
him.
Yeah, he was a wonderful character.
Adored
Good
him.
actor, too.
Yes, he was. And,
What
I had
what
acted with him over in New York years
when
before.
he was starting. Yeah. Bill Graham always wanted to go to the Oscar. And
Really?
he said to me, he says, Francis, he says, I would love to go to the Oscar. Could you get it so I could go? So we were going to go to the Oscars, and I had to give the award. Ultimately, it went to Michael Cimino for Deer Hunter. So I'm sitting next to Bill Graham. We're in our tuxedos, and my wife and kids are off in the B seats because they give you 2-seat when you're a presenter. So I'm sitting next to Bill Graham, getting ready to go do my bit, and he's eating a cookie. He's got a bag of cookies. Me, like if there's food, I say, give me one, and I take the cookie and I eat the cookies. Francis, no. And I said, why not? He says, well, never mind.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
so now I
my.
go down
Oh,
to
dear.
the thing. They come and get me, and I'm giving the award. I'm with Ali McGraw, and we're about to read the element, and she says, oh, the director is the most important thing, blah, 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 blah. And I'm supposed to say my lines, and then I just get this inspiration. I turn to the audience, and I say, I just want to tell everyone first that we're on the eve of the most wonderful transition in the movie business. Things are going to be possible in a few years that will, and but above all, although we'll be able to do all these new techniques, but it was all Bill Graham's cookie, which I didn't really know was in the cookie.
Is this the first time you've revealed it?
I've told people, but that's what really happened. Bill Graham, what a fabulous character. And what was Bill like during the typhoon?
So funny. He wore a watch that had California time and I think Europe or something. But this is before computers or cell phones or anything. And so we moved out of the hotel and took rooms with this family in this house, like we did in Villar. And we invited him because there was another room. He was going crazy at the hotel. We said, move over here with us. So we got him a room. And Janet bought him a little telephone, a toy telephone, and he would walk around all day. Hello, Los Angeles. Yeah, what's going on over there? Listen, well, it's He was so funny.
He was a great
running,
guy.
he was a running commentary on everything, and so funny. And he was already delayed. He was supposed to have finished filming.
Yeah, I think what people should understand is that a lot of people came to do whatever we're doing. They were going to go back in 2 days, and then this storm happened, and nobody could go anywhere. So we were all there for another month. I remember, and you were there. We were shooting something, and I said, let's shoot during the typhoon. And you remember that the whole set had been
blown away.
And we were in there. Well, you were too. Remember the still photographer, Josh Wiener, and we were digging and trying to shoot. We did shoot, in fact. That was that sequence. It only got put in the long version where the Playboy bunnies were all in the tents.
Oh, yeah.
Remember we were trying to, when you were bargaining the barrels of fuel for the girls, you remember how we were trying to, ourselves, the cast, rebuild the set because of rain. That wasn't fake rain in that scene.
No. The mud was about.
Yeah. But do you remember that we were, for a while, that I was saying, let's shoot anyway. And
that was the sequence where the boy came through with the little puppy.
Yeah.
Kept walking through the shot.
Yeah. But that was all when everyone said, okay, this is a typhoon, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
And I said, no, let's shoot. And we did shoot. And we shot that sequence.
Yeah.
And we were all trying to save the set and put the tent back up. That's what but then I finally said, well, this is bigger than I am. I'm, because it was always my idea to, whatever happens, to just shoot with it, because then you'll get something maybe extraordinary. You never know. And as you say, a lot of times we were stranded and didn't even know what had happened to you.
Didn't have a clue.
I remember once Bill Graham was at some house where I was living, and the water was now coming up. And Bill Graham and my two kids are all playing cards. And the lights had gone out. The power, I had been listening to Madame Butterfly, I remember on the record, and all the power went out. And I come in there and I walk in this surreal situation, my kids playing cards with Bill Graham, and the water is, they're just in the water. Water is 2 feet in the ground because no point, you couldn't get out of it. And then all of a sudden the power came on and Madame Butterfly started to play. I mean, there were so many surreal situations in aside from the making of the film, but at that point, the making of the film and the living there, working on the film had become one and the same thing, you know.
Do you remember Vittorio Stororo's first glimpse of Bill Graham was at a supper we were all invited to with all the Italian families. The whole crew were there, and you and your family and me and Janet, and we were all sitting at this very long table at one of the crew's house, because the supper used to move around.
Yeah, and it was always great because the Italians would cook.
Yes, and Vittorio Stororo said to me, Martin, who is this man in here? I said, that's Bill Graham. What is he doing in here? He's the actor. He's the guy that's going to be with the Playboy. And he starts talking to Bill. He says, Bill, do you know who you look like? And Bill said, no, what? He said, you look like Agamemnon. You know Agamemnon from the Greek. And he began, I don't know if you remember this, he began to tell the whole story of Agamemnon and Zeus, the whole Greek thing, to everybody at the table. He would do it in English for us, and then he would do it in Italian for all the Italians.
And he thought Bill should be Agamemnon.
He was
not
Agamemnon.
a bad idea.
He loved his mug.
Yeah.
You know, he would always wear pressed shirts.
He always looked like a prince.
He always looked.
He would fall in the mud. He would get up. He would still look clean.
It was fine. And there was so much downtime. We would be sitting around, and there was more than one sequence that we would shoot in the sun, and then it would rain. So you'd shoot it in the rain, and we'd wait for the rain. It wouldn't. The sun would come, and so we had every sequence practically. That would be another release for the film.
Yeah,
you know?
we
This
have
is
the rainy version.
No,
we have the sunny version.
And one day, we were all lounging around on the boat, just waiting for one. And Vittorio had his little thing, and he's looking at the sky, and he looks down at me, and he walks by, and he says, I want to like. I said, well, the violence is not well. He was talking about the violence of the war and what we were doing, and it was like troubling to him, you know.
Yeah,
and it just came out in that little, the violence is not well, you know. I thought, oh,
well, he didn't speak English when I hired him. I had been so impressed with, he did the photography on the Conformista.
Yeah.
And I just fell in love with that. I met him, and it was like very far out for me to hire this Italian guy who could not speak English, but of course he learned. And he brought his kids.
Yeah.
So,
yes,
you know, I see this movie as all these little kids. Remember those his little daughter, Francesca, looked like Snow White.
And his gaffer, Luciano.
Luciano was always there without a shirt.
He looked like a lion with his hair. And he adopted a Filipino baby.
Kid,
he came on the set holding this little, I guess it was a couple of months old child, and his hand, the head was here and the body was here, and he was going around to everybody. Bravo, bravo.
Bravo. Well, you know, to understand this movie, it was very interesting because the entire crew was Italian from Rome.
Yeah.
The actors, of course, came from United States. Everyone had their kids. The crew were Filipino, but there were also many Vietnamese.
Yes. Yeah.
And there were many, and then we even, later on, we got into the Ifugao people who are Montagnard people. So there were like 20 languages.
And the French.
And the French. So there were all these languages going. You never dealt in any language. It was Italian. What little Italian I know, I learned on Apocalypse Now, not from my family.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah.
But it was an extraordinary, aside from the movie, extraordinary situation.
Yeah.
What was your impression with Marlon? Because at one point, we all got there to this crazy set of this big temple, and we meet Marlon Brando.
Yeah.
Had you known him before?
No, I never. Not only would I never thought I'd get to meet him, but to work with him.
Like
wow.
me, he was
our age, out of the New York theater, he was a god.
He really was, yeah. So that was.
What was he like to you when you first met him?
Very sweet.
Yeah,
he didn't like my smoking. That was the one. He just couldn't bear people smoking around him.
Yeah.
He once said that I was a Neanderthal for smoking, and I couldn't stop. But I wouldn't smoke around him.
Right.
You know. But he was. I loved the way he was. Disarming to everyone. Remember his first day on the set? I think there was 200 people there, and he introduced himself to every single one.
He was very good about that. Yeah. He knew, I mean, let's face it, from the time he was 24 or 25, he was Marlon Brando. Yeah. He was like, came on the scene like electricity. So he had lived with being that kind of star, and more than a star, great personality, a beautiful man, and so handsome. Yeah. He was a brilliant, brilliant man. I mean, aside from the acting, just what he thought about and talked about. So I can imagine that he would be very kind and charming.
Extreme.
Putting everyone at ease.
Everyone, yeah. The last thing he would talk about was acting or filmmaking. He'd talk about anything but that.
Yeah, he didn't like to talk about acting. No, he didn't think acting was all that hard.
No, or a big deal. You know, but he lived nearby us on the hill. And we used to do a lot of barbecuing, and one day he just suddenly appeared. And Janet said, "Would you like to join us?" Of course he did. And it became almost a ritual. He would come down, and the kids didn't really have a clue who he was, and they would ask him all these questions.
He loved kids. He was very comfortable with kids.
He was very funny. He would do little jokes, and you know, he'd do these little tricks, you know, with them. And
he
so
genuinely liked kids.
He really was.
I think he liked kids, and he liked animals because they didn't. Everyone else makes a deal out of, oh, you're important.
Yeah.
And kids, they either like you or they don't like you.
Exactly. Yeah.
And animals are like that too. You know.
Yeah.
And
so the kids would ask him all these questions: Where are you from? What are you doing? How did this come about? How did that? You know? And that's how he learned about him, about his life and kind of who he was. You know.
How wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember his big anger. I never knew whether it was real or not with Dennis Hopper.
Oh, God, I didn't know if it was either.
Do you think it was real?
Well, I think he disapproved of some of Dennis's behavior.
But I never knew for sure, because Dennis Hopper is also a very brilliant guy. I never knew for sure if Marlon was doing this because that was a concept of his, how he thought the character related to that character. Or whether or not he really felt that way.
It was never clear.
I never knew, but all I know is I couldn't bring Dennis Hopper in a room with Marlon without there being some fireworks. And then, of course, we used it, and we photographed it in those scenes where you were there as in your first scenes with Marlon.
Do you remember the scene when we were setting up? You had a long dolly shot where I came into the temple to dispose of him. And it was only my shadow on the wall so that we could get the axe hitting him with his shadow and all. Do you remember the early take on that? I think it was the very first take where he was reading a book, and when I came up behind him to hit him. Do you remember the take, what he did?
I don't know that I remember that.
As I reached, you know, as I raised the hatchet to hit him, he saw it in the shadow on the wall. He turned to me and he said, "Pray for your father." Do you remember that?
I do vaguely remember that.
I dropped the hatchet and I just sort of, I didn't know what to do. I was just totally disarmed, discombobulated. And you said, "Oh, what's the problem?" You yelled, "Cut!" Of course. "Hey, what's the problem here?" And I said, "I can't explain it." But it was just extraordinary.
Well, interaction with Marlon was a real adventure because and again, where the movie ended and the life began, being with him, with the things he would talk about. Do you remember when he came? He was supposed to be there for 3 weeks, and the whole first week. You remember those days?
We were working on the script. Yeah.
You guys were all ready to shoot, but you didn't know what we were going to shoot. I didn't know what to shoot. I mean, thank God for Vittorio Storaro, because I said, well, I got this great big guy. I don't have a Green Beret uniform, so I can't have like the military thing because they don't make Green Beret
uniforms in size extra, extra, XXXXX. So how can I dress him? And then I just had this idea, well, if I shoot him in black with the bald head, he'll look like a big guy because he had big shoulders. Then I'll get Pete Cooper, who was 6'7", who was our boat guide, and we'll portray Kurtz as a giant, which is sort of what we tried to do. But it was Victoria who said, Francis, we just try something with the light, let's start, what's the difference? So I had no idea how to do any of that sequence. I go up there, you're there, we put him in the darkness, and then Marlon starts acting with the shadows. Remember, he's poking his head out, and putting the sponge on his head, and step by step, all those conversations in the houseboat, I started to listen to them because I was recording everything and, making a script of what he could talk about that would be related to what we were talking about, and just piece together, because it was nothing like the script.
No. And he changed the name too, remember? He wanted to go back to Kurtz.
No, yeah. He said, no, Kurtz is a terrible name.
Yeah, he wanted an all-American name.
Yeah, he says, it should be something beautiful, like Laley.
Yeah.
So Langley, Laley.
Yeah.
So we called him Colonel Laley at his request. Then after we shot it all like that, he said, no, it should be Kurtz. I said, but we already did it. If you look in the movie and you'll see, he says Kurtz, he's really saying Laley.
No, I didn't see it, no.
Well, you don't see it.
Yeah.
I mean, movies are very forgiving.
Yeah.
But that was a crazy period with Marlon, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that whole you in the bamboo thing and then his hop, that was the epitome of the madness of that production.
Yeah. I remember landing at the compound from the boat, and Dennis's very first scene. And it was a dialogue scene between he and I and the lads as we walked up and around and saw all this destruction and madness around. And after take 38, of course, by then it was a monologue. No one could get a word edgewise with Dennis, and it was fine.
Have you ever been in a film where it was quite that far out in terms of everything being changed right in front of you?
No.
Scary.
No, it was, but we always knew that it was
unusual.
Possible.
Yeah.
It was possible. And it wasn't, I mean, it was frustrating a lot of times because so much time was spent waiting, around for weather
or a script.
Whatever.
Do you remember when Freddie Forrest got the call sheet that said he had to have the head cut off, and he didn't know his character was going to have his head cut off?
Well, I remember one scene you had me shot. When we arrived at the Dolong Bridge, you said, he should get shot here. I think we're going to have him get shot. And so I got shot. Do you remember that? In the rain, fell in a ditch, a mud hole.
You got wounded.
Yeah, got wounded.
That's pretty good. Why didn't we use that? I like that.
And I remember asking one of the veterans, what's it like to get shot? And he says, you won't know it until someone else will tell you you've been shot. It's like...
what did you think during this? You must have gone home and said, well...
The one time... when the charges went off in the water, when we were leaving that sequence, that was the scariest time for me. Because they were lifting the boat up ever so slightly, but it was like an earthquake. The charges were rocking the boat, and it was like, oh my God, this was like mortar shells, landing nearby. And it was like, wow, what if one of those actually hits the boat? It was made out of plastic. It could blow a hole in it, and this is where we're going to land, But I could swim by then.
But so we've talked a little bit about Marlon, and then you've talked about this in Ellie's documentary, but I remember the news in the morning that you had this heart attack, and of course we were all scared because I thought you were just like a physical, behemoth. You're solid muscle. So I said, well, I don't understand. Actually, your youth was a very good thing for you.
Yeah, because I've been told that it was a good thing if I was going to have one, I had it when I was young.
When
now it would kill me.
you were very strong at that time when you had it. You were just smoking too much and exercising too much at the same time.
Yeah, it was nutty.
I remember my first impression was you were there. That I vaguely think you were there, but my impression was you were going to make it. That of course. All the rumors started happening. Oh, it's serious. Some people even said you had died.
Yes.
And that's when I said that terrible thing is that he's not dead until I say, because they were calling up their agents. It was a very vulnerable time, and they were saying Martin's had a heart attack. And I said, don't say anything because we don't know. He's okay. He's going to be all right. I just came from him. I remember as soon as I was there talking to the doctor, I knew you were going to make it. I didn't know what the consequences would be of making it, whether you would be. I didn't realize it would be the recovery that it turned out to be. And of course, you know, the way the film was being financed, had the backers pulled out, they would have just taken what we had spent out of me, and there would be no film. And it was only the fact that you and Janet agreed to, well, you were going to go for whatever it was, 8 weeks, or go home and be taken care of. And you left me Joe.
My brother, yeah.
And we just continued shooting with Joe. And you know, he physically looked like you. And I said, look at Joe, we dress him up like you. Go do whatever you would normally do in this circumstance. Get all the care. Go. Did you go to L.A.?
No, we stayed in a hotel. We had I guess about 2 weeks in the hospital, and then in a hotel in Manila near Makati Medical Center, where I just recovered. I guess it was about 6 weeks before I actually came back. Yeah, and the kids came back over.
So we were shooting the
You
whole
were shooting
time.
with Joe, yeah, you were shooting all the explosions. And
It looked like you. I mean, I don't even know in the movie now which it's Joe and which is you. And then I remember you did come back after about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And in a sense, the gamble worked that we, you know, rather than people, you know, when I was a kid in the East Coast, who you probably, when it snowed, everyone's, oh, it's snowing, we're not going to go to school, we're not going to do anything. People, whenever something happens, people are very quick to throw up their hands, say, okay, well, everything is canceled.
Yeah.
But I thought it was better to just go keep working and, you know, you figure you had all the care that you could possibly have, and you were going to either get better or you're not going to get better, but I felt you were going to get better. I know your wife felt, we all felt.
We were determined, yeah.
We all felt that you were definitely going to get better. And then you came back after about 6 weeks. I remember it was a very happy day. And then we had a number of scenes in which we had shot the big wide shot and stuff, and then we got kind of focused on the closer stuff. And we did.
And I was monitored. I had those chest monitors, and I wore a belt.
And now I don't know which scenes are which. You know, I mean, which is saying a lot. I don't know if that's Joe, or whether you shot it before you had this experience or after. But you know, somehow it all. And then we did shoot a little bit in L.A. Just stuff with
Napa.
the pouch, in Napa
on
with
the Sacramento River. We
yeah.
did all the inserts with the pouch, and a lot of close-ups of the boat moving.
Right, but by now this has been like a year and a half, right?
Yeah, it would have been, yeah.
So I guess what I wanted to ask you really is, what was it like when? Because there are lots of rumors about the picture, that it was a mess, that it wasn't going to get done, and then finally I took it to Cannes as an unfinished picture, because I felt the only defense I had from all this journalism, you know, predicting the worst, was just to show it and say, this is what I got. What was it like from where you were and with your family and stuff now, the post, this last session when the film finally got exposed, I guess in Cannes? You weren't in Cannes, were you?
I went to the Ziegfeld Theater in New York with a friend, and that was the first time I ever saw it on the big screen.
Yeah, that was a nice theater.
Oh, God, yeah. And I remember sitting there, and when the scene with Bobby, attacking the village, the aircraft coming in, and it was all this talking, and people were just coming in the theater. And I turned around to ask them to be quiet, and then I realized it was on the soundtrack.
Yeah, that was
the voices on the soundtrack.
That was the first time that what is now the Dolby 5 point. We invented that basically. That 5-track stereo. It was the first mix of sound that ever. Walter Murch, of course, did it, and I had this idea that the music should be this synthesized 5-point stereo, and we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
And that became, from that point on, the standard for all the movies today are done like Apocalypse was done. That was the first one, and that became the Dolby standard.
it was very, very impressive.
What were you expecting, and the reaction?
It was hard to get through the opening, frankly, because I had never seen it. Even though I had done the narration for it, I had never seen the actual footage that it would be part. So I didn't know what you'd used. And it was so shocking. And my friend said to me, as we were watching it, how does it feel to watch that? And I said, well, that's not who I am. That's who I was at that moment. And it's okay. Because I was seeing somebody that made the film, and I wasn't that same person now. So it was okay. And I think you maybe have heard me say in interviews since then that if anybody would have told me coming in, you know, okay, we're going to do this film, we're going to be in the Philippines for maybe 15 months, you might have some problems here and there. What do you say? I said, no, thanks very much, I'll pass. But I've learned since then that I have not the slightest regret, because I never would have known myself the way that I've been privileged to know, and to accept the responsibility for who I am, what I did, and to go on. It was a landmark in my life, and that scene in particular revealed something to me about myself. You know, I still had an image of myself, and I was trying to project.
But you were willing during that scene because you did it.
Yeah, it broke me. I mean, it broke me in a good way. It was like it broke through my, as you say, my ego. You call it the vanity. It was my ego. It was like, yeah, I want to be handsome, and I want to be virile, and I want to be, you know, able to project this part. But the only thing that made all that possible was the brokenness, which came out by accident, basically, you know.
Well, it was funny. It was truly a dream. I mean, I don't know the night before, but I had this very vivid dream that told me that. I don't know where that comes from.
Yeah. You also revealed one day about a dream you had the night before. You were very disturbed because in the dream, the film was about to be released and you hadn't had a chance to cut it yet. Yeah. Do you remember that?
Those are a lot of anxiety. You know, one night I want to bring up something, and it's been such a pleasure to talk to you. But one night we were shooting at the Kurtz compound night, and we were doing some lighting, so there was a lot of time. And I was up in a big tower. I don't know if you remember this story.
Throwing coconuts?
No, I was up on a tower, or some tower, and I asked them to get you out of wherever you were and come up into the tower with me. And you came up the tower, and you sat up there with me, and we were overlooking the whole thing. Do you remember that at all?
Go on. Yeah, I was afraid of the height.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So you said, well, what is it?
I was afraid of everything.
So you got up way up this tower, and where the two of us are in this little, I don't know, it was a tower part of the set, and we're looking out over this thing. And I remember this night very well because it took a lot of courage of me to say this to you. And I said to you something to the effect of, you know, Marty, this thing we're working on, it's been crazy and everything, but I want you to know that I think that this thing that we've done is going to live for a long time and be a classic.
To have confidence.
Well, I don't know why I was telling you. It was just that I had this great realization that what we had done was sort of monumental in all of its craziness and weakness, but that in the end it would be looked on as something that, you know, we were both going to be associated with for all our lives, and when we're gone.
Our lives are, I guess, forever entwined and just on that one experience. And so I've never had a chance to thank you publicly for it, but I'm extremely grateful to you. The change that it made in my life, personally and career-wise, has never, ever been the same. And so I
want to thank you and your family and your wife for persevering so that we could get it through. It was several times it was almost
a little dicey.
It was very dicey, but thank you, and
thank you,
and thanks for coming and spending this very enjoyable time sitting around talking to you and reminiscing. Thank you, Marty.
Hey,
thanks for your wonderful performance.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we can order food. He wanted to work up into a piece that originally I thought was called A Psychedelic Soldier. And the idea was that George was going to direct it and John was going to write it. And Carol Ballard was in there also talking about Heart of Darkness and stuff. And at one point, not my idea, but at one point, Milius and George decided that they would somewhat borrow the idea of the boat going up the river to attach all these vignettes that John was talking about to something that he would write. And I I was interested in getting George the chance to direct a feature film, and in fact I succeeded, and George made a film called THX 1138, which was his first film. And the idea was that George would make as his second film a script that John would write, and at that time I was able to wangle from Warner Brothers some funds to give all these young people money so they could do it, including George. And John Milius began to write a screenplay, which finally he called Apocalypse Now. And it was done, and it was a very good script, we thought, and George was going to do it. And then we had a lot of, setbacks, and the administration at Warner Brothers sort of dumped us. I think they saw THX 1138, which was so far out in their minds that it wasn't what they thought they wanted to get into. And ultimately, all these scripts and stuff wanted to do. The end of the original Milius script was quite different. It didn't really end in the same way as, or without any of the kind of philosophy of Heart of Darkness, but rather ended in a giant battle in which the Willard character joins with Kurtz, and together they hold off the big John Wayne battle scene. And that didn't really feel right to me. But also, I didn't want to make it in 16 millimeter. My idea was to do the opposite, to go there and make it in IMAX.
Yes, right.
And to kind of make it in 3D, make it in quadraphonic sound, to kind of be able to go in and rather than a documentary, to make it in the opposite of that. And so what happened was I did basically put up, again, my own money, which was in the form of my house that by that time I had come into possession.
This is after, the extraordinary thing about this is after the enormous success of Godfather.
Right, well, Godfather, and then really what was catching lightning in a bottle, Godfather and Godfather 2, and The Conversation. So I I'd won all these Oscars. I had won 5 Oscars.
You were the director of the decade.
Right, and here I am. No one had ever touched the Vietnam subject. No one had ever made a feature film, other than John Wayne, who had made The Green Berets. And I was going to take up all the money I had made, which I had, among other things, bought the great Inglenook estate, which gathered around, or were George's friends. And since George was now working for me at that time and with me, they sort of would come in to get inside the studio. And our office was filled with people who later became the famous directors of that period.
And they included?
Well, specifically John Milius, but it was John Milius.
Who was also a writer.
And well, he was a writer. Carol Ballard, Caleb Deschanel, what's his name? Brian De Palma was around. And of course, it was like we were the Trojan horse. We were in the studio and we could get in through the gate. And so they were around and we were always talking. And the idea, I think even Carol Ballard had always been the one to say that he would like to do the classic Heart of Darkness, the Joseph Conrad novel, which of course Wells had wanted to do and prepared but never made. And also around was John Milius, who was beginning, he's a great storyteller, Milius, and he was telling about these young guys, surfers, who came back from Vietnam, and the vision of Vietnam was different than any war. I mean, it was guys on LSD looking at the rockets in the air, and of course the use of drugs as an element in that war, and these extraordinary anecdotes that were coming back, guys surfing on the breaks in Vietnam. And this collection of impressions and stories he had heard, people who control the financial existence of our society, to somehow position yourself correctly in the public perception, which means dealing with the press, which is tricky. My problems that really, when you talk about what happened to me after Apocalypse Now, happened with Apocalypse Now because when we began to be very, very criticized, and I began to be very criticized after I had done so much work, I couldn't believe that a young American who was willing to take all his money to go off and make a film about Vietnam should basically not have some people who were like supporting him and saying.
And I would agree with that too.
So
I mean,
I was blown away.
You're putting it all on the table.
Yeah, and all I got was, if you look at the stuff they wrote about it, basically I had done this amazing thing by making what was to be considered a classic, Academy Award winner, and then, without even wanting to, asked to do it again, and did it again,
Right.
and innovated the whole concept
Godfather
of
1 and 2.
Part 2, and then after that, it was time for my fall. And if you ever ask me why everyone got down on me after Apocalypse Now, which is another classic in some people's eyes, I would answer it and say simply it was the thing to do.
It was the nature of the way the world works.
And it was
if
the- it
somebody
was the
goes up
thing
the
to
slippery
do.
totem pole, there's someone to try to reach and say, pull him
It
down.
was my personality. I mean, they're going to...
A Danish company called Lanterna Film. I wanted to call it, American Lanterna, or Magic Lantern. And eventually we went back and forth, and we called it American Zoetrope. And the idea was it was this group of filmmakers, and it wasn't just me making the film. It was George was going to make one, John Milius was going to make one, a man named John Cordy. Did you ever hear of John Cordy? Korty. He was a important filmmaker in San Francisco, and so that's how it happened.
So when you were 25 years old and directing your film, were there many other 25-year-old directors who came from film school at that time? Was that a real
There
thing?
was one who was someone I admired immensely, who was young, who had directed the Sonny and Cher movie, and he was from Chicago. He didn't really come from a film school, but he really impressed me, and we were always up for the same thing, but we were good friends. His name was Billy Friedkin, and he had made a film that I thought was the highest thing you could do. He made a film, The People versus Paul Crump. Did you ever hear that movie?
I've not.
It was about a black guy was going to be executed. Wonderful films, and that's when a lot of the Corman people I knew like Nicholson was always in the Corman pictures, but he became very important. And Dennis Hopper, who later was in my Apocalypse. Dennis Hopper was a handful. He was amazing. He was in Rumblefish.
Tell me about Roger Corman and that whole world, the Corman world.
The Corman world was before all this happened. I was very poor film student, and I was living in a tiny little place. I had gone to military school for a while. In fact, the same military school that Donald Trump went to, New York Military Academy. And I ran away. I went AWOL and didn't want to stay there. And my father never forgave me for that, because he had borrowed the money on one of those deals where you pay, and he still had to pay even though I wasn't there. So he said, I'm going to have nothing to do with your college. So I had about $1.25 a day to live on beside this little hovel I lived in. And that meant I kind of had 25 cents for breakfast, 50 cents for lunch, and then I would eat Kraft macaroni and cheese dinners every night, because that was it, So I was extremely poor. But there were some fabulous faculty members. One was a woman, who was my directing teacher, who was a famous woman, really, named Dorothy Arzner. Have you ever? Today you can't get one song for her. Wow. He did many unusual things. Number one, he had the first score that was all basically rock and roll. And he's the first person at the end of the movie, when the movie ends, there's like 4 lines about the main characters, that so-and-so went and did this, so-and-so went to the Vietnamese War. That was George's, all his innovation. No one had ever done it before. And when we showed the film previewed to Universal, Universal sent up some executives, and they saw the preview. And when it was over, they said, well, we're very disappointed. We really think it needs a lot of work. And I said to them, are you kidding? I said, they loved it. I said, you ought to get on your knees and thank this young man for saving your job, because because if you don't want it, I'll buy the film for you right now. And because I did have the ability to do it, even though my wife had said, I wish I had. No, I don't, because, my philosophy is you win a few, you lose a few, it all comes out the same.
That movie really impacted that music as well. Like the whole revival of 50s music really began with that movie. And to this day, you can hear a radio station that plays music from the 50s.
Right.
That was not the case before that.
I didn't even what I did is I had a copy of Heart of Darkness with me, and between the script, I would use my underlined copy of Heart of Darkness to do it. In fact, like the Dennis Hopper character in the movie, he wasn't in the script at all. But when I saw how wired Dennis Hopper was, I invented. There was a character in Heart of Darkness called the Russian, who's sort of like the sayer of Kurtz, of the prophet or whatever. And I invented that character with Dennis Hopper right during the movie, and that became you remember the Dennis Hopper part in Apocalypse?
Yeah, of course.
That didn't exist. That was out of the book. But even like the music that people think, because my family, a classical musician, it was my idea to play Wagner through the attack. That was John Milius's idea.
There's a story that you shot for several weeks and then took a break and went back to San Francisco and then rethought the film during that break. Is that what happened?
Not exactly. What happened is when we were casting, some of the people I liked weren't available, and my best bet was Harvey Keitel, who's a great actor. But Harvey Keitel is in a school of acting that is very active. Sort of De Niro does it, big kid, in terms of like if you said, look, I don't want you to eat that ice cream, he would eat the ice cream. So when he came for Apocalypse Now, he knew that he was a Green Beret colonel, that he couldn't be a fat Green Beret colonel, but he came way overweight. But then he knew that, and I won't recount the many steps of this, but basically what that meant is that that's what made us shoot him in the dark with just a beam of light. But he had just that beam of light, but boy, did he use it. He poked his head in it, he poked his head out of it. In other words, whatever he was going to use, he used it creatively.
That's a great example of problem solving, because you wanted the military guy to be in shape when he showed up and he wasn't. So you shoot him in the dark, and it's iconic because of the fact that you were working around something that you wouldn't have chosen.
Right. In other words, when I first realized that he was so big, I said, why don't we go the other way to him? I said, why doesn't he got big and we show him with a mango in one hand and a native girl in the other? He said, no.
That was a different story entirely. Well, the theme dealt with kind of what happens if you took a light bulb called morality and put too much electricity in it. I was so scared. Not only was I on the hook for the whole cost, but interest in those days was going from 17% to 18%, and it became 22%. So I not only owed like $30 million or whatever it was, but it was at an interest rate that you could never pay.
So what was it that gave you relief?
The breakthrough on Apocalypse for me, I was scared stiff, as you can imagine. So with that, plus there's this big, long, complicated scene. Duval is there, and he says, I love the smell of napalm in the morning, and there's 1,000 Vietnamese prisoners. There's like 6 cameras, 1 in slow motion. The jets had to be coordinated, a lot of helicopters, and then 3 jets come. We could do it twice. And when that happened, all in one take, that I knew that I didn't have to do it a second time. I figured somehow I'm over the hump. I mean, I wasn't. but in my heart, I mean, up to that moment, I thought, this is going to finish me. Every day in the papers, they were ridiculing the movie, and they'd call it Apocalypse When and Apocalypse Never. And I mean, they were really waiting to kill that picture.
There was so much negativity. I was just wondering what your filter was, because you just
I didn't have a filter. I mean, my family, but I just was really sad. You know, I was sad and I was depressed, and in some cases, with the financial aspect, I was scared.
I don't think anyone would envy what you went through in an Apocalypse Now, but there's part of a filmmaker that is really envious that they wish they could have that situation where you get to go get lost and have a film just consume you so much that you become one.
Milius says something very funny, but he says, you know, in the old days, to be a director, you had to have the puttees, those kind of writers, and a writing crop. Then a little later, you had to have a beard. Then mortgage your house and put up everything you had on the picture till finally you had to put your sanity at risk. And then you'd be a director.
Then you're,
so
you set the bar so high.
The stake for being a director kept going up and up and up and up.
Well, to other filmmakers, you seemed fearless. Like, nobody could say anything. What's fun about your whole filmography is that you keep taking chances. You will not, there's something about who you are that even after Apocalypse Now, and then you go from One from the Heart.
Love is a high wire act, especially with this guy.
It's exciting enough for you!
After Apocalypse, I was so bruised by the experience that I made it One from the Heart as the panacea.
Darabont, terrific filmmaker. He was at a Westwood screening of Apocalypse Now, a rough cut. It was one of the greatest experiences that he had ever had. He said in the ending moments of the movie that there was this haunting ending that he saw on Z Channel with the explosions and credits going over it, but it wasn't on the DVD or the Redux. He said how bold you were to cut that out of a movie, this incredible sequence, and end with no credits, which is a great way to end it as well. But at what point did you say, I'm taking this out? And is it because it was your own finances that you could say, this is better for the film to just take this out?
Well, the original concept was that the film in those days was like in a semi-roadshow format, which means it was a special screening. And my idea was that the film have no credits, and instead everyone gets a program, which we did.
Opening credits, no end credits?
No, there are no credits. There's only one, even just to get the copyright, scrolled on the wall in one scene when they get to where Kurt says, it just like scrolls as Apocalypse Now. But if you look carefully, it has the...
Oh, that's
because the film has to be copyrighted. But when the film went out in its more popular releases where we couldn't give a program, we had to put the credits on the picture. So originally I had all of this incredible footage that when we destroyed the compound, we just blew it to hell.
So it wasn't intended to be originally the end?
But I didn't know maybe I could use it, but I figured we got this, we got to destroy it. We have all this gunpowder, let's just blow it up. So it was a spectacular fireworks show, we shot it. The audience all came out with the impression that they had called in the airstrike, and that was part of the plot. When I had wanted the film to end very much peaceably, where something gentle.
So it completely changed the meaning of the film.
So I realized I had made a mistake, so I withdrew the ending and I put it just the credits on black and white.
Frank, he had one other question. I feel like Cotton Club is a masterpiece that doesn't get nearly enough credit or attention. It's a magnificent film and one of my all-time favorites. I have never flagged in my devotion to this film and could go on raving about it for hours. I'm asking Francis, begging him, to push for a restored.
You think every bit as good and that history will be kind to?
Oh, I think Cotton Club for sure. I think Tucker for sure.
Yeah, I agree with Tucker.
I think a film that's really out there and weird, and people are just starting to understand that it doesn't work like a regular movie is Dracula. When I made Godfather 2, as I said, I remember going under my bed, on the floor under my bed, because that's what a man does, because he can't just break out crying at the reaction to Godfather 2, with things that I overheard.
You did what?
I went under the bed, in the space between the bed, just to kind of hide, because I could
We're talking metaphor here, aren't we?
No, we're talking real space under the bed, because there are very few things a man is supposedly allowed to do to express how he feels, but because I sat in a room after a screening and could hear people discussing the picture that didn't know I could hear it, and heard the things they said about Godfather 2, which was...
You just wanted to go hide, get under the bed. And in fact, you did get under the bed.
I did, because I felt secure under the bed. So a filmmaker, basically put something out there on the table and the people judge it. And usually with me, I have never had a wild hit except for the first Godfather, which was based on a wild hit of a book.
Yeah, that's right.
People were very critical.
They went to see it because they loved the book.
People were very critical of that movie.
Outsiders.
Tony. Stop it!
Rumblefish.
If Wilcox looking for you, Rusty James.
The Cotton Club.
There's plenty of money in Harlem for everybody.
Bram Stoker's Dracula.
One you want to make. So he said, great. So I made this film called The Rain People, even before the edit of Finian's Rainbow was done. Well, I mean, I had left what I wanted, but I I wanted to get out of there. And we had like 2 little vans and another van with the editing machine in it. And we were in a position, we had a script. It was about a woman who leaves her husband. She loves him, but she doesn't want to be a wife, and goes on the road. And the idea is that we could make it, but if something's happening, if there's a emergency, and we could go 300 miles out of the way and incorporate it into it. So it was another slightly different kind of filmmaking. When I went to college, there was a football player that we all sort of loved whose name was Killer Kelly. And Killer Kelly had been so banged up that he had a metal plate in his head and he was like a child. And the college just hired him to rake leaves. And I always used to see him, and my heart went out to this big man, who was like a kid. And eventually I heard that they gave Killer Kelly like $1,000 and basically said goodbye. So I met this young guy that I like, an actor named Jimmy Caan, and I told him the story. And my idea was that there's a guy, he's hitchhiking, and that in the end, in the last minute, he bails on me. I have no one, and I have the part. So Jimmy Caan tells me about a guy he worked with in an Altman film named Robert Duvall. And the last minute, I'm able to get Bobby Duvall to be the motorcycle cop in the Rainbow. By the way, George Lucas also shot a 16-millimeter documentary about the whole making of the Rain People called Filmmaker, which you can get.
Would you recommend to anyone who wanted to be a director to study theater first, learn about acting?
Oh, without a doubt. Not only that, I tried to get every film school I ever visit to have first-year directing students not make short films, but do one-act plays. Because if they do one-act plays, they get to see the result in front of an audience right away. If they make a short film, they get bogged down in post-production and end up not seeing the short film for 8 months, and they don't benefit from seeing how an audience reacts. Also, in theater, you learn about acting, and in film school, you don't learn about acting. In fact, traditionally, every school, every university that has a theater department and a cinema department, they don't get along. They don't work together. Even in Poland or in some other country, there's a natural disassociation, and it's cultural.
I really intended to do it live, but I chickened out at the last moment. I loved certain aspects of The Outsiders, but somehow it just seemed saccharine to me. It struck me as this could be black and white.
It's one of my favorite movies.
The Outsiders, the concept was that those boys in The Outsiders are all reading Gone with the Wind. And they love Gone with the Wind. So I said, I'll make it a little bit like Gone with the Wind. But then it started to look too saccharine to me, and the music was schmaltzy, and I started to worry about it. And then I thought, well, what I really want to do is make an art film for kids. I was noodling through this Rumblefish book. It just struck me as this could be black and white.
Percent. Here we go. Percent. And action.
Dracula.
The club was about 20 minutes longer, and everyone's telling me, why is too many black people and too much tap dancing? I said, but it's the Cotton Club. It's about black people. It's about tap dancing. Now I've just put it back in. It's so much better.
That is writer-driven, that the whole quality of writing and the thinking and content that is really the most essential part of the cinema could once again get out of this outrageous kind of what they call developmental process, and once again have authors who bring their views, which is their views of life and their views of people, to be at the center of then whatever the cinematic or television product is, and that ultimately perhaps live think about it. Everyone's talking about television and the incredible interconnectivity
and
the
500
telephone,
channels
the
and
telephone, the
convergence
cables. But yet live television, which is an art form of its own, which we demonstrate in the United States in the 50s, which is writer, which starts with the writer and which can go out live with live performance and in a way that is less easy for the so-called corporate mind to control, because when you go out live, you're in the hands of the artist.
Right.
This, to me, is one of the most exciting new fields, and I say new field knowing it's an old field, where the whole world is going to be able to connect with some actors and some writers and some directors, and yet you don't hear a peep about this, you know, in the world. But on the other hand, think of this. I mean, we hear about what the well-worn...
These brilliant originators of movies worked in a way that had never existed before, which was telling stories with pictures. Of course, pictures had told stories. The great artist F.W. Murnau said, sound had to come, but it came too soon. And what he meant was that that they were really inventing a new way to do drama through just images, without sound. Once sound came, it just stopped the whole thing, and they went back making hokey plays, old-fashioned plays. So this wonderful accident that silent movies were invented, if television had been invented first, who knows? I mean, television later, when it was invented, benefited from copying what movies were like, but movies wouldn't have been like that if they had sound. So it was a great gift. And then, of course, sound came about around 1929. And incidentally, I don't know if you know this, but my grandfather, Agostino Coppola, who was a great tool and die maker, machinist, was hired by a company in Fort Lee to make the Vitaphone. And I have a picture of him. I'll get it for you. So my family, the Coppola family, being in that he made the machine that did the Jazz Singer with Al Jolson, and my other grandfather, my mother's side, was importing like Vincent Price and all the Corda films made in England. You know, Four Feathers and The Red Shoes and Black Narcissus. Unbelievable film. Michael Powell films.
You described making the Rain People. How different was that than what other people were doing in terms of making movies at that time?
It was quite different. We were a mobile unit, and we were incorporating, and I was rewriting, and we were editing as we were going the story as it came along. And originally, I had a part for an actor named Rip Torn. You remember Rip Torn?
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, he was great. And he was in my film with Geraldine Page on my first movie that I made. So I had made a deal with Rip Torn to be this motorcycle cop in the movie that she has a fling with, sort of. It doesn't quite work out. And Rip Torn was telling me that he was a character, and he wanted me to buy him a motorcycle, and then he would do it. So then I bought him the motorcycle, but it was stolen. So he said, well, you've got to replace it. So I bought a used motorcycle, and he got all upset.
Minerals are the stuff of life. So visit drinklmnt.com/tetra and stay salty with Element Electrolyte. LMNT.
How often do things happen or come up during the process of making something where you realize there's an opportunity to do something that wasn't planned that's actually better than what was planned?
Well, you know, obviously there are many film directors, film artists, what do you call, and therefore there are many different methods. I mean, Hitchcock's method was one that was very controlled. He was a brilliant artist. He could make storyboards, as it were, or he could design the film and then do it just like he designed it. So with every filmmaker, there's the potential of another way to do things according to him. My style is sort of like, to me, making a film is like asking a question and the answer is the film. In other words, I don't know the answer. And sometimes, obviously I knew how to make a gangster picture because I made a few of them. But when I made Apocalypse Now, I had no idea how to make it. And if you don't know how to make I don't know of any artist who's totally comic. You know that you're walking on a ledge that you could fall off at any time.
Would you say you're hard on yourself?
All I know is this. Right now, there isn't a human being, guys who did terrible things to me, that I haven't forgiven totally, because I say, well, they had their reasons, that I wasn't on their mind. But the person that's the hardest to forgive is yourself.
Do you think of yourself as a perfectionist?
I don't think of myself as a perfectionist, but I think I am a perfectionist. I have a counter right over there I'm looking at, and there's nothing on it but a coffee machine and a thing. And someone's always putting a thing of basil over there because there's not a lot of room here. And I like it the way it is, and I don't even want this beautiful thing of basil over there. I want it the way I want it.
Yeah. How different is the finished movie of Patton than your script?
It's very similar to my script. In fact, I would love someday for someone to take the movie, because I shared the credit with someone else, which I don't mind. It's just like that script.
I want you to walk me through making a movie. What happens when...
Just so they understand it. And the reason you need to understand how filmmaking was when it was filmed is because so many of the techniques and traditions evolved for good reasons, which are no longer necessary. So it's very hard for them to understand cinema making if they're born in a digital age. I have apprentices now. They're the filmmakers of the future. I have one from India, one from China. I mean, they're fantastic. And you saw Megalopolis. You remember how the guy, what's his name, Caesar, has all these apprentices? Those were my apprentices. They're really filmmakers, all of them. And they were the only ones that could, I told everything that could criticize and have ideas. And they're brilliant.
When did you start having apprentices? It's a great idea, by the way.
Well, I mean, George Lucas was not my apprentice, but I treated young people
it's like that, though.
Like that.
Yes.
But I tell you right now, Rick, the way to save this wreck of a world is to include the young people, start giving them responsibility, because that right now they'll say, oh, those kids, all they care about is Minecraft and TikTok and stuff. That's because that's all they're allowed to do. I would involve them earlier. I would give 14-year-olds the Godfather Part 2 in San Francisco, that the audience hated it. And they said the acting is terrible. And I went to bed that night under the bed, so worried. And then it came to me. I said, the problem is that, Godfather 2 went between the past and the future, back and forth. And it was always planned to go every 10 minutes. It's too fast. I should double it. I should make it go every 20 minutes because the audience can't get yanked out of it. So the editors stayed up all night for 3 days and made 120 picture cuts to do that. And then we took the picture to San Diego, and the reaction was the opposite. They loved it. And then we took it to New York, and they loved it. Then the rest of it was successful. So, movies are an illusion. And if you don't have if they don't accept the illusion, like for years they didn't accept Apocalypse Now, gradually Apocalypse Now got terrible reviews, didn't get any Oscar nominations. The people said, one important critic, I think his name was Frank Rich, said it was the worst film ever made in Hollywood, But little by little, it got used to it. So, I mean, when you go out on a ledge, you have to accept that everyone's...
He's 19, so that was that long ago. And it began a series of conversations we'd had over the years. Everything from filmmaking to process to future technology to life and family in general. And I finally made a deal with myself. No more hanging out with Francis unless we have 1, 2, 3, 4 cameras going, because they're so inspiring, these talks that we had together. And I know filmmakers would love to hear it. And you always were someone who influenced and inspired young filmmakers, all filmmakers, and artists in general. And here's why. The Godfather.
I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
The Godfather Part 2.
I know it was you, Fredo.
The conversation.
Those tapes are dangerous.
Kill us if you got the chance.
Apocalypse Now.
This is the end. I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
One from the heart.
The story of Dracula was written at the same time that the cinema was invented. So I thought, what if they made the story of Dracula as if we were making it with the technology of the turn of the century?
You gotta do it all backwards. Good. All right, so the way we're really gonna do this is that the wardrobe is gonna trail the train without Dracula.
The first cinema guys were magicians. When they did the special effects in those days, they did it by taking the camera and shooting something and winding it backwards, and a week later doing it again, so they would make multiple exposures.
Because I think there's a lot of artists who don't have the thick skins, that are afraid to even create art because they know they're going to get ravaged.
The good ones are insecure. I mean, and artistic artists are doubly insecure because, I don't know, you always feel, oh, I never got to do that really right, or I never got, you just naturally beat yourself up. Mm-hmm. But that's part of the personality.
That's part of the personality. You should always feel like you haven't quite reached it, even though you've passed it long ago. So if anything this show can do is hopefully to inspire those who may be thin-skinned to just put themselves out there, because, and if you have a failure is not bad. You learn a lot from the failures.
Failure is not bad. First of all, failure is not necessarily durable. Remember that the things that they fire you for when you're young are the same things that they give lifetime achievement awards for you when you're old. And it makes sense. It's because when you do something like that, you're stepping out of line somehow, and it rubs people the wrong way, and they say, well, that's no good. But maybe it rubs people the wrong way because it is good.
Right. In all your films, you're just so true to yourself. No matter what, you bet on your instincts and you follow your instincts. That's just very inspirational, I think, to people out there.
Well, I think
afraid to put themselves out there.
It's true for everyone. I think, I do what I do out of love and enthusiasm. And if I'm not in love with it and enthusiastic about it, then I'll change it until
you're in love with it.
Yeah. Company that would kind of just use us and tell us what to do. So I developed with some of my friends the idea that we would go around the world and we would make a film that we would finance by getting each country to put up an amount of money as partners in advance. In other words, Italy would put up so much money, France, etc., and we would get the money by getting distribution advances, and therefore we would own the picture. And I knew we could do this, but the question is, John Milius wasn't able to do Apocalypse, turned it down, or said, I can't do it. So it sort of fell to me, and I was the head of the company, and I believed that I could finance it this unique way, which I thought might be a precedent, that we could maybe go on and continue to do that, and by doing that we would basically build a real company that really could make movies and give new people chances and own the movies. So at one point I decided, well, I always liked the idea of this idea, and I liked the script, and that I would do it myself. But I had different ideas about how to do it than George and even John. Number one, I very much wanted to make it even more like Heart of Darkness, and in fact, if anything, make it be a kind of transliteration of Heart of Darkness to the Vietnam setting, which was not really what they wanted.
Maybe you're not watching films, not
Right. Maybe Reservoir Dogs is new. I haven't seen that. My kids tell me it is.
It is. Yeah.
But that's what I think is going to be the next exciting.
Do you want to be part of that?
Sure, to the extent that my weird personality and abilities can be part of that. I think all the time about life and about the big picture of life, which is spirituality and philosophy and politics and what a new society could be like and how it could be beautiful, how we can retain the great traditions of the past, which is to say, a book, and at the same time have one foot in the past and have yet one foot in the future, and somehow, this is all I think about.
What have you learned? I'm going to come back to Apocalypse and Godfather, because everybody wants me to talk about that with you because it's so much a part of cinema history. But what have you learned in this year?
What have I learned?
What have those fresh eyes seen?
it's inappropriate me to try to give you a sentence.
All right, I'm not looking for a summary, but I mean, just give me
But
some sense of
I
what...
basically feel that there are going to be some opportunities that happen that perhaps can give me what I'm looking for, which is once again the adventure. I think that once again there could be live cinema, there could be live television. If it's over an hour and 15 minutes, we're not even going to talk about it. The movie is getting brought to L.A. and you're not going to work in San Francisco.
Just for the benefit of the audience, Bob Evans is at that time head of production for Paramount.
I was told that if the picture was longer, because they did not want a long picture, if you want to retain your privacy and edit the movie in your own studio, which is partly why I had done Godfather, was to being able to keep all these young film directors alive, and it was very important to me to be able to finish the film in San Francisco. I was told if I brought the film down to Paramount and it was over this length, that it was going to be edited down in LA where they could supervise it. So we made the film, we made a cut of the film. It was an hour and 45 minutes, and it was the movie. I mean, I have it on tape. Even in those days, I was editing using tape.
Yeah, you were always
said,
into the
what
technology.
are we going to do? We have a movie that's an hour and 45 minutes. Evans says if it's over an hour and 15 minutes, it's going to LA. So for a week, we sat down and we cut out this scene or half of this scene, and we brought a movie down that was was an hour and 15 minutes.
Right.
Evans looked at it and he says, "You have destroyed the picture. You have taken all of the texture, the family stuff out of it."
Right.
He says, "You're bringing it down to LA." Which translates into, he was bringing that film down to LA where he could kind of be all over it, no matter whether I brought it down at 115 or 145. So then we brought it down to LA where we put back all the film that had been before we brought it down, and we made it up to 145 minutes, and he looked at it and he says, "See, now it works."
Yeah.
I mean, this is what it's like in Hollywood, you know.
And this is why you wanted to create your own studio. Of
course.
It was to be able to allow artists to have freedom from that kind of mentality. And you got it, but then you had to take all these risks, and you lost it, right?
I didn't lose anything, really. I mean...
do you have... You don't have the studio.
I don't have the one in L.A., but I have the one in San Francisco.
I mean, do you have the freedom now and the resources to make the kind of movies you want to make?
Well, that's tricky, because the kinds of movies that I really want to make cannot be easily classified by what was successful 2 years ago. So I really wonder if anyone other than Steven, you know, can make the kind of movies they want to make, if those kind of movies are really new and that really break a lot of what the wisdom of the distribution business and the industry says. In other words, I don't think anybody can.
Yeah, you haven't seen Schindler's, right?
Not yet, no.
Yeah. He said an interesting thing. He said, if I'd made Schindler's before, I don't think I would have wanted to make a...
But this story of a man who was a king, who had 3 sons, and each son represented an aspect of him, and there was going to be a question of succession. That is what I saw when I looked at the film, whether it was Joseph Kennedy and his children's, or someone who lived...
About a patriarch.
Yeah.
Is it, I know you hate this question, but I'll ask it anyway. Is it the film that you cherish the most?
Not at all.
It's not?
No.
What is?
You know, you asked me a lot about what I thought of my work, and I said more or less, I really believe that my body of work is all about on the same level. I mean, I have never, my flops, of which every director has, are probably among the more interesting flops than people have.
And did you learn from them?
Sure. Every film I make is an experiment in preparation for the next one. I never really did what it was I intended to do, which was to be really a writer of original material, original stories, original scripts, because I can, that I direct. The only ones who ever done that's Woody Allen, and to which I take my hat off. I, being a well-trained theater director and versed in musical comedy and you know, the feeling that I could do a comedy, I could do Shakespeare, I could do anything, that worked against me, because what I really wanted to do was to write original material for the cinema and then direct it. And I only did it on 2 occasions, The Conversation and The Rain People, much earlier. And for that reason, I haven't lived up to my expectations. And if I am to live up my expectations in this period of my life, it would be because I do that.
Yeah. And you're a young man. It's still time to do that. I mean, my sense of you also, and I don't want to impose my projection of you onto you, but it is that, you know, you had a huge appetite. Yes, you'll give me that. And secondly, that huge appetite was directed towards creating, you know, a vehicle that could do the kinds of things without the interference.
I'm a builder.
That's exactly what
I would like to build a city. If someone said to me, what do you want to do? I would say, I want to build a new city. I want to build a new society. I mean, I'm just a builder. So whatever I'm going to get to do shy of that is going to be what I do in these next years.
And your vision is to be the vision you have is still to be the builder.
It's what I am. I don't have, you know, my vision we haven't really talked about, but you know, we're living in times that are difficult to navigate through, both in a financial sense, to be able to gain the confidence of those who do it, to Oliver Stone, because he has that. I mean, Oliver Stone is a, you know, wonderful person, like Milius. You know, a lot of times these guys who are, you know, kind of tough and this and that, deep down they're the sweetest, kind of most boyish kind of people. So you have to have the kind of personality that makes it attractive to do it. I would say that my problems began, certainly in terms of my public image, because it became the thing to do.
But are you saying also, I mean, is that all it was to it? You accept no responsibility for any of the things that happened in the Philippines,
well,
that
you
might not have been a little bit crazed over there?
I wasn't crazed. I was making a film in which the concept was the same as really all my films are, which is to try to make a film that is as much as possible that is what it's about. Tucker, say, the film was made like a contraption. Yeah. Tucker was, if you look at that film, it's like a crazy invention. It was about a contraption. Apocalypse Now was about a certain madness when morality becomes so stretched that you're in an elemental state, and that's the kind of film I made, and why Apocalypse to this day probably more captures the essence of that war than maybe other films do. Yeah. So that was part of the directorial style, which was also, it became those kinds of stories became very publicized and stressed, and the other practical, financial, logistical things that enabled us to get through that were not.
All right, I'm out of time. We do this on live to tape, as you know. This is an invitation to you. Half the stuff I needed to talk about we haven't talked about. Can I get you to come back? We'll try to work it out.
Well, without a doubt.
All right? Great to have you.
Thank you.
I don't know if and great to see that you're making great wine. Good wine. Okay. Francis Ford Coppola, it's a pleasure. Thank you very much. We had clips to show, we had a lot of other things, but the conversation was too interesting. We thank you for joining us. See you next time.
What we consider real art is a movie that does not have a safety net. Godfather 1 did not have a safety net. Godfather 2 did not have a safety net. Apocalypse Now did not have a safety net. It was made on its own terms. It didn't also have a few dozen car crashes and whatever the formula is, that is the safety net. We've always felt that sound is half the experience, that sound and picture are the two components, 50-50, that contribute to the effect on an audience. The interesting thing we knew was sound was much cheaper than picture. So in the early days of Zoetrope, we put all our energy into sound and in many ways created the modern soundtrack format, which now dominates the world. That was all done in San Francisco because Zoetrope was here, George was here, meaning Walter Murch was here and his colleagues, but also Dolby was here. And through that friendly collaboration between us and Dolby came a standard that then got proliferated around the world. It was always appealing when a character is hoist on his own petard. In other words, Harry's punishment for his sins, be they real sins or not, is that he becomes obsessed, that he's being gazed into. And well, the reason he tears his room apart is looking for the bug, which probably isn't even there, it's in his mind. The Godfather Coda, The Death of Michael Corleone. I had no desire to make a second Godfather. I had no desire to make a third Godfather. I thought the first one was sufficient. But sometimes you are swimming in a sea where there are needs that you have to do, like feed your family, which you have to figure out how to negotiate. My feeling about the third movie So now I know I got something great, but I knew these guys, they're also scared when you get into intermediate management. The guy who owned and bought Paramount Picture was a guy named Charlie Bluthorn. He was about a 56-year-old Viennese guy. He created the first conglomerate. He had a company called Gulf and Western he would buy and sell auto parts, and he just made a fortune. And he bought Paramount, and he was accessible. You could talk to him. We all called him Charlie. So I decided I'm going to take my thing and fly on my own dime to New York and showed the test to Charlie Bluthorn, which I did. And I went in he was there in the Gulf and Western building, which is now with Trump Towers on Columbus Circle. And I went into the secretary, knocked, and he said, "Oh, is Mr. Bluthorn?" And she said, "Yes." And Charlie comes, "Oh, Francis, what are you doing here?" I said, "I want to show you something." So he said, I come, 1 second. So down the hallway, he had a conference room. I set up a Betamax or, a videotape thing. And he came out, I turned it on, and he comes and looks, and there's Brando coming out in the Japanese robe with the thing. And he says, no, that's crazy. No, that's incredible.
Usually you'll remember the story, but I didn't really remember the story, but I remembered the images.
Interesting.
And again, can't explain it, but it was an interesting experience. Like, I've seen this. I remember this. I remember how he was sitting when he was playing the saxophone. I remember the speaker sitting next to him. I remember what the apartment looked like when he tore it apart. It's interesting how certain images stick in our mind in almost a dreamlike way. Again, I didn't remember the meanings of these images, just the power of the frame.
Let me ask you a question. Did you ever see a movie I made? It was a flop called Rumblefish.
I've never seen Rumblefish, but I know a little bit about it. It's black and white, yes?
Yeah, and I my intention in making it was I wanted to make an art film for kids. And I did. And, my deal always was that if the movie covers whatever the finance was, then I own it. And Rumblefish didn't cover it, so I don't own it. And I was sad about it because I sort of love it. It has Mickey Rourke is in it and interesting. But interestingly, when it played in Latin America, somehow, for some reason I can't explain, it just stuck. And there was a theater in Chile somewhere that just showed it for a year. A filmmaker. That to me is joy. That's all because that's what it's about. It's about, we're on the shoulders of the people who came before, and we're passing it into the future that way. That's what the apprenticeship system is. And the fact that you could have made somebody so important want to make films, boy, that's a gift.
So much of today's life happens on the web. Squarespace is your home base for building your dream presence in an online world. Designing a website is easy, using one of Squarespace's best-in-class templates. With the built-in style kit, you can change fonts, imagery, margins, and menus, so your design will be perfectly tailored to your needs. Discover unbreakable creativity with Fluid Engine, a highly intuitive drag-and-drop editor. No coding or technical experience is required. Understand your site's performance with in-depth website analytics tools. Squarespace has everything you need to succeed online. Create a blog, monetize a newsletter, make a marketing portfolio, launch an online store. Squarespace app helps you run your business from anywhere. Track inventory and connect with customers while you're on the go. Whether you're just starting out or already managing a successful brand, Squarespace makes it easy to create and customize a beautiful website. Visit squarespace.com/Tetra and get started today.
But in other words, it's not a reflective guy looking, it's a guy being active. So when I actually started shooting, I felt it was wrong. I haven't done this many times, and that's the worst thing you could do is to change an actor that you start. But I really felt it was wrong, and now weeks had gone by. I mean, the debt was all mine. And in those days, interest was 21%. So I was, scared, and I felt I had to make that decision. And nothing against Harvey Keitel. He's a wonderful actor, but it felt it was that type of in your face that he's good at, that this wasn't going to be that. So Marty Sheen had tried out for it, but he wasn't available. But by the time this happened, I went back and met people, and Marty Sheen was available, and I made the decision. And then when I did have Martin Sheen, who had a nice face and was someone that could be someone just watching, then I felt I needed something early in the picture to show what a complex human being he was. And so I invented that scene where he looks at himself in the mirror and smashes, and he's totally, obviously a weird guy. So that throughout the movie, when you see him looking at the jungle and stuff, Noel Coward play? Well, it's very funny, and it's about two honeymooning couples looking over the French river. And it's always done with them leaning on the ballast, looking at the sea, with the audience being where the sea is, because there's all this really funny Noel Coward lines. And what I wanted to do it around the other way, where you're looking at it and the other way, so you're seeing them against the gorgeous view. Movie director, So I did it that way. And then there's a lot of music coming in, record players and stuff. So instead of them doing that, I had a pianist on the apron of the stage doing it live. And I did this play this way, and it was very successful. It was very well received, and I loved it, and I loved Noel Coward. So somehow I decided I'm going to do this Edith Wharton adaptation of this movie I'm going to make as if I'm doing Noel Coward. There's no connection. The only connection between Noel Coward and Edith Wharton is me. Yeah. So now I'm making it, and I wrote a script, and the ending of the Edith Wharton novel is very weak. That's why it's not one of her biggest ones, but it is weak. But I came up with a way that's not weak. And so I'm sort of just now, here's exactly what I'm doing. I have a script which has filled with Noel Coward songs, and a sort of a style that is not unlike the private lives that it's as though Noel Coward adapted a Edith Wharton book and is now making it in this movie in England, which is why I'm here, because I'm now actually in pre-production of that movie. So now I'm deciding what style I'm going to make. So I don't have any money because I invested all the money I borrowed to make Megalopolis is basically it's gone. I think it'll come back over 15, 20 years, but I don't have it now, so I don't have any money. So I have to do it very cheap, which I'm doing. And I'm starting to have people come over. I'm in this house where you see, which I borrowed from some person who I knew in Tulsa. And I'm sort of just working with nothing, but I'm starting to actually make the movie already, and that I can see how it could work. And that I feel it does work. It's beautiful. And these Noel Coward songs, which are 70 years old, are so beautiful people don't realize what he did. Those guys like Cole Porter and Noel Coward and Rodgers and Hart and Jerome Kern. This music get a divorce and then they would marry upwards. And so it was this person. Well, there are two people in this crowd who are penniless. They've lost all their money. Their family lost all their money in the stock crash, or they have all the elegance, they have all the intelligence, they have everything, but they don't have any money. And so, but they're allowed to be in the crowd because they'll help out in a way, and they're accepted. And they have this crazy idea she has the idea that why don't they just get married And he said, well, what will we live on? He said, well, we'll get all these wedding gifts from our friends, and they'll let us go stay at all their houses in Venice and places and stuff. And then after, when the money runs out, then we'll help each other make a better match, which is what we're doing now. So basically, they do it. And the movie is, of course, about the inevitable fact that now the money's running out, but they love each other. But they've made this arrangement, and it's heartbreaking to them, But of course, I won't tell you, but it's very beautiful, I think, what happens in the story.
Yeah. Are all of your movies autobiographical?
I think so. I'm starting to think worse. I'm starting, there's two ways of viewing life. You're doing it, I'm sure. I'm out screening room. And it was the first time an audience saw the movie, other than the executives and stuff. And when it was over, it was incredible. And we said, "What did you think of the music?" And he said, "The whole movie is great." "What do you mean, And they weren't even talking about the music. They were talking about the picture. We've never seen anything like it. It was wonderful. And they said, "The music is great. Da, 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 dee, da, da, da." It was incredible. And so finally, Evans conceded, and he just had some music changes of like when there's some old source music when they fly into Las Vegas. And at that point, I then knew that I had, but another guy had seen the picture that is like a big brother to me. Did you ever hear of a guy named Robert Towne?
Yeah.
He wrote Chinatown. Yes. I always have this big brother figure in my life because I had a great big brother. And Bob Towne was someone I looked up, and he's the first person who said, "Francis, the film is great." And he says, "Brando is great." He said, "Only needs one thing." And I said, "What's that, Bob?" He said, "It needs a scene between Brando and Al Pacino." And I said, "Well, would you write it?" He said, "Yes." And he did. And he wrote the scene. And when I won the Oscar, I said, Bob Towne wrote the scene and did a lot of other great things. But yeah, the movie companies, but there's the tracks. The tracks are the Rotten Tomatoes and the ratings. In other words, all of the accoutrements that are the train tracks, or the infrastructure is all controlled by these companies that are desperately trying to not go bankrupt. So that if you're not on their side, if you're not in their world, then you're not going to get 4 stars, you're going to get no stars. You're not going to get, it's like the people, for example, in another analogy, it is possible to make jet fuel for aircraft that will not pollute the earth. But to do that, they say, we're up for it. We want any kind of solution to that. We'll buy it. But what they don't say is that the tracks, the infrastructure, what takes the fuel from the tank to the airplane is what they own. And what would work would be hydrogen. But their system can't operate because it doesn't hold hydrogen at those low temperatures. So in other words, it's not just the people who own the existing systems, they also own the infrastructure that supports it. That's more important to them.
Do you know how The Godfather was received in Italy?
I think it was very, very well received. Il Padrino, it was a big hit because I know because I ended up having more cousins than I thought I had.
What may fall within the sphere of tetragrammaton? Counterculture? Tetragrammaton. Sacred geometry? Tetragrammaton. The avant-garde? Tetragrammaton. Generative art? Tetragrammaton. The tarot? Tetragrammaton. Out-of-print music? Tetragrammaton. Biodynamics? Tetragrammaton. Graphic design? Tetragrammaton. Mythology and magic? Tetragrammaton. Obscure film? Tetragrammaton. Beach culture? Tetragrammaton. Esoteric lectures? Tetragrammaton. Off-the-grid living? Tetragrammaton. Alt spirituality? Tetragrammaton. The canon of fine objects? Tetragrammaton. Muscle cars? Tetragrammaton. Ancient wisdom for a new age. Upon entering, experience the artwork of the day. Take a breath and see where you are drawn.
I have just a couple of call-outs for you to do, where you look in that camera.
He's so slick, he has it, he's doing all this stuff, and he knows exactly he's got to do. He's got to do the ending part, he's got to do the beginning part. I want to say, well, can I go to Kentucky and have have the dancers dancing around the tobacco. No, we got to do it on the sets from Camelot. I used to sit there with George Lucas, who was about 19, and we would just grump about, oh, we couldn't do this, we can't do that. And we started to fantasize, well, even when this is over, let's go and just make a film driving across the country, and we'll make a truck that has all the necessary equipment, and we won't even know exactly what we're going to shoot. If we hear there's a mine disaster, we'll all go to the mine disaster and incorporate that into the movies. We made the Rain People that way.
Right.
And then we were so mobile that we said, well, gee, we got a whole studio and a truck. We don't have to go back to LA. We could go to San Francisco and be close enough to LA to have the access to the actors and the prop houses and the resources, and yet not be in the center of it. So I essentially combined the culture of a theater club with the reality of filmmaking as we learned at USC and UCLA, and that was Zoetry.
Not easy to be his son, Fredo.
Actually, what I told them is I wouldn't do it, but that I would help them with the script and I would pick the director. So a few months later, when we all had the meeting, and they said, okay, I said, all right, I think that I have some ideas about the script and I'm happy on, but they said, well, who's the director? I said, his name is Martin Scorsese. Oh, gee, they did the same thing like when I said Marlon Brando or Al Pacino.
Back on the floor you went.
So I got so PO'd that I just basically, then the big Mr. Big called me up. Francis, Charlie Bluthorn, he was a character. He was Viennese, but he had this funny accent. What I gotta do? He says, you got the formula of Coca-Cola, and you don't want to do it. What do you want? I said, Charlie, okay, 3 things. Number 1, I want $1 million. Number 2, I want Bob Evans to have nothing to do with it. He can't be there, he can't see the script, he can't comment on it, he's just not, as if he doesn't exist. And number 3, I don't want to call it one of these stupid, I want to call it The Godfather Part 2. $1 million is yours, okay, Marlon, Bob Evans will step aside, you have nothing to do with it. But we can't agree to calling it The Godfather Part 2, which was the least, I thought it was the least of my...
The easiest one, how funny.
I said, why? He says, because marketing tells us that everyone will think it's the second half of the movie that they just saw.
James.
The character Mickey played was colorblind, and he saw everything in black and white. Even the traffic lights he couldn't tell.
That's one of my favorite movies of yours. I'm just wondering why you're supposed to be paying back a debt, and yet you're still making very experimental films, Francis.
Here we go, let's shoot this.
It's a filmmaker's dream to be working with a crew and actors and go, I wish there was something else we could go shoot on the side. And you went right
into... And Warner Brothers was pissed off. They didn't back it.
Well, how did you get that done? I was wondering.
They said, we want you to come and edit the... Outsiders. And then I said, well, see if some other studio will give me the money, and Universal gave me the money.
Oh, so it was a completely different studio, but you did it like a month after.
I did it straight through.
Straight through.
We never
wrote it while you were finishing.
I was writing it in the Silverfish. And I liked it much better.
Glad you throw your crew for a loop there, because I know you're into technology and you're always very forward thinking, and your visual effects crew came to you with solutions to the effects using the latest techniques, and you fired them all and went and hired Roman, your son.
Oh, yeah, who didn't know how to do it.
And what did the studio think when you fired that effects crew that was experienced and brought on your son? Well, how did you got some kind of magical quality of convincing people of anything, because it worked.
I'll tell you how I did it. Their greatest fear would be that if I wanted to take the crew and go to Romania and make the film on location. So I even hinted that, well, it could go to Romania. And the worst thing they thought is, we do not want this guy off with a big expensive crew, totally out of control. So I said, okay. I didn't really want to do that, but I kind of, it's like wrestling. I fainted in that. And I said, how about if I make it entirely in the studio? What do you mean, here in Columbia? Right here in Columbia. I make the entire movie in a soundstage, and I'll never go anywhere, and I'll do it right here.
You're right there on the Sony lot, right?
There was never a shot. There's 1 or 2 shots, which I shot, by the way, with an old Pathé camera on the Universal lot for Old London. That's the only sequence that is not in the studio. Moments of truth start coming out.
Family and food and film kind of all seemed to go together for you. And it inspired me to do that. I started my own studio. I worked with my family, and I've had other filmmakers come to my set, see that I'm working with my kids. They've gone off and put their kids in their movies, and they've done fantastic work. You kind of started this little revolution of family filmmaking. How did you raise your children, like Roman and Sophia? What kind of things did you do that
I had an
turn into those kids?
agreement with my wife that if ever I'm going away for more than 2 weeks, I want to take the kids out of school and take them with us. Because movies have a way of starting out. You're going to be in a place for a month, you end up here in 3 months. So, Sophia was 4 in the Philippines, and Gio and Roman were little kids in Sicily, and so it was a joy to always have them with us. And the kids, love to come to the set. Like a circus family, the crew become the uncles and the aunts. And it's another kind of a life, but it's a life that taught them a lot about movies, certainly, because they were around it all the time, but also the idea of art as play. It's such a joy to make films, and what could be a better profession to dabble in the make-believe. So did you get some guy like Quentin to ask me a question? A lot of what got cut out were the authentic acts that we reconstructed. But in shortening the movie is not necessarily a way to make it play better. Sometimes when it plays long, you should lengthen it. What it means is that the audience is not as engaged as they might be, so maybe it needs a little more information to embrace the characters. And so even though it's 20 minutes longer, it appeals 20 minutes shorter. It's a tricky thing, time.
Jon Favreau, a terrific director and actor, he said, I saw a documentary a while back where you commented that someday the film industry would be like music, where anyone could make a movie in their own garage. It seems that technology has changed filmmaking in the way you'd predicted. Has cinema transformed to the extent you anticipated yet? What breakthroughs have offered the most possibility for cinema to evolve?
What's happened, in my mind, is that for the first time in history, we are now in a position to have live cinema. When I talk about live cinema, it's not a play with a half dozen cameras and it looks like Marty. I'm talking about real shots and montage and what you would call cinema, but it would be being performed for you.
So I think that's a fantastic idea.
Someone's going to do it.
It should be you.
I would love to be the one.
In 2003, you came down to Austin, one of the times you'd come down, and you came to my house and we had dinner, and I said, can I cook for you? I want to cook.
Sometimes it's pretty uncanny and pretty horrible.
So everyone forget that we even shot it. It no longer does it exist.
If you make film in a way where you use everything you've got.
This film doesn't succeed, will the studio stay viable? Will it be alive? No. Everything rides on the success of this film?
Yes. If you're the kind of director that allows that to happen, which I do because I don't know any other way.
My film is not a movie. The way we made it was very much like the way the Americans were in Vietnam. We were in the jungle. There were too many of us. We had access to too much equipment, too much money, and little by little we went insane.
You have to give everything if you want to be that kind of artist.
You've gone mad.
I have a few questions actually.
Let's try and keep it to a minimum here.
Yeah, no. I have just two actually, specifically. I study at Sarah Lawrence College, which is not really a film school, but we have like a small community. We're very dedicated to everything that we do over there, and I think that your project is something that will work very, very well for our community. So if that's something you're interested, that would be awesome. And on top of that, I was wondering for your project I had a completely different question in my head when I first came here, but.
What was the name of that school? Because maybe I'll take it up.
Sarah Lawrence College.
Which one? Sarah Lawrence.
Oh, I visited Sarah Lawrence.
He's a New York guy.
Do you know that Brian De Palma, that genius, went to Sarah Lawrence when it was an all-girls school because they would accept a couple of men in the drama department. So he was one of like 3 men in all of Sarah Lawrence.
Good deal.
I could have done that because I was a theater major. Excuse me.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so it's a great school. It's in Bronxville. We're a very, very small community, but everyone is super dedicated over there to film craft in general. But my second question is, you were talking about making the future of television more live based, and I was wondering if you ever consider doing anything interactive in terms of having.
When you see a good movie, it makes you want to make a movie.
U.S. Satellite Broadcasting presents a very special television event.
You said you have to want to make films, he said, so badly that you could kill.
USSB brings you a conversation with Martin Scorsese and Francis Ford Coppola.
You want to make films, you want to show films, and suddenly you see this thing and you say, hey, yeah, I forgot that could be fun.
I tried to get Marty the job to do the second Godfather.
Yeah, I know.
Because I never want to have anything to do with gangsters again. I'm pretty much known for, 5 years where I made The Godfather and Conversation and Godfather 2 and Apocalypse. And that was purely that we were just running too fast for anyone to stop us. Yeah. We never got permission to start on those movies. We just sort of started, and by the time they realized what we were doing, we already had those films in production. And in the case of Apocalypse, we really had to almost finance it. So it wasn't so much that it was a great time, but it was they hadn't yet gotten their middle management in place. They control movie making. It's very hard to run away from them now because they have such a big army of people watching you. For me, I always dreamed of being a writer-director, and my first pictures, when I first met Marty, I was, I was this guy who wanted to write original screenplays and make movies, and The Godfather sort of the surprising success of that changed my career and enabled me to have a company and stuff, which then later I was trying to make movies to support. So the diversity of my films comes from the fact that I always would say, well, if it's an assignment, as The Godfather was, well, I'll learn a lot from doing this, and I used to use every film as a kind of experiment and saying, someday when I get back to doing my own personal films, hopefully from personal screenplay, I'll then have done all these experiments and I'll be able to utilize what I've learned.
What they mean by good script is good beginning, middle, and end, with a lot of the script is very
easy to read. They all went to that weekend seminar where they learned that principle of dramaturgy.
And you get good actors who are bankable, and a good cameraman who can basically place the people within the frame properly. A director you don't really need. You do what you want, and you make a good film. But those films, in my estimation, reflect television. And even if it reflects the best of television, it still doesn't wash for me, because this is cinema. This is something else. It's something else that has to be here in this room.
Also for me, when I'm in a restaurant and I hear a young couple talking about a movie that they've just seen, you could really hear how important it is for them to get something out of this film that helps them, illuminate their own life. Because, their relationship, I love you, I don't love you. And you can see how that audience looks to film to somehow, illuminate life. And as long as a film is going to be this product that is based, that you make a film because it's like a film that was made, that was successful, then how are writers and directors and actors going to deal with the subject matter that helps interpret modern life? The life is changing. The role of the woman has changed so much in terms of how she has gone out in the workforce and this and the politics, all these things. You wish that films could shed some light on this stuff, because that seems to be the role of art, certainly.
Yeah, because it reflects your society.
And you even have an audience now which is insulated from foreign language work, which is again something that 25 years ago we saw a great deal of, and we don't see it all.
This is the problem. Somebody 20 years ago, I think I know who it is, or what company it was, convinced the American public that they don't want to read, they don't like to read subtitles. They convinced them, and they crazy enough to believe it. And it's in TV Guide, shown with subtitles, so be warned that you may have to read. Who cares?
You lose that fresh view of sex.
New blood coming in.
Stuff that used to come from Japanese movies or, French movies.
Italian films and everything.
I think also that what you said, the demise of United Artists, because United Artists was not just a movie company. It was United Artists. And it was also the wonderful luck of it having Mr. Krim and that team.
Pleskow, and they were great.
They were a real team, and they had a philosophy. They didn't look at your rushes. They saw your script. They got you to kneel and say you wouldn't go over budget, and then you were free to make the movie. And when that film was destroyed, that film company was destroyed. That's a big loss.
You got to know that United Artists also started. Okay, it started in the late 30s, and through the 40s, it released a lot of British films. But in the 50s. it was like a whole other voice coming out of Hollywood. They did films, granted, many of them black and white and that sort of thing, but they were smaller budgeted pictures. But they dealt with they tackled subject matter that was very strong. One of the greatest films ever made to come out of Hollywood was made by UA at the time.
And it's about something interesting and it's done well. That's the best policy.
Yeah. Whether it costs $60,000 or $100 million.
Personally, I would be interested in the area of movie making, from $12 million down, and not care who I wouldn't pay an actor $20 million to be in a movie. I mean, so many of we have a whole list of them this year that had two of those guys. So that's not the answer. Right? Yeah. They're not stupid people, right? So they know that. So now it's something exciting that's in the movie, whether it has a newcomer. A newcomer is even good because now the big stars are so overexposed and they're on the rental movies.
And sometimes they come out 3 films a year. They make.
Yeah, they are.
And how do you like the posters now too?
Yeah, well,
the posters,
and the trailers.
Now, the posters now. I'm a old poster collector.
I can see them always.
I mean, now the final irony. Every poster looks exactly the same. Even the actors' faces look the same. You have to have just the title of the film. You can't read who directed, who wrote it. It's all a block, so nobody gets any more credit than the other person.
Well, you've both been responsible for the discovery of like major acting talent for 25 years. I mean, if you look at some of the major talent, I mean, you go back to the films that they started in, they were both your works. I mean, De Niro and Foster, Cruise, I mean, and
De Palma too. Brian De Palma.
I mean, a lot of people.
De Palma had something. De Niro first.
Is casting no longer really? Is casting that important now to what you do as a filmmaker, or a lot of roles? And
he was doing something of his own, and we were able to make those pictures. But after that, I didn't work for him from after King of Comedy was 1981,
right.
And next time I worked with him, he did the cameo role in Goodfellas 9 years later.
Right.
So it's. But certainly when we got back together, we were in our trailer. I was in his trailer. Because we're selecting the ties and the shirts and the cufflinks, which we enjoy a lot. Oh, the socks don't match. No,
which one you like? This one or that one? I like this one. But what about that one? Okay, I like that one. No, what about the first one? You said you liked the first one.
So we look and we're fooling around. And he looked at me at one point. He said, "Gee, why don't we talk about so much when we're doing King of Comedy?" We sort of got older and we talked it all out. We'd explored each other's ideas, and we found it so comfortable that we made another couple of pictures together in the 90s then. As Joe Pesci, I like working with for his sense of humor, and he's a wonderful person to have around on the set. But it's hard when you work with a new person. It's very hard. You have to all sing.
And sometimes it doesn't click in the same way.
It doesn't click. Even if you sing, even if you sit there singing, Getting to Know You from Rodgers and Hammerstein, it doesn't work.
Do you have the same relationship with anybody that you feel special about at this point?
Well, there are a lot of actors that have appeared in either bigger or smaller parts in my films, and yes, I very much. It's like being with an old friend, and you know that the conversation's going to be good.
Right.
And, just recently I got to work with Mickey Rourke after he sort of had gone into self-imposed. Yeah. So you don't mind it when they come up with some real idea that's truthful and innovative, but you sort of hate it when they want to do the.
But the key thing here is that you all have to be when you're about to go on into the rehearsal, and you could usually tell in rehearsal, hopefully before so. But the idea is that everybody should be making the same movie, because if you find that you're with an actor. And you're into first week of shooting, and you're stuck in the trailer, just convincing the person to come out there to do a scene a certain way, you're in trouble then.
And usually it's fear that they. Yeah. My career, as I look back of all the things I was really in trouble for, like from back as a writer to directing or casting, what stuff was controversial. In the case of Patton, I also ultimately got fired for that opening of the beginning. Usually the stuff that you were in the most trouble with is the stuff that later on everyone talks about as being the good stuff, and it makes sense because it was a little away from the rote. You're always trying to fight off this kind of standardization of, it's got to be this way. The special effects guy wants the effects to be that way. That's why all the movies look the same, because those other subcrafts tend to, the guy falls off the horse the same way because he fell off the horse in 10 other movies. And you're always trying to fight, this movie is at least an individual thing. Let's try to find a way the guy ought to fall off the horse in this movie. And that's where you get the resistance. That's where you need to be the person saying, no, let's come back to what we were doing.
There's something that's talked a lot about independence right now as films that are really smaller films or intimate films or writer-driven films as opposed to the kind of effects-driven films of studios. And Francis, you've been quoted as saying that actually the two favorite films of yours in your heart are The Conversation and Rumblefish. as opposed to the films that people would talk about immediately as the films that they identify with you. Was that because of that?
Well, certainly, being a person who wanted to write original screenplays, the conversation is one of the few that I got to do. So I'd love to go on now, especially in hoping at this age of my life that I could maybe only do now things that I write. And writing has that 8-month lag problem that you got to sit and write, and nobody else has a job while you're writing.
Exactly.
So you're under pressure to say, "Can't you direct the movie?" You know. So now I'm hoping to do that. Rumblefish was just a kind of peculiar thing that I saw that way and was grateful, although it made zero money and also. So I hope to go back more to the things that I would like to write about, and having the discipline to do that, to not work, and because obviously if you're making other films in between, it's very hard to write the screenplay the 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm in right now. I'm working on the screenplay. It's taking 6 months already. It's going to take another few months.
And no one gets paid during
Nobody
that
gets paid during that time. And also, at the age of 55, becoming 56, how many more pictures can you do?
But that would widen the field, and that holy grail of a company that was balanced in that way, which to this day exists. And as I think back on my life to the point I am, the only thing I don't regret any of the projects I did or pickles I got myself into, but I regret a little bit that the film industry that we're leaving to the next generation is not quite as good and as it was what we received.
What lies ahead for you, each of you, at this point in your careers? Is it a big project? Are there big endeavors? Is Zoetrope something you're starting up again? Are you working in different directions?
I confess that I have once again been rekindled with what I think are exciting ideas about a way to go. And I know for myself, I want to exclusively do my own writing. I feel I've done the last of my studio pictures that, as you know, I'm involved in a very big wine and other kinds of businesses that it's like the old days when I was a drama major. I had to become an English major because the faculty was going to flunk me if I didn't. And I feel, in other words, I don't want to have my income and my family to be dependent on the movie business, because then they hold you hostage. So I think I have achieved that, and I'm looking forward to really a lot of personal writing for films. I have a big project that I'd love to do. Finally, I've been thinking about for a long time, and I'd love to do that. And I don't feel I've made the film that I really have in my heart. And
what is that? Can you are you at liberty to say?
It's an original screenplay. It's sort of as though it's as original in terms of like the way the conversation was just a story, except it's kind of as big as Apocalypse Now in terms of its scale. And I've been trying to earn in all the things we do, either to impress the studios or more important, the distributors and the completion bonds, that I can make movies extremely efficiently. My films don't go over budget and stuff. All of that is, as I was saying before, all trying to get the ingredients so you could one day make that kind of a dream project, what we always used to call the dream project, the personal film that you do. And I also feel that there's a fabulous time in this period of confusion in the professional film industry relative to the studios and stuff, that it is possible for a company like a United Artists
to emerge again.
Every once in a while I call up Marty and I say,
the American public has been told that they don't like to read subtitles, you see. So there's more an aversion to that sort of thing. But if your show, I've co-distributed some foreign classics in new restored versions, like Rocco and His Brothers, Golden Coach, and a bunch of others, Purple Noon and Contempt. Seen on a big screen, maybe you might be sparking some creativity out there.
No, I think it's still important, because one of the things that each of you have been able to do has been able to bring, through the power of your own celebrity and important significance as directors, Americans' attention to certain directors. I mean, even in the presentation of Kurosawa's work that you did, was to bring people's attention to the fact that you're able to bring this film out. Are there filmmakers or individual films that you'd like to still do that with, each of you?
Well, just recently we did I Am Cuba.
And
I think I mean, you can't discount just the degree of enthusiasm that I know you can't talk to Marty without feeling it, but even my other friends, I mean, they truly do love movies or the cinema, whatever you want to call it, and there's just a natural enthusiasm that you tend to want. I called them and said, you got to see this, and then it's a natural thing that people who love film will want to share it and stimulate it. I don't think it's by any kind of design.
See, you want to make films. You want to show films that when you look at them, makes you want to continue making films. That's what it is, you see.
It's very important.
And it's really important. You look at a picture like, suddenly you're depressed, you're tired, you've been working, and suddenly you see this thing and you say, hey, yeah, I forgot that could be fun. Or yeah, I want to do that.
When you see a good movie,
you know?
It makes you want to make a movie. And when
see?
you see a bad movie or one of these cynical things that just spins it out, you come out. I mean, ask my wife. You kick everything. I don't want to do this. You know,
what a business.
Nothing is more stimulating than to see, which is why in the 50s and 60s we wanted to.
The last question. The idea is that basically you're at a point now in which you've both been the young filmmakers that came through careers and found this. Are there young filmmakers, are there contemporary filmmakers now that you get extremely impressed when you've seen their work at this point? Are there someone that you'd single out that you'd say of the new generation? Do you both get a chance to see a lot of
movies that
works?
I see? I went on a period where for 3 years, Fellini was like this. He wouldn't go to the movies.
Yeah, me too. For about 3 or 4 years,
I wouldn't go. I started to go again, but it was depressing. And then I'd see I like To Die For. Gus Van Sant.
Very good.
Because it was something, there's a little originality. I mean, it wasn't just showing you the same old thing over and over again. Woody Allen, even when he works in his own little world, he always does something totally original.
His last picture, too, Deconstructing Harry.
Yeah, I mean, some of the character who's out of focus.
Oh, it was wonderful.
You know, he always, there's always some
the jump
wonderful
cuts,
thing.
the way he was cutting the editing of the dialogue was incredible.
So I had a couple of bucks, and I was in a position to be helpful, which I tried to do whenever I could. When I had loved
he took
his
care
first,
of a lot of my stuff. Yeah,
his first film, I thought was before Mean Streets.
Oh, Who's That Knocking?
I was so impressed with it.
Jeez.
I just loved Who's That Knocking at my door. So I felt, because I actually was working as a screenwriter and getting a salary, that I was able to be of help, to everyone in that group. Yeah. And a little bit I was a symbol because I was like the first young guy of our generation who actually was getting jobs,
Yeah.
So
you made three films before Godfather. I mean, really more than three, but it was like Rain People.
So
and
it was a sort of hope. It was sort of a hope that we could all do it, because before that we all thought, gee, well, we are really going to get to make a feature. I thought I was going to work for the USIA.
Yes, the USIA, that was the big thing.
That
but
was
they
the only
didn't like
job.
They didn't like my work, what I did for them. They burned one of mine. They didn't care for it.
And I was able to introduce people like Marty to people who then could be
George
helpful
Lucas and everybody, and also
or Ellen Burstyn. I know
he got me to do Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore,
which was an important picture.
Because Mean Streets was such a kind of an obviously off the beaten track type film that John Callahan mentioned that I should be doing this kind of film after you had given the script to Ellen Burstyn, actually, and I realized,
We're part of the very first Tribeca Film Festival in 2002, and I will always be grateful to them for joining us then and joining us now. Thank you all very much.
Well, I had a lovely and witty introduction to you written. I'm not sure if I should. I think Jane has obviated the need for that very gracefully. But let me start more or less in the middle, if I can find my glasses.
I told him over there, I said, I have absolutely no idea what we're going to talk about. So I love that, because then I'll really talk.
It's true. I resisted the urge to send Francis the questions. But let's start in the middle, more or less. And by that I mean Apocalypse Now. At a press conference in Cannes after the release of that film, you said some very prescient things about movie making. For instance, you said, cinema is the most potent force of modern times, and it's going to radically change. World cinema will be electronic, it will be digital, and it will bounce off satellites, and it will create the dreams and hallucinations of the future, and it will change the world. This was 1979, or maybe 1980. How prescient do you think you were?
Well, as a former boy scientist, I always was interested in technology, and of course, art always has depended on technology, from the first paintings to, of course, the cinema was impossible until they invented the camera and the other means of recording. And I just knew it was going to be electronic for reasons we could talk about if you would want to. But I was positive it was going to be electronic. And I saw that once picture became electronic, because sound was already electronic, and then subsequently digital, which is another way of saying electronic, I guess. But I knew, we as young filmmakers knew that the soundtrack was very malleable and you could manipulate it. And, since the 50s when we saw Les Paul and Mary Ford, you could have sound-on-sound recording and you could make one saxophone sound like 20 saxophones. It was such a magic, promiscuous form, whereas picture was, of course, still photochemical, and so you had to cut pieces of film together. And I knew that once the picture became also digital and would become as promiscuous as was the soundtrack, then the film, you wouldn't cut a film, you would compose a film. But I also knew, I was sure that in the future, I said as much at some Academy Award ceremony when I think we gave the award to Michael Cimino, and I said, but before we give the award, I want to say a few minutes about the future of something is coming that is going to change everything. I knew that once every projector in every theater in the world was basically an electronic projector instead of a film projector, that then you wouldn't bring film cans to the projector, you would just supply it with digital files. And it could play a different movie in a different place. It could be totally changeable. In fact, it could be a live performance, a cinema live performance. So to me, coming into the digital age meant a real evolution of the form.
Well, I spoke to you a few months ago in Napa, and one of the things you told me then was that when your career was starting, there was talk about the threat to the movies from television. That certainly television was a new medium which would seem to pose challenges. When I was writing my first novel, there was a lot of talk about the novel being dead, being threatened by other art forms and being obsolete. And obviously, both the narrative film and the novel survived and continued to find their audiences. But at the same time, it doesn't seem to me they've changed all that much in the last 30 or 40 years.
I think the novel has changed a lot, and the novel is about 400 years old. I mean, if you Don Quixote or Goethe, and so much has happened in the novel. The manipulation of point of view, we could talk about the changes.
No, but I mean, let's say in the last 30 years. I mean, not modernism and postmodernism.
Well, even in the last 30 years, I think you get into the younger writers. What's his name? Infinite Jest, what have you. The form is continually to evolve, and it went through a big transition with the French, Flaubert, and what's his name? Who wrote the Charterhouse of Parma?
Stendhal,
and then of course went through the James Joyce, Virginia Woolf period. A great. So I think as a form, the novel has gone through many exciting transitions.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
Alain Robbe-Grillet.
But there was talk of the novel being dead. I mean, Tom Wolfe was the most famous proponent of this theory, and then he went on to become more famous by writing a novel, called The Bonfire of the Vanities. How would you say that these changes that you quite rightly predicted have changed the form of storytelling in film?
Unfortunately, what I had in mind did happen, but aspects of it were embraced and used to make the superhero movies because of digital effects, and I knew that in the realm of the digital cinema, anything you could dream up would be possible, but I failed to adjust for the fact that what they dream up is something that could make money by doing things in a way that
maybe is titillating or exciting. But I mean, you see some of the spectacular things possible in the big blockbuster movies, and you look at them and you sort of shrug a little because you know it's a form of animation, really, that it's not really happening. But prepared well, those beautiful capabilities could, what's happened today in the movie business, there's a split between the so-called studio pictures, which have too much money, which are basically the franchises of, 5 Iron Man pictures and 5 Spider-Man pictures, and the independent cinema made by our very talented younger filmmakers we can include Woody Allen with that group, who are just love the form and just keep pouring it out, and they don't have enough money to, their budgets are very miserly. So, but this is a time, as always, of great transition, and the cinema as well. All our institutions seem to be changing right in front of our eyes: marriage, journalism, religion, politics. Who would have imagined politics would become reality television, So while our very, institutions are the bedrock that we rest on, and so since they're changing, this becomes quite an exciting time. But with the cinema, I'm sure that what I'm sure is going to happen is the so-called ownership, the establishment of the cinema, which is now in the hands of cable companies and telephone companies, is going to shift, because I don't believe that the internet, social media companies can have their industry founded on social media. They're going to have content at some point. I mean, anyone who goes to one of them, like a Facebook or something, knows that after a while you become bored with it and you don't even want to go back anymore, beyond grandparents seeing their grandchildren's pictures. So those companies have so much money that ultimately I think they're gonna want movies. They're gonna want, not movies, but content. They're gonna want to have something to look at. Yahoo, they're wondering, well, who's gonna come to Yahoo? We don't have anything really we can offer. It was really a search company originally. So I feel that the ownership of the cinema is going to change. Also, one thing we've seen is cinema and television has become the same thing. Those wonderful long television, like starting with Sopranos and Breaking Bad, those are movies. Yep. So it's all cinema. Excuse me. There is no more television as such. There's cinema, and it can be seen in the home, it can be seen in the theater. It can be and will be seen in both the home and the theater, and it could be a minute or less, or it could be 90 hours or more. So now we have this new exciting category of cinema, which is about to have new ownership.
Have you ever considered long-form television?
I hate that word long-form television, but I love what Eugene O'Neill would call a cycle of plays. Mm-hmm. That's a turn on. Morning Becomes Electra was 4 plays, I guess, or back to Methuselah was more. So I don't even know how many plays that was. So yeah, I've become very interested in a particular corner of what I think the future will be, and I've been, at age 77, I've sort of assigned myself this extraordinary vocabulary and language that cinema evolved and which television borrowed. So, it would have been used by English couple looking at a screen and saying hello to their daughter in Salon. What is the thing Apple does with the camera? It's called, it would have been used like that. Detectives in New York would have seen the perpetrators of the crime in Chicago because it couldn't record. So it's very curious to think how that would have influenced the cinema when it was born. So it was called distant vision, distant electric vision, distant vision. And even in the 1920s, there was an American named Francis Jenkins who was broadcasting to home radio ham operators a little television box called Radiovision. Radiovision, I think it was called. And so the history of television goes way, 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 way back. And the urge to see at a distance, of course, was probably an ancient fantasy. So what I'm doing is I'm writing a long piece, a cycle of plays, you could call it, called Distant Vision, which is a little bit like Buddenbrooks. It's the story of an Italian family, much like my own. 3 generations, so the 4 marriages, the grandparents' marriage, the parents' marriage, and the younger people's marriage. And just as Buddenbrooks was told over great changes in Hanseatic Germany, in the merchants and what was happening in Germany, my story of 4 generations of a family like mine takes place over the conception and the birth and the ultimate dominance of television over the period of time that those families. So it's about a family not unlike my own, although it's fiction, and it's about the story of television and to try to understand how television has impacted us, as we know. I was thinking when I was trying to dream up what I would write about, I was thinking, my era, I was born in 1939, so my era is the end of World War II. If we said to someone a little older, what was your era, what was your time about, they would say World War II. But I'm just after World War II, and I thought, well, what is mine? Mine is the 40s, the 50s, the changes in civil rights, the Vietnamese War, and I realized it's television. Everything we did or saw or thought about somehow was determined by television and our interaction with it, so I thought I wanted that as a subject matter.
But formally, it sounds like you're trying to do something very different from a conventional film script, which you subsequently direct.
Yeah, well, what this is since I felt it was about that subject, I thought, well, the form itself should be live cinema. And I said, well, what's live cinema? And I said, well, I don't really know, because no one has. I know what live television is. Live television is when they do The Sound of Music and they have a lot of cameras and they sort of produce the sound of music and it looks like a television play. And but cinema doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like The Young and the Restless. It looks, and so I in my career, I've always been in a situation where I'm doing something big and ambitious, and I'm trying to sell people to sponsor me, like with Apocalypse Now. And the truth is, I had no idea how I was going to do what I was saying I was going to do. But when I got there, how am I going to destroy villages with helicopters and all this stuff? I had no idea how to do it, but step by step, we learned. And so when I talk about live cinema, which is something I'm sure of, that you will be able to see something that looks like a beautiful movie, and yet it will be being performed live for you. I wasn't exactly sure how I would do what I had in my heart and my imagination. So what I began to do is take like 20 or 30 pages and do a kind of a proof of concept workshop somewhere and try to find some place where I could go. So a couple of years ago, I went to Oklahoma, and where I was welcome at a film school in Oklahoma, and they said, well, we'll give you students and all these facilities. And so I did like a 50, well, how many? It was 50 minutes, excuse me, of what was basically an experiment to try to express what live cinema was. And I would take notes every morning. I'd write to myself, and I was, watch how it was going. I had some repertory actors from the Oklahoma City, Dallas area, and they were working with me on this material, and I would say, well, this is definitely not theater, and it's definitely not television, and it's definitely not movies. So what is it? I said, I don't know. Why is it not those things? And it's because the basic unit of live cinema, just as your work of the novel, the basic unit of the novel is the sentence. If you have a beautiful sentence, and then you have a few beautiful sentences, you're on your way to a beautiful paragraph, and ultimately, that's the basic unit. In television, the basic unit is the event. It could be a ball game, it could be The Sound of Music, it could be when they do the opera, that's basically a kind of live television. They have the opera with the sets, and they have a lot of cameras trying to stay out of each other's way. But cinema, the basic unit is the shot. it's shot-based. There's this shot, and we've learned from the masters, Eisenstein and the pioneers, that the shot cuts to another shot and it makes a meaning that neither of them could make. So you build cinema out of shots. So then I realized, well, that's totally different than the way they do live television. It's more like as if you had a storyboard, a Pixar storyboard, and the actors are running through and they're performing those shots. And somehow you're able to cut them and show them on this projector, and the people are seeing a movie, but it's a live performance. And I guess what I felt was that why should we give up performance just because we have this beautiful cinema that now has existed for 100 and some odd years? Wouldn't it be great if you could still have performance? Like, you know, when they were doing opera at Dresden in 1850, they were big, elaborate productions. They had choruses, they had, and the maestro, who was the director of the opera house, was like a movie director because he was involved in everything. But at the moment he got up in front of you, the audience, and he raised his hand and they performed it. Well, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could do that? I thought, being an old ex-theater student, if we could perform cinema. And of course, with it all being electronic, it is possible. It could be all around the world. Everyone could see a new film by whomever and see it live with the thrill of the actors doing the timing and not the editors. So that was sort of the holy grail I started to go after. And I experimented in Oklahoma, and I did about 50 minutes, and we broadcast it. You know, my wife saw it in Paris, and my friends saw it in New York, my daughter. And I believe it's definitely, it will not be the entire cinema of the future, but that there will be live productions that are cinematic and look like movies and behave like movies.
But is this an ongoing project, and do you have a script that you're continuing to work from?
Yeah, I think I'm doing it again. I'm going to do it at UCLA, and each time I do it, I have a different experiment. And in Oklahoma, my first experiment is how do you get it to look not like just like The Young and the Restless. The reason it looks like that is because they're concerned that the cameras not photograph themselves. So they tend to shoot it all with zoom lenses so that they can come in close. Zoom lenses, those kind of cameras, zoom lenses are very, it's a lot of glass, so they need a lot of light. So the lighting is all done from a big grid. And that combination of this big grid that illuminates everything and these long lenses which eat up the light gives it the live television look that Peter Pan had, or even Grease had when they did it recently. But movies are lit from the floor. Movies are lit from the lamp in the room or through the window, and the lenses that used in movies are much more efficient, so they don't need a lot of light. So we shot in Oklahoma with those kind of lenses for the most part, and didn't use the grid at all, just had lights that we could, you know, because a lot of actors running around scene after scene after scene, we were pushing lights and things around, but it looked like a movie, didn't look like a... So that experiment confirmed to me, okay, that's how you would do that. You would light from the floor and at a much lower light level. So in Oklahoma now, I'm going to experiment with 3 other things. So each time I do it, I try to learn another notch of how to do it. And then I'm going to do the whole thing. The script is almost 500 pages long, so it's like 6 plays.
Oh, but right now it sounds like filmed theater.
Not at all.
Okay.
Why does it sound like?
Well, I want you to clarify because
it's shot-based. In other words, it's a theater is you have a set. Like they're going to do a live production. What was the movie that Jack Nicholson did? It was a play Jack Nicholson did with. It was a movie with military. Fugleman. They're going to do that on NBC. So of course that's perfect for them because it's a courtroom drama. So they have a courtroom and then they have a lot of cameras. That's a film play. If they ask me, would you like to do something experiment? I would say, yeah, I want to do Lawrence of Arabia. Live. Okay. I mean, that's a joke, but it's the difference. It's the difference between telling a story through quanta of images and, on the other hand, a set a set that has, positions and you stage it, which is not how I do it. But it's shot based. In other words, it goes from a design shot to a design shot to a design shot, and it looks like. Also, you have to realize that a lot of evolution has happened since the great days of live television, Playhouse 90, but it's happened in sports. They've invented all kinds of technology to facilitate sports. And just to learn, have you ever wondered how in a baseball game, one hits a home run and the guy runs around and you get the reactions of the people? But they always have the shot where he goes into the dugout and everyone gives him high fives and he goes and he gets some Gatorade. Now, how is it they're always able to get that shot? Because there was an argument and the umpires were arguing. Couldn't it have happened that they're stuck on that? And so when they get to the dugout, it's too late, he's already drinking the Gatorade? They always have that shot because they have equipment, in this case it's called EVS, that enables them to control time. They can isolate time while the sports are going on, and they can show you, and it happens in real time, but they're able to manipulate time. So I said, well, what happens if I use that for storytelling purposes, if I have control over time? And that's one example of some of the advances that have been made for sports that you could use in an enterprise like mine.
So it sounds like you've talked sometimes about the outsized influence that editing has in shaping film, and it sounds like you're sort of somewhat bypassing the editing process.
No, you're still editing, but you're editing a little more, as they do in movies anyway, before the fact, because cinema has this wonderful property which we only have because the pioneers were able to experiment. I often talk about the guts it must have taken from an early film director to, because at first it looked like a play. They had the actors full, or cut at the knee or full form, and then someone had a close shot. And it always occurs to me how gutsy that was, and how would they be sure that the audience would accept that? Suddenly I'm looking at a great big close-up of someone. And of course, how would we know that the audience would just have, look what he's thinking in the scene. But the mind of the audience makes that work. Or the girl is tied to the railroad track and the villain is tying her, and then you cut to a locomotive. How did they know that the audience would put the locomotive shot, which is just another shot, and say that girl's in danger? This is the wonderful invention in the language of cinema that they did, aided by this extraordinary human mind that puts these things, and each of you make that work story-wise. So if you don't get to experiment and do outrageous things like that, how can you move forward? How can you discover what the rules of electronic live cinema is? What you have to do is you have to pre-imagine, as you do anyway when you make a movie, the effect that going from this shot to this situation to that shot. And that's why Pixar just spends years drawing storyboards and trying to figure it all out beforehand. So a little bit in live cinema you have to figure it out beforehand, because there are no real sets as such. There are shots. What I learned in my Oklahoma experience, and I want to continue with the next one I'm doing, is that instead of having a scene, okay, here's the drawing room and the actors are getting drinks and blah, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say, okay, here's the shot. Put a piece of the liquor bottles in the left on the frame, and make there be a door over there, and there's a window, and let there be light. In other words, I would build the shot out of the frame rather than an existing set that's there. And then go to the next shot, do the same thing, piece it together out of the malleable elements of the actors and the furniture and the tools that I have, so that when you see it cut, it performs like cinema rather than a play that's being covered, or an opera in the movie theater in the afternoon. It's a very different looking effect. It looks like a movie.
You talked earlier about commercial studio filmmaking versus independent filmmaking. It seems to me that you came of age and partly helped to shape an age when that line seemed to blur for a moment. I mean, The Godfather was conceived of in many ways as a commercial film, and yet many people consider it one of the greatest and most innovative films of all time. I mean, was there a moment there, an open window, when commercial and independent filmmaking were not so dichotomized as they are today?
Well, I think the important factor was, again, the timing, that myself, my generation, were raised with the twin influences of the European cinema and Hollywood cinema. So I was, 19 in 1959 or whatever. We were seeing these great Italian films and the great Japanese films and the French films and the Swedish films of Bergman. Those of you who haven't seen Marty Scorsese's beautiful documentary called Viaggio in Italia, has anyone seen that? Marty gives a lecture on the Italian cinema from before Rossellini on. Very, very wonderful. But to think what the Italians had, they had 40 great film directors at once. It's never happened again. So we were knocked out by these extraordinary films at age 16, age 17, and then to throw in Orson Welles and John Frankenheimer on television to boot. And then there was the American cinema. There was William Wyler's great The Best Years of Our Lives, and John Ford and George Stevens' A Place in the Sun. So there was beauty hitting us from two angles, so that when we came to our opportunity in the 70s, the studios were a little bit in disarray, as they are now. They weren't quite sure what movies to make. Some of
the success of Easy Rider really threw them, didn't it? I mean,
the success of Easy Rider definitely was saying, well, maybe we should make films, but for young people. And they said, well, what's that? Well, Easy Rider definitely showed it. So we got our chance.
Paul Schrader said after that they gave you guys the keys for a while.
Well, we sort of swiped them. They didn't really give us anything. But what the films we did were doubly influenced by Kurosawa and Wyler, or Billy Wilder and Fellini. So I think it was a very unique time. And the same thing happened then later, when these talented writers and directors who wanted to make that kind of cinema and didn't have the chance to, the guy David Chase, who made The Sopranos, slowly, the critical success of Apocalypse, it improved over time. People kept seeing it.
But there was the Palme d'Or relatively early on.
Yeah.
I mean, but does all of that turmoil, the difficulty of making the film, when you look back on it, do you feel all of that Sturm und Drang, or do you see the completed project?
I feel more relief. I mean, I was so scared, to be honest with you. I mean, I was so frightened, but I didn't know any other way to do it, except fumble my way through it. When I look back, and I had my share of bad reviews for all those pictures, but I realized that I made Godfather 1, The Conversation, Godfather 2, and Apocalypse Now, one after another in about 4.5 years. But I was so depressed. I had won 5 Oscars, and no one would let me do Apocalypse. So I took the Oscars. I was so mad, and I threw them out the window of my house. And they landed down in the garden, all mangled. And they're just dross, by the way. They're all broken and stuff. So my mother picked up all the pieces, and she went to the Academy. She said, "Oh, my son's Oscars, the maid was dusting them, and they fell down." they're mangled, But that was my sentiment. That's why people like live. That's why people, like, I guess, rock shows and stuff, because there is a hunger. I mean, we're looking at canned entertainment. Some of it's great, but nonetheless, it's canned, and there is a thrill to go. And I'm sure there are those of you in the audience tonight who were there on the first night of seeing Streetcar Named Desire or Long Day's Journey, and you'll never forget that your whole life. Or Aida. or God knows what. So that's one of the human thrills, is to sit in a great performance with your fellow audience, and that can be for the cinema as well. And it will be. I mean, I don't think all films will be created live, but some will. And there, the cinema, I always like to think, well, gee, I wonder what their grandchildren's grandchildren will make. If I could get a glimmer to see that, what those little kids are going to make, it'll be something we can't even imagine, but I know it will be thrilling.
Well, I have 37 other questions to ask you. However, I've been told that I have to turn the.
You're going to give me the.
I have to turn the mic over to the audience at this point.
Oh, that's good. I love the audience.
So it's time for your questions.
How do we do it? Do we
do
choose
this?
the young lady with glasses?
The audience kind of have their choose your own adventure with like a stream of different, like a tree of different plot lines that can kind of condense into one thing in the end.
Well, if I were to talk to you about the 5 possible ways the cinema would change, the idea of performing cinema live is just one of them. What you're talking about is the one I can know the least about, which is where we're making the cinematic experience through some sort of connection on the internet, or even involving the Oculus. I mean, more what online gaming is, although I can't quite put it in a dramatic context yet. You can? She has it. Well, we're all gonna make you rich shortly, which is not such great shakes. But no, but yes, definitely that's one of the 5 things I would talk. Another one, since you're a young lady, that I think is the whole idea of the documentary. I could talk about a lot of different ways the cinema can be new, but one of it is when the documentary form, which is so interesting and such a beautiful form, is used to become more personal, the way Sarah Polley did on her film called Stories People Tell. Did you see that? No, I haven't. You know Sarah Polley? Yeah, see that. It was a beautiful film. But so there are many exciting avenues, and a young person can do them all. Mm-hmm. But what you say, the interactive experience and more learning about how gaming works. I mean, gaming online is an extraordinary thing. There are people who just go online to watch the people play the game, who don't play it in themselves. It's very interesting. Thank you.
You want to pick another one?
Let's get somebody over there, huh? Just the fellow right over there.
Hi, my name is Juan. I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina. You went there shooting Tetro, which I really enjoyed. I thought it was a perfect, little bit misunderstood movie. And my question is about that movie and maybe the last 2 or 3. Do you feel like you're a film student again? I mean, like for the experimentation and all those things that you try?
Well, I am well aware that some great artists, I'll say Tennessee Williams or certain novelists I can think of, have a success very young. Williams had the Glass Menagerie and Streetcar Named Desire, and lived a life of great heartbreak because he never could quite, or he did do some spectacular plays after that, work after that, but he always felt he was in competition with Streetcar or Glass Menagerie, and that could be true of a first novel, and it seems to be a pattern. And I decide who was James Jones? He was in.
Yeah, he had.
Or the guy who did. At any rate.
My agent told me that she was afraid that Bright Lights Big City was going to be in the first line of my obituary, and that was 30 years ago.
Well, that's what happens. I mean, so I knew at age 65 that I was never going to make a film that connected with the public in the way that The Godfather did, and I didn't even see the point of certainly of trying. So I decided that an artist, when you have had the good fortune of coming on the scene very young, you should do a sort of kind of kill yourself in a form and then come back and go back and be a student again and reinvent yourself and work your way up again and see then what that new person. So I just, when I think I was 65, I liked being 50 very much. I thought that was a wonderful age. So I called myself, I'm 50-15. Now I'm 50-27. But I'm always in my 50s. So I decided I'm just going to be a student again, and I'm not going to, and I went off to Romania with my own money. I didn't have a lot of it, but I couldn't take the great photographer that I had always worked with, and I couldn't, one of the biggest costs of films is when you go to these places, it's plane tickets and hotels, and the family of the people you want to work with have to go. And so I went alone. I went with my little granddaughter just to visit, and made a film there just with the resources I had. At any rate, you're always insecure, and that's just part of it. It's ridiculous. So I made the 3 films, and then I thought, well, I'm ready to do something ambitious. So I decided what I wanted to do was kind of tell the story of television, but to tell it in a very personal way, like through my family. And then, of course, just when I had something I could really do, I said, yeah, but to do it live. Because it's about, I love work that is what it's about. Apocalypse was a little bit about that. It was about madness, and it was madness the way we did it. You know what I mean about is what it's about? If you can do that, if it can both be about this thing and be this thing, that's thrilling. So I ended up now in this extremely difficult position of doing a thing that's really never quite been done before, and to try to do it and actually, I mean, my dream is in a few years to invite you to a theater like this on the first night, 8 o'clock, and we'll be going 3, 2, 1, go, and perform this first part of it, which would be about an hour and a half for you live, and then 3 months later do the second part, and then 3 months later do the third part. That's what I'm going to try to do. Yes.
Hi there. My name is Kim Blacklock, and I wanted to ask you about how you got involved with Fred Roos. He just gave a 72-year-old budding screenwriter his first movie. He just produced The Congressman, and I was just interested in that here he is at, I don't know what age he is, but giving new people, new
early
breaks.
80s, I would think,
Early
80,
80s.
81 maybe.
So when did you first hook up with Fred Roos, and what was your relationship?
I made a film called The Rain People back in whenever that was, the 60s, I guess. And Fred saw it. He was a sort of a talent manager, and not an agent, but a manager. And he said, well, that I liked that film. It was something I had written. My dream was to write my own stuff. I didn't quite get to do it, but I wrote many of them. I wrote The Conversation. Anyway, Fred said, well, anytime you want help with casting, give me a call. So then I was doing The Godfather, and I contacted him, and he helped me cast The Godfather. That's how I met him. But that's nothing. She's going to be mad at me for this. My wife is here. And my wife is, would you stand up so I can introduce you so they see how? Stand up, stand up. My wife has just made her first feature film. We all saw it last night. It was quite beautiful. And it was her first time. This is not like a documentary. This is she wrote it, she directed it, and made her first film at age 80. No, not yet. And she'll be 80 in 4 weeks.
Well, that's a very happy note on which to unhappily end this session. Thank you, Francis.
We've been married 53 years.
I wish we could all ask you more questions, but we'll be waiting for Distant Vision. And thanks again. Thank you all.
United Artists, which was an extraordinary place, making Heaven's Gate. Now, I made a picture there, Raging Bull, at the same time. In fact, Raging Bull opened 10 days before Heaven's Gate. And when that folded, we folded too with it. The picture was hardly re-released. The establishment of the UA executives left. It was a complete mess. Everything was really over at that point. But it wasn't easy to get the films made in the 70s, but there was an atmosphere of making special movies, a Robert Altman picture. There was a body of work. But when we hit the 80s, I know Altman, after we suffered at 20th Century Fox at that time, I had King of Comedy there, and Altman had a film called Health, I think, and they didn't even release it. And after that, I think Bob Altman, for almost 10 years, made smaller pictures, fringe things, until he did The Player in 1990. So they effectively altered that career. And for me, the 80s were like a diaspora. I had to search around. I had to learn how to make films again. So I started making low-budget films, a film called After Hours in 1984, where I learned how to shoot a picture again in 40 days. But you see, the problem with that is that it's at the age of 30, shoot 20 days, yeah. At the age of 40, 40 days, you're pushing it even. Like sometimes, I don't know if I have the energy, you see. And so that's why I had to start all over again. And then finally just fight our way back to a situation where we can get a picture like Goodfellas made. But even that, it only got made when we finally cast Robert De Niro in the smaller part there, the cameo part of Jimmy. Mm-hmm. That's the only way it got made. Mm-hmm. And so, in a way, I've been living, each picture I've made, I've been able to make, has been luck, and in some cases assignments, like Cape Fear, or even Casino was an assignment. Mm-hmm. And a picture like Age of Innocence, pure luck, that Mark Canton believed in making the picture. I've been very lucky the past 25 years, because a lot of studio executives, there's always been one studio where somebody wanted to make a picture that I was directing. And I always kind of come in under the wire, in a way, and sort of make the picture before they will realize what's happened and get out, in a way. And then it's a problem of selling them to a certain extent, because they're usually a little bit off the beaten track kind of film.
And Francis, you've had to operate the same way, haven't you? I mean,
yeah, it's sort of really moving to hear a guy like Marty, who made Raging Bull, to talk about how basically he's trying to squeak by with luck.
Exactly.
I mean,
it's amazing.
It's heartbreaking to think that. From my experience, I saw at the end of the 60s, I actually worked for Jack Warner, and I actually knew Sam Goldwyn, and I think the climate at the end of that traditional studio period was coming to an end, and it was a little bit of a no man's land, Wild West. And the movies that I got to make in the 70s, so I very much agree with Marty that we used the profession of making movies and as a kind of way to educate ourselves and learn, because the cinema movie making, they haven't uncovered 6% of what it can be and what can do.
Exactly.
And they discovered 4.5% in the silent era.
Exactly.
A number of people have argued that the industry is once again at the stage of a really fundamental change. The same way at the end of the silent era, the end of post-war period, and in some ways at the time that you both really emerged as filmmakers in the end of the 60s and the 70s. Do you agree with that?
Well, I do.
Yeah. I agree also.
I think, it's been now 15 years or so since Heaven's Gate, which is the film that I date, that basically they weren't going to put up with, these directors.
They're not going to put up with us anymore.
Yeah, it was a coup d'etat.
Complete coup d'etat. The 70s, the decade of director, or sort of director as author, quote unquote, what's the word? Acknowledged author. Yeah. In a way.
And also they considered a kind of runaway that now the corporations were seeing, the entertainment business is a big, big worldwide business, and we can't tolerate a director or that type of mentality running away. Budgets are wildly out of control. These guys are making too much money. And they really clamped on their they built up their middle managements, and they got a kind of culture police to be sure that no one could run away and start a production without, quote, a green light, which was not a phrase I had ever heard before.
No. I'm still waiting for mine this year.
Well, that's the trouble. But then when you think about what happened, all these 15 years later, budgets went far more wild, out of control than ever before. Right. Basically, whereas they sort of put the director in the place, but then the salaries of executives went kind of into, no director ever made $80 million a year, as some of these fellas do.
No.
And they basically didn't make a classic since that time, with the exception of a few films that, again, the directors either had the clout or did. So, I think now, to support what you're saying, is the business is not doing well. Those studio-developed pictures are uniformly failures. Once in a while, if a film does well, it's because a principal artist stuck his neck out and fought, either had the power or had the perseverance. And, I think they're very quickly revising what to do, because the business is not profitable in the way that they require it to be.
So where's it going? What's happening that represents that kind of change? Is it a change that's about globalization or about technology, or is it?
Well, you're talking about corporations. You're talking about corporations that are so big and so it's phenomenal. It's almost the amount of money to be made is so huge that when there's more money to be made, less risk has to be taken.
Well, they need
That's
to
the
have
problem.
they need to have results for their shareholders for every quarter. They can't.
Yeah.
They can't. Movie business is not Coca-Cola. It does not exist on a standard product that you just widen. You still depend on artistry, and this flies in the face of the way modern corporations are run. Yeah. What I think is going to happen is that whenever you have a old system that basically is not profitable and shaky, at the same time you have a vital new group of young people who are very passionate about movies.
Exactly.
So you have something very vital and strong and something old and decaying. It's sort of like when neorealism collapsed the old Italian costume picture. I think it's going to happen. I used to say in 4 years. Now I say 18 months.
Yeah. No, I think it's the real hope. The real hope, I think, is the fact that film means telling a story in film means so much to so many young people in this particular country, and other countries too as well, but so much to young people. They want to use this medium as a way of telling a story, and they will do anything to get it on film. I mean, if a film costs like Swoon, cost $10,000 in black and white 16 millimeter, they'll get it done. If there's a way to get it done, they will do it, and that's where the lifeblood is coming from, and that's where the vitality is coming from I think the independent movement. You see. The problem is to a certain extent, and also
kind of shackle on the cinema.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it really is. I only became involved with computer rendering, so to speak, or computer generated images, and particularly my last film.
On this film, which was a great service to you.
Yeah, it really was. But it's another way of working, and I think you pointed out it's become a painterly medium rather than mise en scène, which means you take things, you put them in place according to the frame. This is in the foreground, that's in the background, this of course is here, this moves here, the camera moves this way. That's mise en scène. But now, with a computer, you can do anything. Right. So it becomes more, as you pointed out, you had said it was a painterly thing. You could paint what kind of sky you want. You know, the reality is I grew up downtown. I didn't see the sky. I never saw it. We saw, you know what I'm saying? It isn't like you grow up in Arizona. I always talk about Spielberg growing up in Phoenix, Arizona. He could tell the sun's coming up, and we never saw that. So I know a light bulb, basically. That was for me.
You
so
knew
now
about the cannoli.
I know
about the
sfogliatelle. The sfogliatelle in Ferraris or in Cafe Roma, you go in, you know that it's either a fresh batch, or it isn't. They're making a new one, so you wait. But the reality was like, suddenly I'm looking there and they say, what kind of sky do you want? Well, I guess, a dramatic sky? Okay. What does that look like? Well, a little steel gray, maybe it's too much. That kind of thing. And suddenly you're putting in images. It's almost like a painting.
See, I thought that would help a guy, say, we all knew about Stanley Kubrick wanted to do the life of Napoleon.
Yeah.
Well, what a subject matter. And we figured, and seeing what he did with Spartacus, where he had, the soldiers marching, and then we realized with those double exposures, we said, well, that will mean that Stanley Kubrick can make the life of Napoleon, because suddenly he doesn't have to build everything, doesn't have to have 10 million extras. But it didn't quite go that way. And more I feel, at least the director or my generation director, started to lose control of the means of production. And then before you knew it, they started to operate on this kind of glut of films where every week there are so many movies that come out, and they're rated like a horse race on Monday. And so that, combined with the middle management controlling everything, less and less, I felt personally more and more squeezed out, and I had to either say, well, let me figure out how to make a movie that makes a lot of money, so they'll reward me after that to let me make, which was always trying to somehow stay, to be viable to them, because Wells basically, kind of became Hollywood's enemy, and they threw him away. And for 15 years of his life, he wanted to make films, but nobody would make it possible for him.
Do you think audiences, obviously the corporate problem in Hollywood is again, as you stated, like a real shackle, a real problem. Are audiences and critics less sophisticated now than they were? Are they less open to things than they were?
I think so.
Well, audiences have now been brainwashed by 40 years of television.
Yeah. See, it's a different frame of reference. We had the frame of reference from Hollywood's golden age. We saw movies in big screens in theaters, and we talk about, let's talk about Casablanca, for example, which is a wonderful film and a great example of film coming out of the golden age of the Hollywood studios. But I think, unfortunately, a lot of the audiences now, the younger kids, the younger people even, their frame of reference is television.
The 30-minute sitcom or the 30-minute dramatic
with snappy dialogue, which in itself is quite funny. I know, like The Odd Couple, for example. It's one thing as a play, it's another thing as a film, but as a sitcom, it developed the characters of Felix and Oscar, and it was kind of interesting and all that sort of thing. But there are other ways to go, and it's really difficult because at this point, it led a lot of studio executives to believe all you need is basically a good script, sweet smell of success. Right. Pictures that were very tough. You always knew when a UA film came out. It usually said Hecht, Hill, and Lancaster. Britt Lancaster producing it with Ben Hecht and James Hill, I think, and it's some fantastic films. The Big Knife.
We really miss. I mean, my generation. I think it's certainly true for Marty. Is that if I had to work for a company, I wanted to work for United Artists.
Yeah.
And I still do.
Yeah.
If there could be such, it wasn't Miramax. Miramax is not United Artists.
Are any of the specialized divisions similar to that, or is it even possible?
Miramax has a wonderful marketing ability. They really
brilliant.
fight for their movies, and so that's wonderful. But no, United Artists is very lacking today. That it performed a certain function that no other company is doing.
And Orion really wasn't a successor to it in the same vision.
But if you look at what Orion did in those few years, I mean, they had a wonderful track record. You know, they didn't manage it financially enough to sustain it.
Definitely a good track record, that's for sure.
But I think there's much to learn from the old United Artists that, oddly enough, is even more pertinent now in the 90s, and for this passionate new generation, because that's the real hope, is the fact that these kids, whom they previously called Generation X, if they want to be a chef, they want to be like a chef because they love to be a chef, and they'll go work 16 hours a day in some restaurant for nothing, and they feel the same way about movies, and that is, to me, where the life is going to come from.
Actors almost interchangeable, because one of the arguments people make is that it didn't matter what part Kate Winslet played in Titanic; it could have been 6 other people. Does it really matter?
I don't think so. I think it matters. I think that's one of the joys of movies, that some actor comes and brings it to life. And a role can be very good, as evidence. For example, Nicolas Cage has been in movies for 15 years. Finally, he got a part that was able to connect. So it's, to me, it's acting and writing.
And Nick Cage, was one of these actors who was very brave, trying all different, go off
Daredevil.
on the edge. Daredevil, Wild at Heart, dancing on the table, doing Elvis. I mean, it's amazing. And then finally leaving Las Vegas, was able to pull it together.
Casting and acting is at the very. I view it as writing and acting as the oxygen and hydrogen that makes the movie.
And still very crucial for the work that you do as well. I mean, when you're casting a film like Kundun, I mean, you're dealing with a lot of unknown cast as well as not just star cast.
Well, that's a special situation. I mean, there was no way you can make a film about Tibet and use actors. There's no way. Not even you can use, in some cases you can say, well, you can use some Chinese actors. It's not the case. The best thing to do, you'd find somebody. There had to be some people in India. They found them
the
who were able. The Pasolini
approach.
thing. It's Robert Flaherty. It's Elephant Boy.
That's casting.
That's
too.
casting.
That's acting.
It very much is.
Everybody's an actor. You're acting now. It's all, we're all acting. So it's everybody's an actor. You see, and if you just get a person who can pretty much be themselves in front of when a camera's running, you're okay.
Do you have special actors that you favor now more above others, or is it according to the work?
Well, you come to know, as with all collaborators, be it a photographer or art director, you come and know people, become your friends, and you like very much working with them, and you enjoy it. And so, of course, there are actors that you would like to work with over and over again.
For instance, it's someone.
Obviously, Bobby De Niro.
Obviously,
I like working with Bob.
He's such a creative person.
Yeah, I had a very long collaboration with him. But you see, that's also some of the reasons why those pictures got made in the 70s. Taxi Driver. The night he won the Academy Award, we were there. Remember, you picked it up for him, and you came back and hit me on the shoulder and said, "This is good for your picture," because Bob was in it.
Right.
And because that particular script, was a daring script at the time. To us, we were crazy. We thought, hey, this is fine, let's do it, But apparently it was disturbed a lot of people, didn't want to make it. But Michael and Julia Phillips, putting myself together with De Niro, and that night of him winning for Godfather 2, helped the picture get made. And then the same thing with New York, and certainly, which was a project of De Niro's, which was Raging Bull. Right. So because of the actors, an actor like him who was a very brave actor, who didn't really care about, looking pretty in a movie and that sort of thing, and taking lots of chances, I was able to work. Luckily, we found a common ground to work on these projects together, where I felt I was doing something of my own.
Whatever. And, I always thought Mickey Rourke was just a very sweet person, despite all his front, And he is. And so that's more what I focused on, just that he doesn't put me off with his pugilistic, posings. And it's always wonderful to, I've, like Marty, been with certain actors 3, 4, 5 times in movies, and No actor has ever, however, ever said to me, what I really want to hear from them is, Francis, no matter what, any movie you want to make, I'm there. It's free. Don't worry about it.
No, I know. I know.
I'm waiting for
I know. And they always say, "Oh, Marty, you can get any actor to be in your films." No, I can't.
The
No,
same thing.
Oh, what are you
They
kidding?
are
I said,
too busy
"No."
working for Woody and Bob Altman.
Yeah, and exactly. And usually they come to me that the money isn't enough, and then not that it's a bad thing to a certain extent. It depends. If the money is a certain amount of money and the guy has to be there 10 weeks, that's a problem. If for the same amount of money, he could be there 3 weeks, that's different. If you can get all the scenes together, but then it's a whole problem shooting onto continuity. And we don't have the location, and we have
with
this.
packaging,
it's a nightmare.
with deals being made in studios where, I mean, with agencies where you're packaging films and you're packaging that talent into films, and with film, like, you change the nature of what their availabilities are, what they're working on.
I still rely on, even more than friendship and all relationships, is that if you come up with the great part, even a little part where they can score.
Absolutely.
When you ask an actor to be in your movie and say it's just like a 2-week thing, if they can score in that role, they have a sixth sense about that, and
Look at
they'll
Marty
do it.
Lando in Ed Wood, and playing Bela Lugosi was phenomenal.
Is artistic collaboration now so complicated that a single vision, an auteur, as it were, can no longer really exist in filmmaking?
Collaboration is essential to. I mean, I used to always say collaboration was the sex of creativity. You know, and it has nothing. A single vision doesn't exclude.
Dean Martin, is it other projects?
Dean Martin was more of an assignment, but the assignment, I must admit, was alluring. You know, it's a period that I grew up during, 40s, 50s, and 60s. I'm fascinated by American celebrity, the Italian-American issues, aspects of it. I mean, pretty much I felt, as I've said before, I think I've gotten to make pretty much the pictures I've always wanted to make. I don't think I've ever... The biggest problem for me was that Last Temptation of Christ, and that finally got made. I have about 3 or 4 projects lined up over the next few years that I've either collaborated on the script or whatever. I'm sometimes something falls in my lap. I don't know. You know, I'm always tempted, but I don't really see that. Oh, I'm going to work to a point and make this one particular film that I've always wanted to make. I have a few in mind, and I kind of, as I said, I've had 3 or 4 pictures that I like to make. They still need to be tinkered with in a way, and ultimately I keep looking towards, if you can keep going, and if you live and everything, you keep going to the late age. I keep thinking of John Huston working on Wise Blood, Kurosawa, and Luis Buñuel. People like that doing films into their 70s and 80s, but again, very cheaply, you know. The other passionate side of the issue is, for me, I'm getting more and more involved, more than producing, I'm getting more involved with the preservation and restoration of old films and that sort of thing. And a lot of my energy is going not only to preserve them, but also to restore them, preserve them, and have them shown properly. But that also means foreign cinema, too. And I did a film documentary on a kind of a journey through American cinema, which meant that it was my personal view of American cinema, because for me, the first film that was ever made was Duel in the Sun. That's the first one I saw by title. So then I went backwards from there, and then went this way, and then I didn't, in the documentary, which turned out to be 3 hours and 46 minutes or so, I didn't really talk about the films that were the average, the type of picture that wins the Academy Award and that sort of thing. It was more like B films, or films made off on a tangent in a way, and different types of directors and writers and actors and that sort of thing. And I'm beginning another one now in Italian cinema, which we hope Cecchi Gori will finance.
What does it start with?
It starts with Paisan, because that was the first one I saw on television in New York, 1948. I was 6 years old. Paisan, and then Open City, then Shoeshine, and going up from there all the way up to Antonioni, and up to the 1970, I'd say. And so the idea of these things is to get the word out, because when we were younger, the word was gotten out by people like, I don't know, Richard Schickel doing The Man Who Made the Movie, The Men Who Made the Movies. Prior to him, the French and the Italian, the French and the British critics. See what was happening in the late 50s. I was becoming aware of film that I might be interested in making movies, but how can you make them from the neighborhood I came from? It's like, you might as well say you're going to be an astronaut. Who knew? So we start to look at all these films. I had an obsession with all kinds of films, including foreign films, because I like to read the subtitles in these French pictures and Italian films and that sort of thing. But by the late 50s, the word got around that the only serious filmmaking is foreign. Only Ingmar Bergman, only, Fellini, only this. So for about 2 or 3 years, we rejected all the American films. But I had grown up on American films. And then by 1962 or 63, Andrew Sarris brought in some of the auteur theory, quote unquote, which has been much maligned, but had some very interesting things about it, into America. And I read the articles and I realized, wait a minute, I don't have to be ashamed of liking American films or saying that only foreigners make more serious work. And so therefore, American cinema opened up again, validated for me my original reactions to it, but also opened up like a treasure trove of these things, because now silent films are being restored. I'm telling you, you look at a silent film restored, it's a whole other world. It's a whole, you see them properly, it's a whole other world. And so in a funny way, what I'm trying to do is do a similar thing that those critics or those writers did at that time for us to at least, you never know, a film gets shown, a documentary, and some kid in the Midwest sees The Golden Coach by Renoir. You know, it might become a writer, an actor, director, I don't know, a musician, composer. It's throwing it back out there and letting it stir up, because there's a real problem now, as I said before, that...
So those are the experiences that really make you want to do it. You just want to, just like when you read a good book, you want to be active in the arts, and when you see cynical or work by route, you don't want to.
It's a bore. You're getting too old to watch it too. You don't have the time. You could be doing other things.
Do you know, it's a question that's been asked many different ways about influences and directions, but I want to end by asking how you've influenced each other. Have you, as growing up in the same period, influenced each other in different ways? Are there works?
I was a couple of years old. It's a big
He's like the older brother. It's a different thing.
3-4 years. I'm 58, so I'm.
It's a big difference, because he was in the '60s. I never forget seeing you in that loft on Crosby Street, I think it was, or Jones Alley, or Jones Street, where you gave a talk because You're a Big Boy Now is opening.
Oh, I don't even remember.
Remember,
that,
you said you have to want to make films. He said so badly that you could kill. That's it, you see. And you talked about the writing experience on Patton and Is Paris Burning and things like that. But it was amazing to have somebody come down. It was like 40 or 50 people, kids, younger kids, older people. There was so much activity going on at that time in New York and also Los Angeles about experimental filmmakers and independent filmmakers. It was all bursting out. And he came down and gave this talk. That was the first time. And then we met in Sorrento, Italy in 1970, a few years later.
And I sort of already had a little bit of success as a screenwriter.
Let me try to do a film, or really a studio picture, and try to give it something special.
I tried to get Marty the job to do the second Godfather.
Yeah, I know.
Because I never want to have anything to do with gangsters again. I thought he would do great.
It would have been great.
And he did.
Oh. Well, it's been wonderful to have you both here. I really thank you both very much for appearing with us, and thank you for appearing on USSB.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
The most quoted works in all history are the Bible, Shakespeare, The Godfather, and Apocalypse Now. The first was arguably from Shakespeare, the second arguably from God, and the others from a God, Francis Ford Coppola. It's uncanny how moments in Francis's films become metaphors for our own quotidian challenges, experiences, and warnings. But then everything about Francis's films are uncanny. Francis brings the passion we so clearly see in his movies to every part of his life. Under the Francis Ford Coppola Presents banner, he markets his films and videos, resorts, cafes, a literary magazine, a winery, a line of pastas, and pasta sauce. Leading today's discussion is Jay McInerney, a prominent writer in fiction, journalism, and film. He's currently writing a wine column for Town and Country magazine. In 2006, he won the James Beard MFK Fisher Award for distinguished writing for his food and wine work. They have an awful lot to talk about. I also have to say that both these gentlemen...
He wanted to be making films in the 70s, so he made his television in that, so that you always use the opportunity you have to try to fulfill your dreams, and that's all we did. I mean, you know, when you're a film director, like on a movie like The Godfather, all I was trying to do was not get fired every week.
Yeah.
In truth, I mean, I was so scared. I had 3 kids, or 2 and 1 imminently on the way, and when the baby was born, that was the baby in The Godfather. Turns out it was Sophia. It wasn't even a boy, it was Sophia. So you know, I was pretty scared.
Yeah, and they didn't want Marlon Brando, did they?
They didn't want Marlon Brando, and you know the story. We don't have to go over, but it's true. So, you know, I mean, in Apocalypse Now, I was terrified. I had a $32 million loan at 29% with everything I had amassed up against it, which is why I own Apocalypse Now at this moment, is because no one would do it, no one wanted to do it, and I was able to borrow the money, and at that kind of interest, by the way.
I'm curious, after all the turmoil of making that film, the typhoon and the heart attack of Martin Sheen and the, you know, and all the negative press while you were making it, I mean, eventually, I think the critical assessment of the film was very favorable. You once again won the
Met actors, they're wonderful actors in Romania, and Argentina has one of the greatest theater. There's more theater going on in Buenos Aires than anywhere I've ever seen. So there's tremendous resources, and I just found a young photographer who helped me shoot screen tests, and yes, it was like being a student again. I didn't have because the difference, a student doesn't have a lot of money to work with and doesn't have all those fantastic cinematographers and colleagues, and you're doing everything on a budget. So I decided to just try to make, and of course what I really wanted to be, and what I still want to be, is a writer. I want to be able to write the stuff I make, so I was doing that and trying to build myself up. And it's very ironic because now I felt I had done that a few times. Whether your films are, you always think your films are misunderstood. I mean, even though people like them, there are some people who don't like them. I'm going to go to Bayreuth this year and see all these Wagner things, so I'm reading his book, and he's just always complaining that they don't like his stuff. And, you know, they like Mendelssohn better. Well, Mendelssohn was great. So it's so funny to read the scenes where these great people are dealing with other great people that are all gods to us, and they're all snipping at each other and whatever.
Recently, these two film legends met with USSB host Jeffrey Gilmore, director of the Sundance Film Festival, to explore their thoughts on filmmaking, Hollywood, and their own amazing careers. U.S. Satellite Broadcasting is proud to present Martin Scorsese and Francis Ford Coppola.
Both of you have had extremely diverse careers, actually, in terms of the range of films that you've been working with. You've worked with films that are the epics of their time, and you've made very small and intimate films, and you have as well. And do you describe that diversity in your own careers as reflecting the changes in the industry, or is it something that you yourself pursued? Marty?
I think it came out of the change in the industry in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s. And I know Francis started earlier, even the 60s. And somehow, in the 70s, that decade, we were able to make pictures. People weren't talking about how much a picture was making. I mean, at a certain point, yes, how much money it would make or how much they would be able to risk. But primarily, they were talking about the new Terry Malick picture, or the new Paul Schrader picture, or that sort of new Francis Coppola film. These were films that were like, they were proud to make, in a way. They were proud to underwrite, I think, filmmakers with, and I don't want to use it because it could become a dirty word, but vision. A vision, meaning that they have a way of telling a story, give them as much control. And that built up to, of course, one of the good things about it is that Hollywood recognizes the independent movement, and what happens is they pick up one or two kids and put them into a Hollywood situation, but very often they bring them along too fast, like a fighter. They get them to fight the champ too. They give them $40 million, $60 million. No, give them 10, give them 20. Let them build up to it, and then they're out.
Well, now they're revising that also, and they're starting to rather, kind of do what Disney did with Miramax, and all of a sudden all of the majors are starting these new little independent companies, again hoping. I mean, I personally think that the management of the traditional studios are desperate because they know they're unnecessary, they know they're overpaid, and they know the truth that the films really cost more than they're publicly admitting, and they're doing less. So it's going to change.
You've always been fascinated by technology. In fact, well in front of the so-called technological revolution, which has been taking place in this last decade.
Yeah, but not anymore.
Has it taken the direction that you want to go?
Well, my feeling was, back then, and then whenever it was 25 years ago, I saw, being an ex-boy scientist, I realized what electronics and digital technology was going to do to movies, and at first I was excited because I thought that would enable us to approach movies that we wouldn't ordinarily be able to do, because we'd be able to have scenery that was not not totally have to build. And so I saw it as going to be a big boon to filmmaking. I didn't realize that it would be yet another.
What is that vitality that's coming out of the independent sector? Is that something that's actually going to keep the new generation of what's coming out of Hollywood? Or some people feel as though Hollywood's just going to beat back or compromise or absorb
compromise
that vitality.
them.
Well, compromise
they try to co-opt them.
In the same way that
hey,
you
why
have
not?
to
The guy is
exist in some
talented,
ways.
the man or the woman is talented. You bring him in, let's see if he can make a film for us. And sometimes that works. You never know.
The vitality of the industry, maybe right now, as we've said, is maybe coming out of the independents. There's this gulf now between the studios where you have a film made for several $100 million whose absolute incredible success is going to spur on perhaps more evolution in that direction of making certain kinds of films, or would you disagree with that? Is this success of Titanic surprise you?
I disagree. I think that the Titanic, first of all, its cost is even beyond what you
they
think.
say, yeah.
So that, I mean, I think it's great. I love it when a filmmaker is getting trashed and they're getting ready to fire all the executives, and then the film shows them that in the end, it's the movie. It's not the star. It's not who is getting the $20 million. It's the movie. And that's the lesson of Titanic. Not that you should make a $250 million movie. So I think that's what's going to come down to, is that it's going to come down to, just as they say in real estate, you know, location. It's the movie. And you come up with a movie that has life collaboration by any means, because that vision is constantly modified by what the actor will bring to it.
Absolutely.
Do you agree?
Absolutely, because I mean, you think about it, and you know, in order to make a picture, you have this equipment, you have everybody around you. You need a lot of people to do it. There are other ways. Other people make films with a single camera and a lower budget, that sort of thing, but you're still dependent. If you're dealing with a narrative, to a certain extent, you're still dependent on a number of people working together to carry out something you believe in and that they can contribute to. You have to all be open to contributions, I think. You know, and I think about it too. Over the years, I go see painters exhibitions in museums, and I saw one a couple of years ago here, last year, Titian, I think, and the person was taking us around and said, well, the columns were done by so-and-so, and the birds were painted by someone else, and explained that they all worked together under his direction, you see. I think it was Titian or Tintoretto, and it was a Venetian, I know. And it was a matter of a whole bunch of people having a school of artists under him, students, working and doing certain things, and his having the whole vision. So it's very similar.
Yeah, but you've had that with Dean and Walter Murch and all the people that you've worked with for years. You've had a team.
Yeah, what I want to say is more than the vision is kind of the direction you want to go into, and the so-called dictatorial part usually is like trying to strike out those the kind of cop-out solutions where people want to do the rote thing or the safe thing, and it's more saying, no, we're trying to accomplish that. Don't give me, you know, kind of that type of a cliche.
You know, so that I'm averaging a picture every 2 years, kind of every 2 years. You know, it'd be nice if I could do one a year, but it used to be one a year, you know. But I'm the type of project I'm interested in now.
Right, then you have to sell them, and you have to fall out at one studio and go to another.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Age of Innocence went through 3 studios before it got made. You know,
you've also both produced. I mean, both as producers on your own work, but also executive producing work. And recently, Marty, you produced the work of several independents with Matthew Harrison, with Allison Anders, and I know, Francis, you know, you've announced even just a slate of films that's now Zoetrope is going to be doing. Is this also part of what you're trying to do on top of writing and directing as a whole nother aspect of your careers? Marty?
I tried it as an altruistic thing, and I must say it's been about 8 years of it now, and I don't think I should continue, because it's I don't have the time, I don't think, to really properly guide the people. I was figuring younger people, giving them chances, that sort of thing. Certain executive producing situation I'm doing as favors, for example. You don't do it as a favor. What I mean by that is that you're helping certain friends, quite honestly. And of course, the subject matter has to be there, the director has to be there, and that sort of thing. But I found that, I don't know, it's maybe a dissipation of my energy, which I need more and more, excuse me, I need more and more for my own pictures, and try to help out some friends. That's what it's come down to now. And you see, I've never really had a head for figures, a head for money. I don't really even understand sometimes the complexities of how a film gets made in terms of studios and that sort of thing. So I've always been feeling lucky I got the money to make pretty much the pictures I wanted to make, and sort of run with it and try not to go too much over budget and that sort of business. So when I started to branch out as producing, I found that it was, I don't know if that's creatively, I feel any creativity about it. It wasn't satisfying creatively. And in the sense you're trying to help another person with their vision, I can maybe do it another way, but as producer, I don't know if it's even going to continue to exist this way. It just takes too much time.
And Francis, you have a new slate of work.
Well, I did it more out of enthusiasm and in the fact that back then in the early or the middle 60s, I really thought that we had the potential to have a company that could change the system. And, I started very early because George Lucas got to make his first films and Carol Ballard, and I really did have in mind that we could one day be a real film company, and we'd have a policy of, for every dollar we earned, 25% would be dedicated to movies that don't necessarily have a chance to make money.
Sometimes you make a movie because of a sentence that you hear. In Apocalypse Now, the sentence that made me make that whole movie, and pardon my bad language, is I read a quote where a general or someone says, "We teach the boys to drop fire on people, but won't let them write the word fuck on their airplanes because it's immoral." I said, that's Apocalypse Now.
I wanted to start with the Catalan conspiracy because it's such a fascinating thing to me that I feel like very few people know about, but was arguably one of the most famous events in Roman history. And, the founders were all intimately familiar with it many centuries later, but it's been largely forgotten today.
Well, it has to do, I think, with the nature of history is that it very often is twisted by whoever the victor was to make it turn out in a prepared way. And the Catalan conspiracy, there are a number of accounts. The most famous one is Sallust, I think, but also Suetonius talks about it and presents it in a different light. So these historical events really are based on interpretation having to do with who ended up with the power to write the history. Are you familiar with this lady? I think she's still living, Mary Beard, who's sort of one of the, yeah. Well, I had at one point asked her to read my rough script, which was, you could say was taking America as a historical counterpart of Rome because we were founded on Roman ideas. And my original idea, what if the Catalan conspiracy was something between Mayor Koch and Walter Gropius, who was an architect who had come to America. That was how it was beginning to emerge in my mind. Mary Beard said something to me very interesting. She said, the most successful Roman adaptations were done by George Bernard Shaw because he took great liberties. In other words, he sort of, like in his famous Caesar and Cleopatra, he just made it up, based on what he thought made sense. And so she suggested I take many more, that I was trying to follow the history a little too carefully. And she advised I took more liberties. And she said, read the Suetonius account of the Catalan conspiracy, because in it, young Caesar had more to do with it than history knows. And as he was the young Caesar, as at the age he was really an accomplice of Sergius Catiline. And that's when she said, you can even call the character Caesar because, frankly, she said, when you give this out to people, they don't know who the hell Sergius Catiline was, but everyone knows who Caesar was. Sure. So I took her advice and I did a draft where I sort of just was more free with what I was saying. And of course, just to shut up for a minute, but, if it was, since it was ultimately in the Catalan conspiracy, it was Catiline who survived. He sort of wrote the history.
Cicero, you mean?
Yeah. Just like with Cleopatra, I mean, Augustus writes the history and made Cleopatra be this sexy seductress, but in truth, Cleopatra was a genius.
Yes.
But she doesn't get credit for it because no one on her side, wrote the history. So I rewrote it according to this suggestion, and I made Caesar more the way he appears in the movie. But that was taking great liberties with history, as you know.
It's sort of a prequel to the most famous event in history, which is sort of Rome's civil war and the assassination of Caesar, because you got all the main characters. You've got Caesar, you've got Cicero, you've got Cato,
got Crassus.
Crassus, and then of course Catiline, and we've just sort of forgotten all about these sort of preceding events. One of my favorite books is this book called The Storm Before the Storm. The idea is that we kind of just see Caesar crossing the Rubicon one day as if it just popped into his head, as if there wasn't all this history and all these other events leading up to this other major event.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I'm going to get that book. So thanks for the recommendation.
Yeah, you could argue, though, I think your point about it comes down to who tells the story. Catiline's biggest mistake, aside from, trying to lead an insurrection, is that he attempts to lead an insurrection when the government is led by Rome's greatest writer and speaker. That was a fatal error right there.
Also, history tends to ignore some other events that had happened before, which is the whole period of, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Sulla. Mm-hmm. And who is there was another general after Sulla. Marius. And that was a very traumatic period of Roman history, and with the Sulla proscriptions. Mm-hmm. And what went on, and Catalina, Sergius Catalina, actually was an errant general or a participant with Sulla, which of course most people today know nothing about. They talk about, Caesar. When they make the comparison of what's going on in America today, they don't allow that there was a terrible period of Sulla and proscriptions, and whoever you declared was a traitor, you got all his property.
Yeah.
So there's a lot about Roman history that isn't commonly known. I mean, obviously, and at our time of our founding, of course, any intelligent young man had Latin training, so they knew a lot more than we know today, I think.
Yeah, I was so struck by rereading some American history, and when Aaron Burr sort of comes onto the scene, he is like universally referred to by all the other founders as a kind of modern Catalan.
Yeah.
And they would have known, your average person, when they heard that insult, would have known what that meant. Whereas today, if you called some modern political figure a Catalan, people would be like, what are you talking about?
Had you, by the way, ever read Gore Vidal's book on Aaron Burr?
No.
That's another great book. Vidal was a brilliant, for all his other complications, he was a great scholar, and he wrote a beautiful book on Aaron Burr, and also on who's the first Christian emperor?
Constantine?
Yeah, well, a lot of what I learned from Gore Vidal.
Interesting. So have you always loved Roman history?
Well, I didn't. I was a very poor student. In fact, I was such a bad student, but partly because my father was always moving, and I was always the new kid in school. And I used to get, in those days, if you had a bad report card, which I got every term, you'd get a beating. I got a beating from my father with a strap. And he said to me once, I remember, if you don't get better grades, I wasn't smart enough to say, but Dad, you take me out of school every 6 months, which was my defense. But he always would threaten me. He said, if you don't get better grades, I'm going to send you to a Jesuit school where you get a beating if you don't get grades. And boy, do I wish I had been sent to a Jesuit school, because I would know Latin and Greek.
Yes.
And what a gift that would have been if I could read Latin and Greek, which you got in a Jesuit school, if you went to one of those. So my sadness is I was a bad student. I I couldn't do anything that I really had. I wanted to be a scientist. My father said, you cannot fail algebra twice in a row and be a scientist. So,
did Roman history seem part of your heritage as an Italian? I'd just be curious. Like, I see it as sort of just the ancient world. I'm not seeing the sort of, I don't see it as so much as a place, right? I see the Roman Empire. I'm not thinking Italy, but I'm just curious what your perspective is.
Well, as a kid, I remember my name is Francis, but I was really named after my grandfather, Francesco. And when I was a kid, being an Italian was sort of like there were certain neighborhoods you couldn't move into. And my parents didn't teach us the language and gave us an anglicized name. My brother was Augustino, but we called him August, Augie, and I was Francis. And that was to avoid this, that we were low-class Italians. We couldn't move in neighborhood. But my mother always said, oh, but you're an American, and America is the greatest country in the world. But my father would say, but you're also Italian. And the Italians contributed to all the great literature and music and opera and classicism. And of course, I was born in 1939, so this is when World War II was going on.
Yeah.
And the Italians were allied with the Germans.
Not the good guys.
Yeah. But, interesting thing, which I'm sure you know, is that the figure who really went back to ancient Rome and sort of resurrected fascism was D'Annunzio, the poet. And he was the one, because he was a brilliant, he knew about history, and Mussolini, who was a journalist, was imitating D'Annunzio with all the Heil and all that stuff. And Hitler was imitating Mussolini. So it really goes back to an Italian poet, Gabriele D'Annunzio, who was who resurrected the fascist idea as it existed in modern world wars.
Yeah, there's always been this battle to sort of say who owns these stories, who, not just who tells the story, but then who owns the figures and who gets to claim to be a descendant of them. And then, art has been this process of writing and rewriting and retelling these stories from different perspectives. What is your ultimate read then on the Catalan conspiracy? I tend not to love Cicero. Of all the sort of ancients, I find the more I read about Cicero, the less I like him. He seems kind of obnoxious and annoying.
Yeah, no, there's no question. I mean, the reason he emerged in my mind is because the famous anti-Catalan speech is something every Latin schoolboy knows.
Yes.
And so I wanted to get that in my movie word for word, which I did. Have you seen my movie yet?
No, I haven't seen it yet. I'm very excited. But Eddie told me all about it.
We have to show it to you. It's pretty weird. I mean, it's very definitely unusual, and it probably does more of what I wanted to do than I realized.
Interesting,
because when you're making an unusual movie, or a movie you don't know how to make, which is usually what I find myself doing, the movie starts making itself, and you start following, you start saying, well, let's do more of that and less of that.
Yeah.
And little by little, the movie is, if you know what you're doing, then you just do what you know how to do. But if you don't know what you're doing, which was when I made Apocalypse Now, I had no idea what I was doing. And Megalopolis, I had no idea what I was doing. So little by little, I was following what the film was suggesting. And we would look at the stuff, all of the collaborators, and we'd see some really weird stuff that we had shot to get going, and we'd say, let's do more of that.
So there's kind of an emergent property when you're following a story?
Yeah, you and the collaborator, first of all, as you know, theater and cinema is a collaborative art.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not one guy sitting alone writing a book. It's a team of people who are creatively collaborating together, which is a thrilling. I've often said that collaboration is the sex of creativity, because to work with a dozen other people who are talented in maybe specific fields, but all of you together are are coming together to make this group art, which is what theater is. Why it's a group that you belong to, and of course, as the director, you're sort of the ringleader, perhaps, but you're really also a follower of what the actors are doing, what the composer is doing, what the visual artists are doing. So it's a very exciting project. But you sit together and you evaluate what you're getting, and the process of when you say, let's do more of that and less of that, is the film telling you how to make it. In other words, you as a group are recognized, like in Apocalypse. Did you ever see Apocalypse Now?
Of course.
There's a scene in Apocalypse Now where all the boys are on the boat and they're all stoned and they're setting off smoke grenades on the boat, red ones and blue ones. Well, smoke grenades, the purpose of smoke grenades, why they're colored, is on land, if there's a safe place for the helicopter to come down, or an unsafe place, and don't land here, you set off a red smoke grenade. And if it's a safe place, it might be a blue, or if it's yellow, it's be careful. So smoke grenades are like a code, but on the boat, there's no purpose for a smoke grenade. They would have them because when they got on land, they might need them. But the boys were just sending off the smoke grenades in the wind, and because they were stoned, and it was beautiful. So we all saw that in the dailies, and we said, let's do more of that. Let's do more of that. And little by little, Apocalypse Now started to become more surreal.
Yeah.
And that's how the movie is leading you. And in fact, when I got to the end of Apocalypse Now, I had no idea how to end it because it had become so surreal that the ending, which was a typical big battle scene ending, was no longer appropriate. And Brando, who was such a smart guy, a brilliant man, said to me, "Oh, you've painted yourself in a corner, haven't you?" He realized that I had taken the film so far off into the surreal that a normal ending wouldn't work. Well, the same thing happened with Megalopolis. As we looked at it together, we collaborators, and there was a lot of weird stuff I do just to get going, to sort of, you do the first few takes and you might do some unusual things to sort of spur everyone's creativity, and then the later takes get more and more normal. Well, we started saying we all liked the early takes, which were the weirder ones. Said, well, let's do more of that, and it's that let's do more of that and let's do less of that starts to determine how the movie gets made.
Well, let's talk about the oration real fast. I have a chunk of it here. When, O Cataline, do you mean to cease abusing our patience? How long is that madness of yours still to mock us? When is there an end of that unbridled audacity of yours, swaggering about as it does now? Shame on the age and its principles. It's just so amazing. Whether it was fully deserved or not, you can't argue with the brilliance of Cicero.
No, and it was that speech that was my hook. I said, can you imagine being in New York and having Mayor Koch saying that to Robert Moses?
Sure. Yeah.
That was in a nutshell. Sometimes you make a movie because of a sentence that you hear. In Apocalypse Now, the sentence that made me make that whole movie, and pardon my bad language, is I read a quote where someone says, "We teach the boys to drop fire on people, but won't let them write the word fuck on their airplanes because it's immoral." I said, that's Apocalypse Now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes it's just one sentence. And so this Catalan oration, which was in Latin, and every schoolboy in America, every schoolboy knows that. I said, what if I could do that? And that led to the whole movie.
Yeah, it is kind of amazing. I've been talking about this, whether or not you actually needed to learn Latin or Greek these days. The magic was the way they taught it for so many hundreds of years was that you had to repeat these magnificent sentences and epigrams and ideas that were kind of seeping in.
By rote, over and over.
But when I learned Spanish in high school, it was like, where do you want to go to lunch? Where do you live? What are your parents' names?
Where is the post office?
Yeah. Yeah, donde está la biblioteca? You know, you're not learning the greatest turns of phrase ever coined by human beings. And I wonder if that's why languages are so uninteresting to most school kids.
Well, the schoolboys in our founding of our nation were reading Caesar, the Gaelic Wars, the whole thing.
Yeah.
They knew it by heart.
Yeah, Washington was the only founder who hadn't read the classics in Greek or Latin. He was considered not as smart because he only read them in English. Only in English.
Right. And Jefferson, on the contrary.
Yes.
But Jefferson was not a Stoic. Jefferson was an Epicurean.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you know much about Epicurus? You've given me such good tips. I feel that this kind of conversation, I owe you a few good ones.
Tell me about Epicurus. I know a bit about him. I think he also gets a bad rap.
Yeah, he gets a very bad rap because Epicurus did not believe in life after death. Part of the Epicurean philosophy is he talks a lot about it in a beautiful way. He says, where there's life, when death comes, you don't exist.
Yes.
The Catholics had their biggest business was the paying of, what do you call them?
Indulgences.
What is that called? Indulgences. Yeah. So the Catholics basically wanted to bury Epicurus, whose philosophy was much different than people. People think Epicureanism is to be fat and just go to feasts and eat. That's not at all what he was about. But anything of Epicurus, or even a Roman poem that was about Epicurus, was banned and disappeared. And it only turned up in the 14th century in some monk's library for the reason you said, is because just like people used to have to recite it over and over again, they used to have to just copy the text down over and over again to practice. There's a wonderful book that I recommend to you that you'll thank me a million times that it's a good read. It's called The Swerve. Have you ever heard of it?
Yes. Incredible book.
Oh, you read it?
Yes. Stephen Greenblatt is a treasure.
Yeah, he wrote. He's a Shakespearean scholar, but he wrote The Swerve, and it was an eye opener for me. I then became an Epicurean because so much of what's in the Epicurus philosophy has nothing to do with. In fact, he famously said, "If I had a glass of water and a biscuit, I would be eating as well as Zeus."
Yes.
So fortunately, Thomas Jefferson was an Epicurean, and that whole idea of the pursuit of happiness that appears nowhere else on earth except the American whatever, written by Jefferson, is right out of Epicurus. So I don't have to give you a tip because you already know.
No, and I'm so excited having read The Swerve. I don't know if you've been following this, but in Pompeii, some of the things that were frozen in the ash were libraries,
right?
And they're starting to be able to uncode some of these scrolls with these cameras and with AI, and they think they may have a whole Epicurean library there that they've just discovered the first.
What a treasure! Oh, what a treasure that would be! My goodness.
Yeah, there could be we could have totally missed what Epicurus was actually about. We don't really have that much from him, but I'll tell you
But we have that poem. What's the Roman poem? De Natura.
Lucretius. Yeah, on the nature of things.
Yeah, we have that. That's what The Swerve was about. They found that poem, and that poet was the inspiration of Dante and all the great Roman writers.
I have a quote from Epicurus that I think you would love because it goes to what you were just saying. I ended one of my books with it. This is the last letter he wrote. He said, "On this happy day, which is the last day of my life, I write the following words to you." Just like to me, like Cicero would say that, to philosophize is to learn how to die. Epicurus seems to have done it very well. So we see him as this guy who's trying to avoid pain and love pleasure, but his brilliance was really his ability to find pleasure in ordinary, even painful situations.
Yes. No, I don't consider myself a Stoic, but I consider myself an Epicurean. But I'm a Stoic too, because, basically what I know, and what I don't know, I ignore.
The Roman poet Juvenal said that between the Stoics and the Epicureans, there was only a shirt. Like one of them wore a shirt, and the other lived a slightly harder life. But they were actually much more similar than we think.
I agree. Yeah, I certainly think so.
All right, so let's talk. You mentioned Shakespeare. Greenblatt wrote this amazing book called Will in the World. That's incredible, also. Yes. And he has a book called Tyrant, which I loved. But I was thinking, a common theme between this movie and then, of course, Apocalypse Now, but is also the theme of Shakespeare, is the ability to find old stories and then place them in a new context, but use the arcs and the characters and the morals. So talk to me about the job of an artist to sort of find and then reimagine old stories.
Well, for me to do that, I would have to bring in another giant into the picture, who is the German Goethe. And what Goethe said, and he was, of course, of big influence to our wonderful American Emerson. This game is a tag game. And Goethe's position was whatever he read and whatever he learned, it was only that which he could use in something that was important. And I believe that because, I have a pretty good memory. And I wasn't a big reader as a youngster, but as I became older, I started to read much more. And I had this habit of whatever I was working on, I would try to find something that was nothing like it so I could rest my brain. But what happened is when I would read something that was nothing like what I was working on, instead of it resting my brain, it made me want to change what I was working on to be more like what I was reading. And that kept happening because I would be choosing, I deliberately choose things that had nothing to do with what I was working on. For example, at one point I chose a great Chinese book that is well studied and loved in China, called the Story of the Stone, or The Dream of the Red Mansion, written in the 16th century. And I found myself trying to change Megalopolis into being more like that, which I did, because that was one of the few books I ever read that the dream life of the characters was as important as the waking. We all dream, and then we get back to what our life is. But who knows whether our life is the dream life and not the... Sure. And in this Chinese novel, which is a beautiful book, The Dream of the Red Mansion, the dreams are part of the character's story. And so I made Megalopolis more like that. So I found that whatever it was that I was supposedly trying to get my mind off the movie, it was, in fact, I was bending my mind to make the movie more like that. And that happened a lot. And one of the reasons why the film is so unusual. But that was Goethe. Do you know anything about that whole period with Emerson in America? It was before the Civil War that They were called the Transcendentalists.
Mm-hmm, of course.
Well, they were interesting because they were men and women working together, which really, so the first time intellectually as partners, as intellectual partners. And they were, of course, the light of learning in those days was the Germans, was Goethe and all of those guys. And so they were all reading and translating Goethe into English. And Goethe's whole position was that what you read was only important as if you could make use of it, if you could put it in your work. And that's what I believe. I believe that whatever I think is great in the cinema, which there's a lot that's great, it's, people ask you, what are your 10 favorite films? I said, they ask me what my 1,000 favorite films, or who are the greatest filmmakers? What's your list of the top 10 great filmmakers? I say, I'll give you 500, that it's too abundant.
Sure.
And very exciting, our literature. If you look at literature as what you're able to take from.
Yeah.
And be inspired by and copy even, I don't know who said, it says, poor artists borrow, great artists steal. I don't know who that was, someone, but that was what Goethe did.
Sure.
He wrote a book called, what the hell was that called? Wilhelm Meister, a German woman. And that was him stealing from Shakespeare.
Yeah.
That was Goethe saying, I want to be as much like Shakespeare as I can be.
When Shakespeare's stealing from Plutarch and from Montaigne and from these sort of Danish legends.
And other plays, they were all stealing from each other. Marlowe. In fact, I think Stephen Greenblatt is writing a book on Kit, what's his name? Kit, another playwright, very famous playwright, but that no one knows anything about. It wasn't Marlowe, it's someone else.
You see your movies and your thinking as products of all of that you have read and consumed and all the great stories and myths of history.
I certainly don't think it's something of mine. Yeah, it was what it did to me. And I once read an obscure book by Balzac. I don't know where the hell I found it, in which someone's talking to Balzac and says to him, a lot of the young writers are just stealing your stuff. And Balzac said, that's why I wrote it. This is because if they take my stuff and make use of it, then I will be immortal in their work.
That's beautiful.
Balzac understood that this is a process that the young are inspired by the old, and then they become old and they inspire. And it's sort of like having a great-grandson or a great-great-great-grandson, is that you live through them. And artistically, what Balzac was saying and what Goethe says is that by taking and being inspired by these great artists of the past, who were probably inspired by a great artist, it all goes back to, Sappho and those kind of people, and Homer, whoever the hell he was or she was. They live through us. That's why when you tell me that they may have discovered more of Epicurus, imagine if someday we get lucky and discover more of Aeschylus or more of. So we have like 7 plays of Aeschylus, and he wrote 300.
I was just reading this book called Papyrus. I'm just so excited to tell you this. So I was just reading this book called Papyrus, which is about the history of paper and the early writings. And one of the things the woman is saying is that those scrolls, because they weren't books, so they weren't like books on a shelf, they were in these scrolls. And the boxes you would keep those scrolls in, she says most of them held 7 scrolls. And so the reason they think we only have like 7 plays from Aeschylus is that just a single box.
But imagine if somehow, somewhere with our technology, like with you mentioned imagine we find more Aeschylus or more Sophocles or more Euripides or more someone we never heard of. It's thrilling. It's so thrilling.
They discovered Gilgamesh like in the 1800s.
I love Gilgamesh.
Me too.
It's all about how the teenagers are not listening to their parents. Did you ever read that wonderful Persian book called Shahnameh by Ferdowsi?
No.
That's like Gilgamesh. It's an early Persian. It's great. The thing about these things like Gilgamesh is they're like 7,000 years old, but they're great reads, like Homer.
My son is 8, or he's turning 8, and he's obsessed with the Odyssey, and he loves all the jokes. And he's read comics about it, and he listens to music about it, and he's read these different translations together. And there's just something amazing about watching a young person get excited and lit up by the jokes that were passed down orally for thousands of years, and they still work. Like the timelessness of it is incredible.
I think Gilgamesh is a good example.
Yeah.
That also is like that. And this book, Shahnameh, the Persian, is called The Epic of Kings. It's another one like that. They're great reads.
Yeah. The Bhagavad Gita is, of course, is another one. Just these myths. And to think that, we have thousands of years of continual use and discussion in Western civilization of the Odyssey. So it's so much more familiar with us. But to think we've only had like 150 years of Gilgamesh because it was lost for so long.
Right.
It doesn't have the same cultural prominence, but that doesn't mean it's not as brilliant and it doesn't teach the same lessons.
That's true. Are you familiar at all or interested in Sanskrit and ancient Indian myth?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a woman named Wendy Doniger?
No.
she's the pretty much world's expert on that subject, a woman. The first girl I ever kissed, I was not the first boy she ever kissed. I was 17, she was 16, but she went on to become this. Yeah, I still know her. She's a great, brilliant lady.
I've been reading a lot about T.E. Lawrence lately, and sort of Lawrence of Arabia.
Yes,
and just the epicness of that life. You know, sort of feeling like it was plucked. Like he talks about in the intro, his intro in the Odyssey, he says, like, you know, to be able to translate the Odyssey, you have to be able to have killed people, and you have to have fought lions and been attacked by pirates, and just the sort of tradition of the epic stories that we have is just such an incredible thing.
What's the name of the woman of that time who was around with all those guys? There's a famous English woman who was there with Lawrence.
Yes, Gertrude Bell, I think.
Yeah, I think it's Gertrude Bell.
Yeah.
She was another figure. Alec Guinness in Lawrence of Arabia played Faisal II.
Yeah.
And Faisal II was a great, great, great man. And I think Gertrude Bell knows what happened to him because he vanished very mysteriously, Faisal II.
I was fascinated. I had no idea that basically after he becomes the most famous man in the world, he just enlists in the British Air Force. And he's a mechanic for like 10 years.
Amazing.
And like the fame sort of breaks him, but he decides just to do manual labor as a way to kind of reset himself. His life is itself almost a kind of a Greek myth.
Well, there are some extraordinary human beings that, you know, I've had the pleasure of, I'm so old now because you're obviously a young man, but I'm so old. I actually met some of these people, you know. I mean, I met... one of the most extraordinary people I ever met, I know he's an actor and everything, is Marlon Brando. He was a one of a kind. And you know, some of the Kurosawa, I met some really great people. And I know Stephen Greenblatt. He's a wonderful man.
Who else like that stands out to you? Like, so the people that your life intersected with that you can hardly believe.
I met Marcel Duchamp when I was 16.
Wow.
He was fascinating. Some other figures were less famous. A man named Fred Coe, who was an early founder of television drama, Fred Coe. Of course, a lot of filmmakers like Jean Renoir and Billy Wilder and people like Jack Warner and Daryl Zanuck and Samuel Goldwyn, some of those people.
Did you ever meet F. Scott Fitzgerald?
I never did, no. And the authors, let me see, who did I ever meet? I'm in love with Edith Wharton. I have a big painting of her, but I went to her house in Connecticut. She was one of the greats. In literature, I'm trying to think.
This is probably interesting only to me, but did you ever meet John Fonte?
Yes, very well.
Ooh.
He was a wonderful man.
He's my favorite.
Well, did you ever see that beautiful film with Nick Conti and about is it Billie Holiday or someone where he's building his father? He's a writer and his father is a bricklayer and comes
Full of Life.
Full of Life.
Yes.
Yeah, I knew John Fonte. He was a nice man.
Wow. I think Ask the Dust is maybe my second favorite novel.
That's a beautiful book. Yeah, and you know who knew him? He just passed away. Robert Towne. You know who Robert Towne is?
Yes,
he was great.
He found like that. I think that's one of the most incredible stories in all of literature. That there's a copy of Ask the Dust in the Los Angeles Public Library, and both Townes and Charles Bukowski stumble upon it, and they rediscover this book that was basically lost because Hitler had bankrupted his publisher.
Right. Interesting. No, I love that movie. I love Full of Life, and we bought the rights for Ask the Dusk, and Bob Towne was very much. You know, I have a big brother syndrome. I had a brother who was 5 years older than me. He was a wonderful older brother. He wrote stories, and whatever he was, I wanted to be the junior version of. So he wrote stories under the name August Floyd Coppola. So when I copied him and tried to write stories, I would use my middle name the same way, Francis Ford Coppola. So The Godfather became such a success that I became so suddenly famous that he couldn't be August Floyd Coppola anymore because it looked like he was imitating me, but I was imitating him. And all my life I looked for those older brothers who could guide me, and that was a role that Bob Towne so kindly helped me so much. You know, when I made The Godfather, everyone hated the movie. No one said a good thing about it, and the first person who told me that there was something to it was Bob Towne.
Wow!
And he said, "There's one thing that you can do to make it better." And I said, "What is that?" He said, "There should be a scene in The Godfather between Brando and Pacino, father and son." I said, "Well, that doesn't exist in the book. Could you write it?" And he said, "I'll write it for you." And he wrote that scene.
Wow.
Bob Towne.
My other favorite Hollywood novelist, and maybe you know this person too, so I'm just nerding out here. I love Bud Schulberg too. What Makes Sammy Run is incredible, but I loved The Harder They Fall is, I think, his best one. And then he wrote one about his time with Fitzgerald also that's amazing.
The Disenchanted. I wrote a screenplay, a very unusual screenplay for The Disenchanted, which he loved.
No, really?
And I told the story not in flashbacks, but in flash forwards, which was that was very unusual. I wish I had that script. I don't have it.
I do too.
But Bud Schulberg liked it.
Well, this brings us full circle because Marcus Aurelius makes a brief appearance at the end of that book. I think it says something like, "And then he was ceased to be whirled about," as the Fitzgerald character dies. He is ceased to be whirled about. So this sort of through line of the Stoic philosophy brings us full circle here.
Well, as I think everything does. You know, I've had an interesting experience, as I told you, that, you know, I always am looking up. Even now, I'm writing. You know what I'm reading right now?
No.
I'm maybe a third into it. Tender is the Night.
Ooh. What do you think?
Well, it's beautiful writing. I'm trying to. There's a little bit of a controversy because I'm told that there are two versions of Tender is the Night, that it wasn't successful at first. So he and his editor straightened out something. I guess I don't know which version I have, but I think what's unusual is that in the original Tender is the Night, there's a huge flashback in the middle of it that goes back and tells the story of Nicole and Dick Diver. And I don't know what's going to happen. And maybe I don't know which one I have.
Yeah.
Have you read Tender is the Night?
I have. I read it in high school, but I don't remember which one I read.
Well, that's the thing. I hate it when the publisher changes it because then you don't know which one to read. But I'm going to get to them. But I have a funny thing that'll make you laugh. Is that so? Usually when I'm reading a book, and I'm finished with Megalops now, so what I'm reading is not going to change it because it's going to be shown. But I am. You know, as an 85-year-old and as a man who wonders whether or not I'm really some sort of solipsist movie director whose life is the movie he's making. Because, you know, when I was young and I made The Godfather, everyone, critics and stuff, said, "Oh, he's like Michael Corleone, this director. He's conniving and he's silently taking over." Then I made Apocalypse Now, and they said, "Well, he's a megalomaniac. He's making this. He's Kurtz. He's like Brando." And then I made a movie called Gardens of Stone about Jimmy Caan as an officer who befriends a young cadet in the squad that buries the dead and loses his son. And while I was shooting the movie, I lost my son. And I really remember thinking, my God, am I cursed? I have to live every movie that I'm making. I'm making a movie about a guy who loses his son. Do I have to lose my son? This is too weird, you know? And recently I sort of came back to wondering as I approach, as my family in Italian says, vicino a morte, which means the vicinity of death. This is the age when you start to be in your middle 80s and used to be in your 70s. Now it's getting later. And I began to wonder, I said, gee, maybe I'm a sort of solipsist movie director. And, I lost my wife recently, who I loved dearly. And what about love? Who are these people I love? Well, maybe they're aspects of myself. They're characters in this movie I'm making about myself. And perhaps we all know that it's better to write the story from the ending the other direction, because you don't understand, like when you're a kid, and many philosophers like Kierkegaard and others have said that, we live our life from young to old, but you can only understand it if you look at it from old to young. and I said, well, so I put into Google, what's a book I can read that can make me understand my life as a solipsist? And I got an answer. And it was, who Charlie Kaufman is?
Yeah.
He's this wonderful, crazy screenwriter.
Sure.
He wrote a novel called Antkind, a 800-page book called Antkind. And that's what Google said, if you want to read something about being So I got it. And damned if as I said, everything I read changes my movie, but this book is changing my life because so I finished it after 750 pages, and it was not unsatisfying, and the ending was sort of interesting. And I don't suggest to read it, although it's hilarious, because it's a long read. but that's my latest experience is reading this crazy Charlie Kaufman novel.
Well, I love that. And speaking of books, just because I know he's a through line in the movie, one of the characters quotes him a few times. What's your relationship with Marcus Aurelius's Meditations?
Well, I have. He's quoted a number of times in the movie. There's. I wrote down every time there's a beautiful scene where a father and daughter, sort of the Cicero scene, and she says at first, it is the responsibility of leadership to work intelligently with what is given and not waste time fantasizing about a world of flawless people and perfect choices. And that's sort of appropriate for the Cataline character, who's a futurist.
Yeah.
And then she looks to her father and she says, the object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding yourself in the ranks of the insane, which is very appropriate for today.
Yes.
And then she kisses him and she says, finally, the universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it, which is Marcus Aurelius, the great Marcus Aurelius. What a great emperor Rome had.
Yes. The only philosopher king.
And what a terrible son he had.
Yes. Yeah, you could argue that Joaquin Phoenix's Commodus is maybe too generous. Like he was actually worse.
He was worse. He was worse than Caligula.
Yeah. How does that?
If anyone could be worse than Caligula or Nero.
Yes. I'm fascinated with that. How does such a great man raise such a terrible son?
Well, it comes down to how many wives did he have? Who was Commodus's mother?
Faustina. Marcus only had one wife, and they were pretty. We're told he loves her deeply. There's some rumors that she's unfaithful, but we're told he loves her deeply. The problem, I think, is Marcus Aurelius buries 6 of his 11 children, which I don't know how a family could possibly withstand that kind of tragedy.
In the old days, a generation before us, people usually had 6, 7, 8 kids, and they lost 2.
Yeah.
And I lost 1 son, and I tell you, it's a sentence of 30 years before the first thing you think in the morning, did it happen? Did it really happen? And it's only after 30 years that it wasn't the first horrible thought I had in the morning.
Wow.
It made me think of that great Aeschylus quote. There's an Aeschylus quote about how the pain drips on you drop by drop until by the awful grace of God. It took me 30 years for the horror of realizing I lost my son to not be the first thing I thought of in the morning.
I've sort of thought that when people say Marcus Aurelius's writing is depressing, I think that this guy got out of bed at all in the morning after the tragedy and death and pain that he felt. Actually, he must have been the most hopeful, optimistic person who ever lived.
I don't find, I found that there's a Marcus Aurelius quote. I'm sure you know it. I don't want to get to look at it, but I lost this wife of 60 years, and
I'm so sorry.
It's sort of devastating. But there was a Marcus Aurelius quote that really lifted me, which was if you lose, I don't know it literally, but you'll know it. If you lose a loved one, honor her, and in a sense try to be more like her, and then she'll live in your actions. And so my wife was very good, and I just try to be like her. And when I try to be like her, I like she was very, if someone was alone or sick or something, she'd call them up and be comforting to them. And I'm not like that, So I started to do that. People that I know, some guys my age who have no grandchildren, are just there, and call them up and say, how are you? And being like her.
Yeah.
And they were so pleased and said, oh, it's so kind. And so I keep my wife in my life with Marcus Aurelius' advice by trying to be more like her.
I find that absolutely beautiful. Oh man, that's
it is.
That Aeschylus quote you just mentioned. I was just writing about this last week because did you know that the night that RFK found out that Martin Luther King had been assassinated, he was giving a speech in Indianapolis in a black neighborhood, and he could feel a riot coming on. And he quoted that speech to them, and he spoke about his own loss of his brother. And that was one of the few cities in America that didn't riot. And so again, these ideas from the classics coming right back to modern life and being of use. It's such an incredibly wonderful and important tradition, I think.
Well, someone sent me that quote when I lost my son, and it was the only quote that I understood emotionally, that ultimately it drops on you drop by drop until by the awful grace of God comes wisdom or something, whatever came.
Yeah, I think before that, Sophocles or Aeschylus says, we suffer unto truth. That's the only way that we learn the important things about life and about existence.
We suffer into truth. How beautiful. Well, the loss of a child is not something I would wish on my worst enemy. In fact, I don't even have any enemy. I find everyone in my life who maybe did me wrong had reasons in their story to do it. So the only person it's tough to forgive is yourself.
Mm-hmm.
How many years have you been married?
I have been married for, let's see, I think we're approaching 10, but I've been with my wife for 20 years. We met in college when we were 19 years old.
Oh, how wonderful. Well, I hope in my movie they ask in the story, she says to the character, of all the institutions your utopia wants to preserve, which is the most important to you? And he says marriage.
Wow.
Marriage is going to change because everything around it is changing, but I do hope we can preserve it because there's something so more beautiful about it than meets the eye at first glance.
What's funny? I had first read Marcus Aurelius in college a few weeks before I had met my wife. And I remember we were on our first date and I was telling her about this book that I'd read. We were talking about it. And so many years later, I go to the shelf to pull down a copy of Meditations. I was going to get something out of it. And I found a receipt inside. And I learned in that moment that my wife had went and bought herself a copy from Barnes & Noble like a few days after we had met.
How wonderful.
Yeah.
I I have a beautiful set. You know what I own here? I can show it to you. It's right there. I have the Loeb Library.
Oh, all the little green and red and blue ones?
The whole thing.
Ooh.
The whole thing. The whole wall is covered with it. I only wish I could read either Latin or Greek because everything I have is in Latin and Greek. I have the whole thing.
Yeah, every other page, right? One page is English and then one page is the original. Those are just beautiful little books.
Yeah, it's a great publication. I have the whole thing. I'm very proud of it. I wish I could read it.
Francis, this has been the treat of a lifetime for me. I have one kind of last question for you. This might be a big one, but I'm curious. Okay, you basically make this enormous bet at this point in your life and career. You go all in on this idea, which you've been working on for something like 40 years. How does an artist know that this is the thing and they haven't lost their mind, right? Like, I imagine there must have been moments where you doubted yourself, or you thought, this isn't going to work, it's too hard. How does an artist know what is the big swing that they have to take, and then what is, a field too far?
Well, you don't know. But it just, for me, I'm more interested. If you said to me, what do you want? You want $1,000, or you want 1,000 million, or you want 1,000 friends? I'll say I want the friends. I don't value money. There's too many times in history where people had buckets of money and couldn't buy a loaf of bread, yet there was a friend who said, I'll give you half of my bread.
Sure.
And I believe that we are all one family together, and I don't think in the future there's going to be money. I think it's going to be us doing things for each other that give us pleasure. The biggest gamble I took was Apocalypse Now, because I was on the hook for it, and interest was over 20%. And people are still seeing Apocalypse Now. And I feel pretty confident that no matter what happens, people are going to be going to see Megalopolis for the next 40 years. And maybe a period where it's an apparent disaster. But over time, I once read an article that James Joyce was talking about Finnegan's Wake. And he said, I'm going to put so much interesting stuff in this that it's going to take 50 years for people to figure out what's in it, and that'll sell the whole time. It's sort of like that. If you make a work, I believe that Megalopolis is rich in what's in it, and that people will see it again. And it's not boring.
Yeah.
It's not like most people who see it or don't like it. If you say, you want to see it again tomorrow, they say, yeah. Because it's never boring, and there's always something new, like Apocalypse was. So, I feel sanguine. I didn't make it to make money. I made it for people to change how they feel about one another, and the real. There are a lot of things that are never said publicly. I asked Stephen Greenblatt. I said, has any philosopher ever said human being is a genius species? That human being is beyond, by light years, any other intelligent creature we know? He said, well, there was one guy named Miranda Pico de la Miranda who wrote something called The Origins of Man, but he got put in prison for it. And he had to get out, he had to say that, yes, the human being is an incomparable genius, but God made him so that someone could appreciate how great God was. And that's how they got. But he died at 39. Did you ever hear of him?
No.
Miranda de la Pica, his name is. And he's the only one who's ever said what this movie says. This movie comes right out and says it to your face. The human being is beyond a creature that is beyond being admired. It should be, we are great. What we can do is great. There's no problem on this earth that we can't solve, that if we just could employ our gifts to it. And I believe that to be there. What other creature can do what we do?
No.
I'm sitting here on a stupid device talking to you, where God knows where you are. I get to feel I know you. And we made this thing. We primates crawling around in the jungle. How do we do it? we are geniuses and we are one family. That's what I feel, and that's what Megalopolis basically says.
Well, I respect and I appreciate the bet. My friend, the filmmaker Casey Neistat, said to me once, "Look, if all we cared about was money, we would have gone into advertising." And he said, "You have to remember, you don't make work to make money. You make money to make more work." And that's kind of how I think if you're not going to go all your chips in on something you cared about, what was the point of accumulating all the chips in the first place?
Totally, and you know, it's not, those chips are nothing. My real chips are my children, and what we're talking about is whether or not there's going to be a habitable world for them. I have a great grandson. He's 15 months old. What kind of world is he going to live in? If we're gonna destroy it in front of our eyes, I don't know. My dream is that this movie, every Thanksgiving, people are going to see, every New Year's, people are going to see Megalopolis. And at the end of seeing it, instead of after saying, well, I've decided I'm giving up smoking, or I'm going to lose weight, or I'm going to behave better, and I want them instead to say, is the society where we're living in the only one available to us? What can we do to make it better? And every Thanksgiving, that's going to be the conversation. And that would be utopia, because if we had that conversation, we would make it wonderful.
That's a lovely idea, and I hope that happens also. Francis, thank you so much. This has been incredible.
Well, it's a great pleasure to meet you. And where you said where are you based? I forgot. You're
right outside Austin, Texas.
Please, if you go to the
Mexican restaurant,
yeah, send me a note if you liked it.
I will. I'll go.
Do you know Richard Linklater or Roberto Rodriguez?
I know Richard a little bit. We both live in the same little town here. He's the original in this town of Bastrop, Texas. But I have a little bookstore and everything here in the little town.
They're both wonderful people.
I'll tell him you said hello.
Okay, bye-bye, and nice to meet you.
All right, see ya.
Welcome to our broadcast. The Hollywood studio system collapsed after World War II. It made way for a new breed of independent filmmakers. They included, and think about this list, Marty Scorsese, Brian De Palma, Steve Spielberg, George Lucas, and especially Francis Ford Coppola. With the Godfather trilogy and Apocalypse Now, Coppola developed his epic yet very personal style within the major studios. Then he started his own company, Zoetrope, and even bought his own movie studio in the early 1980s. The creative outlet he sought would eventually bankrupt him. Having lost nearly everything, he has recovered in the 1990s. He continues to make movies, and he continues to make wine from his beautiful home in the Napa Valley. And I'm very pleased to have him here today to talk about many things, about living, about film, and yes, about wine. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. How come you became a winemaker? Is it part of being of your own heritage? I mean, your father's a musician, not a winemaker. And does living in the Napa Valley and everybody's around you, do you say, I want to do that too?
Well, the Italian family, drank wine with the table long before the average American family considered that. And I'd always heard stories about the wine my grandfather made in upper Italian Harlem in the basement. And it was always, these stories were always told. And it was
upper Italian Harlem in the basement?
upper Lexington Avenue, 110th Street, in what was known as Italian Harlem. And
see how it's broken down. It's basically like a short story. And the script is broken down with, a lot of exterior, interior, and describing what is going on. That whole format is really not done for creative reasons. That's done so that's easily budgeted. They want to know how many days and nights, how many nights. And so the whole format is that. The movie is basically what you see and what you hear. And that's how they broke up the script so that when you read a screenplay, ignore all that exterior, interior, medium shot. That's all for the guy to budget it. Just think of it in terms of like it's telling you what you're going to hear and what you're going to see. One of the interesting things, Rick, is that because cinema got invented, cinema got invented first. The moving picture before television, And that was an accident because what was going on in that period when the motion picture was invented, there was also television was being worked on. And it could have been one could have happened first. It just so happened that the motion picture camera, which was silent and black and white at first, happened first. And because it happened first, sort of like the Nobel Prize to UCLA writers, mostly novelists, I was the first screenplay ever to win it. Goldwyn Award was $2,000, and I was living on $1 a day. So it was a lot of money. And it was also immediately, since it was a screenplay that won, every agent in town wanted to represent me to be a screenwriter. And I got a job as a screenwriter working for a company, a famous man named Ray Stark. And I had been an assistant also to Roger Corman when I was poor. I learned a lot about filmmaking from Roger Corman. At any rate, one thing had led to another, and I was now directing a Hollywood picture. I was 25. I had 2 kids, and I was directing a movie called Finian's Rainbow at Warner Brothers, starring Fred Astaire as an older man, but he was a wonderful person, and a young woman named Petula Clark. And then an English.
Oh, she's great.
Yeah,
great singer.
She was a wonderful singer and a sweet, sweet lady. And then a crazy English guy named Tommy Steele. But it was a really cheap movie. It was like less than $2 million. And I wanted to shoot it in real Kentucky where there really were people in the tobacco business. But I had to shoot it on the old sets of Camelot, all phony sets. I hated it. Heard of her? She was the only woman director in Hollywood in the 30s and 40s. She directed Crawford, and she was a great director. She was a woman. And she was my director here. Everyone at UCLA so respected her. To this day, I will not refer to her as anything but Miss Arzner because she was so fabulous. So I noticed on the bulletin board, I was looking for some way to make some money. And that night, I was a busboy at Kelbo's restaurant. And the thing said, call this number for assistant of Roger Corman. Some knowledge of Russian will be helpful. So, I saw October, 10 Days Shook the World. That was my knowledge of Russia. So I called up. And they said, we'll call you back and let you know if you get an appointment. Well, I hadn't paid my phone bill, so I didn't know. I was just in horror that I would get this call, but the phone wouldn't go through. Ultimately, I did get the call, and I went, and it was a very bright woman, so she hired me. And the job was to take this Russian movie he had bought. The Russian movie was very idealistic. In other words, it showed the cosmonaut sees the golden cosmonaut of hope for the future. $20,000 to make not give me the budget, $20,000 to make the film. And I'll send this lady with you because I'm going to put the money in 2 names for co-signers. And I suggest you make it in Ireland because, they all speak English. And. So I take my Alfa Romeo, and I go to Ireland, and I go to where there's this little studio in a place called County Wicklow, and I meet an English guy there, and he says, what are you doing? And I said, I'm making a movie for Roger Corman. He says, well, what's it about? I said, well, here's the 1 page. I haven't written the script yet. He says, tell you what, I'll want to buy the English rights. And he said, what do you want for them? And I said, $20,000. So now I had $40,000. So when I told Roger about it, he said, well, send me the $20,000 back. And he wanted to own the picture for free. Instead, what I did is I told the lady he had sent, I said, we got to deposit this check in the bank account, co-sign it, and I put the whole $40,000 in the bank account under only my name, and I made the movie for $40,000. So Roger was plenty pissed off. But then when he saw it, he more or less liked it. And that was a film that he called Dementia 13, which was technically the first real film I ever made. And you know who loves that film who's the great writer who writes, you can't care or they'll see it on your face. So in a way, as a director, I don't care if I lose all the money I have. I I didn't do this to make money. I did this to do something more beautiful than making money. And of course, I have to feed my kids and all that like everybody else, but that's not my high priority. So I'll take chances in movies, and sometimes those chances give beautiful results. Sometimes they don't.
Yeah, you know enough to know it's out of your control, and you'll set the stage for something wonderful to happen.
Right, but it sort of is under your control because you're not protecting yourself. I mean, you're doing it without a net, and you know the stakes are high in some. I mean, not with human life. I have never killed any animal or creature in my life for any reason. I'm trying to get to the point where I'll brush away mosquitoes. That's the hardest one. But like in the horse's head or the caribou being killed in Apocalypse, I had nothing to do with that. I just said, well, if it's going to happen, can I photograph it?
Tell me about directing Brando.
Well, Brando is very easy to direct because our brain is so hardwired for our survival that we don't really even see the world as it is. That's why, there isn't the creator, there's the creator and the destroyer. That this idea of duality we have because it's helpful to our survival, but it isn't what the world really is, I don't think.
Can you imagine, by the limitation of not having money for this next film that you're making, that could actually be a positive thing?
Sure. Yeah, because I'm now making decisions. I did stuff in the last few days in this crazy house that not even my house, I bought it, that was so beautiful. And every time they said, well, let's bring this because you don't have that. I said, no, we don't have any money. Well, let's do this. I know we can't. We don't have money. But we did everything we did without any money, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have had it if I had money.
How does new technology change filmmaking?
Well, that's an interesting point, because I always make a point with my young apprentices that I want them to learn how it was when it was filmed before it was digital. Just the same reason I teach people who are going to always drive automatic transmission what it is to drive. It's not going to like it, and it may take time. I mean, the French Academy said what a good painting was, but poor guys like all the Matisse and everyone, you could give it away in those days. Now, of course, those are the paintings people want. They don't want the French Academy paintings.
Yeah. Did you ever get notes from a studio executive that were helpful at any point in your life?
Yeah. No, there were. Yes. You have to read through them and say, oh, that was... Yeah. Even Evans, who I was totally antagonistic with, was his idea to have John Marley play the Hollywood guy. And who was the police captain? Sterling Hayden? That was Bob Evans' idea.
Tell me about your relationship with Evans.
In Godfather, he assigned a guy as his guy to mind me named Jack Ballard. He was this production guy with a bald head, and he was horrible. He was on my case every day saying, you're late, you have a meal plan, you can't do this. Then at one point they told me that they were going to bring in an action director because there was no action in the movie, and I had to the only one who was encouraging. Everyone else thought it was a big flop. Even when I went, when it was opening, I had no idea what was going to happen. I had no money. And so I accepted a job to rewrite the Great Gatsby film that they were doing with Redford, because I had 3 kids, and I was writing this, and I was horrified because the Great Gatsby novel doesn't have a lot of dialogue in it. So I meant I had to make it up, and I had only a week to do it. So I'm calling my wife, and she's in New York, and she says, Francis, the Godfather is going to open. They said it's going to be in 5 theaters because it's getting such good reaction. And she's telling me, my God, there are people going around the block waiting to see the Godfather. Says, I can't talk to you. Elliot, I got to finish this script. And It was so crazy.
Amazing.
The biggest success I ever had, which was, of course, the Godfather, I wasn't there because I was trying to write the script for The Great Gatsby.
Was that Paramount screening the first time you got to see it on a big screen?
See, I showed it to all my friends, which was pretty much the same cut. All the film-savvy people in San Francisco, no one said it was so great.
Who was Al Ruddy?
Al Ruddy was a producer who, along with his partner, Gray Fredrickson, was making a film.
Yeah.
You know who owned it?
No.
The Vatican. The Vatican had a big Italian company, real estate company, that invested in real estate, and they owned the Paramount Studio.
That's amazing. How has the film business changed over the course of your life?
Well, I saw it change into the era of the so-called blockbuster. And then because of the outrageously overcharging cable fees that were initially done, the cable companies made so much money that they then bought the film industry, so that now the film industry is owned by people who bought from people who bought from people who bought from people who owned it. So the only thing the people who run the film studios are worrying about is the debt service, that they are hired and paid a lot of money to ensure that the company makes its debt service. And if it doesn't, they're fired. So that you're dealing with not only a company, but a whole antique system. In other words, like when there was a trolley car on Santa Monica Boulevard years ago when I was a kid, and when they removed the trolley car, they also removed the tracks because they never wanted a trolley car back. They wanted it to be buses. So
I never wanted this for you.
I didn't want to do The Godfather because when I read the book, the big part of that book, almost 2/3 of it, is about something that's not in the movie, and it's sort of this very sleazy kind of a story. And it was George Lucas who said to me, Francis, you know, they're going to chain up the door of our place. We have no money. You've got to do it. And it's true. I had already 2 kids, 1 on the way, and I realized, you know, it's kind of like being a prostitute, you know, in terms of, even though you're this prostitute and you have to perform this act, which should only be done for love, you must look at the prospective client and say, well, he's got nice hair, and there's a kindness to him. You find something you can fall in love with.
You say you read the book and you decided, when you looked at it again, to strip it away to what you found personally attracted to you, that story of the king and his
The father and the sons.
And focused your story and made it feel like such a personal statement in film. And then when
it became personal.
You went to bat for a lot of your early actors. Is it true that you not only gave a very eloquent speech about how Marlon Brando should play the role, and then you collapsed on the ground as if you were having a seizure, and then they said,
I didn't do an eloquent speech. At Paramount, I was used to, they said, well, who do you want to play the Godfather? And I would say, Marlon Brando. And they would say, Francis, you know.
They would stop, like they couldn't get you to turn into a studio filmmaker. You would just keep doing what you wanted to do.
I don't think I'm capable of it.
Yeah. Was Apocalypse Now more conventional?
Oh yeah, it was a movie. John Milius had written the script. And I said, I'll make it like The Guns of Navarone, some big movie, and then we'll make all this money and make a big studio war film. So we make little art films. Then Apocalypse turned out to be this ridiculously big art film, worse, one that had become so strange that I didn't know how to end it. It's interesting that it's a river because that's just what it's like. You start out and then you start following the theme and following the story, and then you realize you're making a very surreal movie, and once it picks you up and takes you, and you say, yeah, that green smoke and that red smoke, and let's have a lot of green and red smoke. And then Brando was funny when he finally came in at the end. He looked at me and he chuckled. He says, well, he said, I see you painted yourself into a corner, which was I had made the movie much more weird and much more surreal than just the big battle at the end could ever answer. So I had gone on the journey, and that's the way all my better films have been like.
Oh, the playmates, the young girls, and in that rainy medevac, and I guess those are the big ones. And then there were many sections that were just lifted to make the film move faster, which is so stupid that we did it, but the consequence of the napalm of the surfing, the idea that in order to let these boys surf, he orders the napalm to be dropped, which ruins the wind so they can't surf, which is sort of a comment on so many of the things that even were done in Vietnam. So the French sequence I always loved because it gave a historical perspective, and also it supported the idea that when they leave the bridge, they leave civilization behind and they're going back in time. At first they go into the 50s where the ghosts of Indochina War are still there, and then when they leave that, they go into prehistoric time, which is where Kurtz is. So I very much like the French plantation, but because of the way we worked with the French actors, I like to rehearse, and I always ask the actors to suggest, and so they brought up many political issues of the real things that were argued about in those days that they heard in their family. And so I kept writing the script using their suggestions, and the script got longer and longer. So we attempted this, and we only had the ability to do it twice because that napalm drop, that was a mile of flame, took the way it was done. I won't bore you with it, but we only had the chance to do that twice. So when we were ready to do that, they had to send the jets from some other Air Force base, and they had a time, and they had to drop it, and the actors had to all be ready, and the bombs had to go off and not kill anyone, and they had to play a scene. And so we did it, and I watched, and it all happened, and the flame went off, and I realized that we didn't have to do it a second time, that the one time sort of had worked, and that was the moment in my heart when I said, I'm going to get through this. Just, how like the first time I had the feeling it would be okay. Thank you.
Well, then you were told, how long did we say you were going to stay in the Philippines?
4 months.
The first sequences was Kilgore, and was it the napalm? What was the first stuff you really did? Your first day?
It was the landing at
when Kilgore.
Balar. Yeah, the Kilgore thing. You'd already shot all the action stuff, and we were doing the ground stuff, as I recall.
I remember you really fell or hurt, and you cut your cheek, and like a schmuck, I say, well, let's use it.
Yeah, we put a Band-Aid on it. It's in some of the footage.
It's in continuity, but the idea, I said, what happens when a GI would hurt himself like that? And they said, well, they would put something and have a bandage. I said, I never saw in my life a GI with a bandage. Let's have a bandage. It became a pain in the neck, whether it was the bandage on or off. But, I was in the mood of like, oh, let's use everything that happens. Yeah. So the first stuff you shot was with Bobby Duvall, maybe?
Yes, and I remember I roomed with him in a little house. The company had rented all these houses, and we shared a bathroom. And he was teaching me how to take a shower with a bucket and a
cold water.
Yeah, cold water spigot.
And what was it like rooming with Bobby Duvall?
Well, I kept seeing Boo Radley, and I would just stare at him, and he was so disarming.
Yeah.
A
5-year project that's for sure get me into my 80s. So that's what I'm doing these days, and it's related to what I think is one aspect of the future of cinema.
Well, as long as you brought us there, let's talk about it, because
we're not going to talk about wine.
No. Well, we can get to wine, but
we can be getting to wine while we're talking about the future.
But let's talk about distant vision.
Distant vision is actually was an old phrase used to describe what is essentially television back in the 19th century. People don't realize that what we call television really came about in different levels and experiments, probably around the time of the invention of the telephone. So it's really possible that television could have emerged and become a medium that the public used before cinema, which would have been very interesting, because when television did come on the scene in Europe in the 30s and in America in the 40s, it used the language that cinema had invented. Right. But it would have been very curious had a television come first, which was technically possible, it existed, And then you wonder what it would have been like, because it would have been, it wouldn't have had, what do you have to do to be able to make the films that you have to make, that you know, because film is an expensive medium. I mean, you can't just go out and do it. You have to have the resources. So, no, my youth, that young period, because I was, you know, before I was 30 and then after 30, I was sort of tortured and, you know, what have you. I'm much more stress-free now, and
but at the height,
but thanks to the wine business, not to the movie.
Well, I was going to say, at the height of your success, I believe in '75, you went up to Napa and you bought this beautiful historic estate.
A home, yeah, it was a home.
He bought a beautiful mansion in the Napa Valley, and it went along with a very important vineyard, which Francis subsequently added to, and he completed and reclaimed the Inglenook Vineyard, which is probably the most famous and most historically important vineyard in Napa.
19th century, you know, vineyard created by a Finn, a Finnish American gentleman who was one of the wealthiest men in the country.
Gustav Niebaum.
Yeah, so it wasn't, you know, mostly New World wineries are immigrants go to Argentina or go to America, and then like Mr. De Gallo's or Mr. Mondavi's father, and they make wine for other immigrants, because many Europeans, of course, consider wine something that's at the table. I never saw a table in my life that didn't have a glass of wine on it, because it was just something people drank with dinner. But Niebaum was different. He was so wealthy. Actually, he was wealthy because he was Finnish, which was part of Russia, and he was the administrator for Alaska. So when Alaska was bought by the Americans, he knew all of what was there, and he went and made a fortune in shipping and taking seal pelts and other resources. So he made, you know, I mean, one load of those seal pelts would be worth $500,000 in 1860. So what was $500,000 in 1860? So he was very rich. And he married, as an older man, his wife wanted him to quit traveling. So rather than go to France and buy up all the first growths, he bought this beautiful property and invested in very advanced vinificulture and vinification process, and made the Inglenook, which won all of these awards back turn of the century. So it's really an American treasure.
It is. I had in 1955 Inglenook with you the first time I met you, and it was quite a sensational wine.
They were among the greatest wines of the world. A bottle of 1941 Inglenook, you could go to an auction, you'll pay $25,000 for it. So back, you know, for the 40s.
So at what point did you realize that you wanted to start making wine at this property?
I just was living there with my kids, and it was such a pretty place, and I got, you know, again, I like to have a glass of wine with my dinner, like my father before me. And I began to get the idea a little earlier than maybe the others that it was not going to be good for movie directors, as, you know, that you wouldn't be able to make the projects, your dream projects, that it was, the studios were getting wise to us, and, and you know, were what they call vetting you. They were
taking the keys back.
They were taking the keys back after Heaven's Gate. And so, and it's true, because today a movie director, what do you do if, I mean, some of the greats like Marty and Steven can still, but it's an effort to do a personal film. They more are under pressure to do what is commercially viable. So I wanted to get out of that. My livelihood was based on making movies, and I was very fortunate in that from Inglenook, actually, the young lady, I guess Jane was wrong, I have 3 wineries. One makes those wines that you see everywhere, that the Coppola Claret or the Coppola, and then recently we've started once again, you older folks, Virginia Dare. Do you remember Virginia Dare? I always loved Virginia Dare because it had this pretty blonde girl like a fairy tale on it. And there was a song, "Say it again, Virginia Dare." So we started the Virginia Dare winery, revived it. And the wineries, thanks to all of you, do very well. And I often joke that you should all be credited as associate producers of what films I do, because that's what's paying for it.
And you should all visit the winery if you're anywhere near Napa.
You'd be more than welcome.
Not only do you get a lot of the history of wine there, but also the history of Francis's films. And
just to wrap up the live cinema thing, because I don't feel that I've been the reason I can't describe the process too well is because I don't know how to do it. And it's like someone invented a beautiful new musical instrument and no one's ever played it. So I want to try to learn how to play it. So right now I'm doing it with these little workshops, but eventually it's my dream to do it. And you know, those of you who follow this stuff know that there's a big argument between the theater owners and the producers and filmmakers as to they want you to go to the theater to see the film 6 weeks before you can get it at home. And when in fact, the truth is that you're going to be able to see it in the theater or at home or wherever you want to, because you are the boss of that. You are the patron, and the theater owners can't make those kind of stipulations if the audience. So to me, to go to the theater is a wonderful experience. I love to go to the movie theaters, although I yell at the screen when you go there. I go with my wife in Napa, and I yell at the screen because they show commercials in a movie theater. And that's what, back when Pat Weaver started the first attempt at pay TV, the theater owners said, oh, you'll pay for it, but they'll show commercials on it. And they used to have you sign a list of your names to protest that pay TV will show you ads, which indeed they do. But now the theaters show you ads too, so that really bugs me. But it's wonderful to go see a movie in a theater with the full big screen, and it's also wonderful nowadays with the extraordinary home screens that you can have. But it's all cinema. It's no more television.
But do you think that there's something to be said for the communal experience of the theater? Because it seems to me we're headed to a world in which you're sitting even in the same room watching different things on different devices.
The theater experience is. My little granddaughter tells me that she's 29, but when they go to the movies, they always go the first night because they want the excitement of seeing it with an audience before someone tells them whether it was good or bad.
There, you see.
Neither of you, again, are simply filmmakers. Both of you do a range of different work in other fields. And Francis, you've noted as a winemaker, you have a restaurant, you have a resort. Believe me, I understand the difficulties of trying to put together a resort with different things with Sundance. Marty, you've done an enormous amount of work with film preservation and film culture. So you're really doing things much beyond the work that you just do in film. Has this become a major part of your life? And for both of you?
Well, I have a general restless creativity. I mean, I like to build things. I like to see things go from idea to result, which is why I like to cook, because that's in an hour and a half you can have this thing and then you serve it and everyone says that's good. A movie you wait 2 years and they go, well, we don't know if we like it. But very clearly I'm trying to balance my life so that I can focus on what I most want to do, which is to write and make a film and not have to depend on that also to support my family. So I've used this desire to build and what have you to try to set up a little bit of, what do they call, diversification. So I'm not dependent on
and
that.
Marty, with film preservation,
well, the film preservation came out of a desire of, a love of these old movies that came out of the Hollywood system that I really adore.
Was the queen of the Napa Valley, and I put it all on the line to borrow the money, which along with the advances from all the European countries, I was going to go off to the Philippines and make this film.
But let me interrupt you. As we look at this now, I mean, before I even go to the clip and before I hear a lot more about this, was it the worst decision of your life?
Well, not at all. Not at all. I wouldn't say that at all. I think it was a great decision. I mean, when else is it the time to go on an adventure when you're, what was I, 34 years old?
Yeah.
I don't think it was a bad decision at all.
But you had all this going for you, and some have said that it marked something, that it was a turning point in your life, in your career, and that you rolled the dice.
Yeah, but that was
you didn't.
that was the thing to say. I mean, as we know, very often the story is written before the story happens, and all I had to do was to go off to the jungle in this condition and ask for a modicum of privacy, which is let me try to make this film. And already, as you know, the reports were coming back that, oh, it was a disaster, primarily because no one knew, and it was just a mystery. And the story would to be that the guy who had made The Godfather and who, despite all odds, made a second Godfather that people thought was as good as the first and made the conversation, was out there somehow failing, because that would be more interesting than if I were out there succeeding.
But it was a controversial project.
Because Bob Evans was a tall, good-looking guy. And so now, you know, between my ideas for casting and the fact that now under me the film was going to cost twice as much, I was positive I was going to get fired. I mean, it just seemed to me. And as I said, I had 2 kids and my wife was pregnant, and I wasn't out going to discotheques. I had a family that I had to take care of. So it turned out that I had also, a year before, written the script for Patton for 20th Century Fox. And it was an unusual script. It was very unusual, and I thought my producer liked it, but they hired Burt Lancaster to play Patton, and I think they were flirting with the idea of William Wyler. I know they were flirting with the idea of the great American director, and when I say great, I mean great, William Wyler, to direct it. And Lancaster didn't like the script. He felt that I started the movie with Patton and all of his rank and glory, talking to the audience just as if he was in a theater, right? And with this unusual beginning. And Lancaster, I guess maybe Wyler felt, well, gee, he sort of worked his way up to that. That was not a good way to start. Anyway, I got fired and went off to San Francisco.
I can cook a great Italian meal, and you said, I'll be the judge of that. So I made you a pizza, and you made the appetizers, and you brought your Coppola wine that you got at the store. Pizza, and we had a great time in talking. But I remember asking you, why do you come down so much and find out what I'm doing? And you said, I've always considered myself a student. I always want to be a student, that you're always learning. And I thought that was such a great philosophy. I tell that to everybody, that they should always be a student. What is it about that philosophy, to explain a little bit more? Because I found it very inspiring.
It's the joy of discovery. It's like being an explorer, and you're going in looking for the fountain of youth or whatever, and you don't know what you're doing, and yet it's thrilling because you have a sense that it's there.
You don't realize how much you've inspired people to go be. You changed cinema.
But as I said, it's reciprocal. I see what you got, then I want to do that. It's funny. I listen to you, and I now that I'm getting older, people are extremely impressed to meet me and stuff. But half the time I was in despondency of having no talent, and I was just not cutting it. So I mean, it's not like you walk through your life saying, wow, am I smart? Am I talented? Am I this? I just felt awful half the time.
But it's good to hear, and good to see that even though you felt like that, you kept going. Because there's a lot of, I don't think artists need to be thick-skinned. I mean, that only the thick skin should apply.
Would have cement, concrete fermenters in the basement, and every year they would buy a boxcar of grapes from California. So anyway, there was this myth or this romance in my family, so that when we of course all live in San Francisco, and Napa Valley is very close, and I had the idea it would be nice to have a little cottage, like a summer house with an acre of grapes. And when we were looking for such a house, the realtor said, oh, this isn't for you, but the Inglenook estate is going to be sold, and it's a chance just to see it. And he showed it to us, and it really wasn't the type of thing we were thinking of, but it was so beautiful. It was like a national park that eventually we did come into possession of it, and with it 120 acres of among the finest Cabernet in America. And little by little, having this fruit and having everyone wanted to buy it from us, we began to actually make the wine, and that was over 15 years ago.
Now, did you bring in a lot of smart people to help you make it? I mean, or were they there as part of the
Well, the
farm?
Napa Valley does have a community, and there was a great famous winemaker named Andrei Chalachev, who was a man in his 90s, and was I think the winemaker at BV, and we did go to him, and he took over the winemaking, and yes, we were always in the hands of experts and Napa Valley people.
Now, is this what you drink in your better moments, when are you slipping away to get someone else's who's been at this longer than you have?
Well, you know, I do find that my tastes really now run to Napa Valley wine, and I mean, I always have enjoyed wine, but there is something unique about the Napa Valley wines. I like to drink our own wines, and we also make some family wines that are, you know, less aged, and this is sort of for a great meal.
Yeah, 1980 here.
Yeah. But you know, I do like the Napa Valley wines. I like Australian wines as well.
How about French wines?
Well, you know, those are the model that we strive for. But more and more, I am starting to drink a French wine and a Napa Valley wine, and realize that I'm now either used to it or I prefer its character.
Let me go way back to the beginning for you. There was early on this sort of fascination. What you tell me about it? I mean, your father was a musician. You started in Detroit. He was with the Detroit Symphony.
No, he was with the Ford Hour, which was a radio program that would go on in the late 30s, and it was sort of Henry Ford's pet project, or one of his pets, and he would actually be there. And of course, I was born there, but I left as an infant. But my name is Francis Ford because my father named him after Henry Ford, and I was also born in the Henry Ford Hospital.
And then you began to live in Queens when he came to join Tchaikovsky's?
No,
an NBC Symphony?
It was Toscanini.
Toscanini,
My dad was the solo flute for the NBC Symphony, and really during the war years and up into the 1945 or 46.
Welcome to the director's chair, Francis.
Thank you, Roberto.
It's very good to see you again. Right now we're here at Inglenook, your winery in Napa Valley. And the first time I had a film conversation with you was in 1998, right outside of this door. You were sitting out there, and I was putting my young son to sleep while we spoke about film.
So why don't you show that, you know? And I should be put on spot, and you should say, why did you do that?
Okay. Well, what went wrong?
You know what? I think the reason I did it was that was that period between 40 and 50 where I literally had to make a movie every year. That's hard to do, to make this payment I had, and that's how I was able to hang on to our home in Napa. That was what was up at stake, and so I paid off that loan. It took me 10 years, and I made, you know, Peggy Sue got married. But Jack was... the truth of the matter is that I would have done anything that Robin Williams was doing, because I just thought he was such a interesting guy and a brilliant person and very intelligent and stuff. And that was a project he was doing. I always thought it was a dumb idea to make a movie from, because it's the same idea of Big, which was such a wonderful movie and so successful. And I never knew why they would want to do another one about a big kid, but you know, I had to make a movie every year, and I really liked Robin Williams. And I think, you know, often in any profession, there are things you have to do, and I think you have to find something to love about everything you do.
Movie, and I would edit all night. In fact, I even used to slump over the moviola and even be sure that when he came in at 9, there I was with my arm over the moviola, and
as you were taking care of.
Yeah, and he would see that I had, you know, been there all night, which I had.
Yeah. What led to the first film?
Well, Roger in his closet had, you know, sort of these rolls of old film, you know, really even, they weren't even little trims, it was whole cans of films that he had left over, and there was a perfect tone recorder, which was a sort of movie sound recorder. And I mean, equipment to a young film student is, you know, is such a scarce and difficult thing to come by, especially in those days before video, that I heard that Roger was going to go to Europe and make a film called The Young Racers. And he asked me, he said, Francis, well, you're at UCLA, do you know any young guy who could be a sound mixer? I said, I can. And I went home and I read the manual, and sure enough, Roger brought me to Europe as the sound man for a film he was making, and I did that, and I was also second unit photographer shooting the Grand Prix races. This is, I mean, a wonderful period for a guy 21, and then miraculously, just before we left, I won the first prize in the Samuel Goldwyn Writing award, which had never been given to a film script. So I had $2,000, which was the prize, and I bought myself an Alfa Romeo sports car. That's what they cost.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Times have changed.
I was 21. I was working on a movie around a set, and I knew that Roger always made a second film wherever he went, because he would have the company pay for the first one. It was AIP, and since everyone was there and the equipment was there, he'd always do one on his own to, you know, kind of average out the
moonlighting
cost.
film.
Yeah, but he had to go back to do The Raven, a movie that became The Raven, with a wonderful film that he directed with Vincent Price and I think Boris Karloff and Peter Lorre. Really a nice little film. And so I said to him, let me make the second film. And stayed up all night and wrote a script and got Roger to give me $20,000 to go off to Ireland, which was an English-speaking country, so that I could you know, get actors and stuff and make my first film, and that's how I did it.
Did you remain close as you became famous and
important
and had your own studio?
Yeah, well, Roger appeared inside as in the cast of Godfather 2. He was on the Senate Investigating Committee.
Yeah.
Roger loves to act, and Roger told me once, Francis, if you stay thin, keep your hair, and have a lot of money, you'll be young forever.
Yeah.
He's pretty
harder to do than to say.
Ideas of what's wrong with the world and the destruction of the rainforests and the extraordinary problems. Yet no one will ever even say what the real problem is, which is overpopulation. The problem is not that they're destroying the rainforest. The problem is that the planet was not created to house more than 4 or 5 billion people. So very often the things that are at the root and the most interesting is the thing that no one will talk about. So for me, live cinema or performance cinema could be one of the new areas for a person like myself or anyone who's serious about really interpreting life for the world, which is what art does.
Let me test this on you, and I'm not a psychiatrist, but listening to you and having read a lot about you, I see this. And that's why I was interested in what had shaped you and how you came to get involved in movies. It's an interesting combination, because I have talked to so many directors on this broadcast, and most of them, on their short list of great directors is you. At the same time, there is this question in the public arena, whatever happened to Francis Ford Coppola? How did someone who did such sort of seminal films like The Godfather, why isn't he making great films? Steven Spielberg just made Schindler's List. He's continuing to grow, let's say. We wonder if a dinosaur movie, you know.
Look, I always felt that Steven was a prodigy, and when people used to say that his subject matter was infantile or what have you, I say, hey, he's 45 years old. Every year he gets older, he's going to bring his talent to new subject and get his confidence, and you know, it doesn't surprise me at all that he's made a distinguished film. He's made a lot of distinguished films.
Yeah. Go back to you, Godfather. Why? Tell me in your mind what it was about. Everybody wants to talk about that the mafia is an American corporation. They want to talk about the family and all of that. What was in the director's mind?
Okay, we'll change from what we were talking about, which was Apocalypse, that we kind of were halfway there, but we'll go to The Godfather. To me, when I read the book, The Godfather, it seemed to me that, and those of you who remember the book, there was this story of a family that seemed classical, almost, you know, kind of like a Grecian or certainly of that or Shakespearean. And at the same time, there was this kind of Irving Wallace novel about a woman whose vagina was too big. I mean, half the book was dedicated to a doctor who made a woman's genitalia smaller. People don't remember that now. But when I looked at the book, in fact, I didn't like the book at first because I thought it was sleazy.
He wasn't difficult to work with. He just worked a different way. You didn't talk to him about acting or I think your motivation, blah, blah. You didn't talk about that. In fact, you didn't even have to talk to him. You could just put a prop in his hand and he would then use that prop to accomplish what you really wanted.
This film is a $20 million disaster. Why won't anyone believe me? I'm thinking of shooting myself.
All of this nightmare of not knowing what I was doing, being against outrageous thoughts, having changed the style of the movie, making it, as we went along, more surrealistic. You know, movies are made by many, many things and people, but one of the things that make a movie is the movie. it contributes to making itself. How does that work? Well, if you're throwing smoke grenades and you and the photographer and art director say, gee, that looks good, let's do more of that. That's what I mean by the movie starts nudging into you and saying, don't go this way, go more this way. So Apocalypse Now was sort of telling us to make the film be more surrealistic, that the journey up the river wasn't just a journey up the river towards Cambodia, that the journey was a journey through time, and we were going through time, and we would end up in the 50s when the French were there, and then we would end up 1,000 years before that when the earliest Homo sapiens were there in their most original form, which was these Montagnard natives who were the Ifugao people of Philippines. When the movie starts taking over and making it, when Brando arrived, he looked at me so smart and he said, he said, you painted yourself in a corner, didn't you? Meaning you had made this movie so surreal that a normal big movie war scene ending where the other guys come and they fight isn't going to work. If you've made the movie go in a very surreal direction, you're going to have to think of a resolution that is surreal, or that can at least have resonance without just being a typical, well, the army comes, there was a big battle, and it's an exciting battle, and then it's over. So there I was, having done this, on the hook for it. Now, I wouldn't even talk about other calamities, such as the typhoon destroying all the sets, or even a more human scare, which was Marty Sheen's heart attack, which, one thing about Marty Sheen is, of course, no doubt, his family loved him dearly, but everyone loved him. He was just an extremely nice person that everyone was scared. Had he had not survived, the people who were making the film would have closed down, and the money would have come from me for what had been spent, and I could never get it back because I'd have no finished film. So when I told everybody, don't gossip, don't call home and say Marty's had a heart attack, because I even am embarrassed with what I said in my wife's film, although I had the power to take it out, I didn't. But I had to.
If Marty dies, I want to hear that everything's okay until I say Marty is dead. You got it? Right. If it's not done, man, ship the whole office out of here.
The film only even managed to survive is because his wife courageously just took him to a hospital and didn't say he's out of the picture. I had loved the movie of Antonioni, Blow Up. I just thought, I want to make a movie like that. That's the kind of movie I want to make, because it was intriguing and it was moving and it was mysterious. And I was talking to a wonderful filmmaker named Irvin Kershner about that. And I said, I wonder if nowadays, they can eavesdrop on you with these shotgun microphones where they can bounce light off the window pane and they can figure out what was being said inside. And he said, yeah, that's true. So I began to learn that. I was also interested in this idea that you make a movie in which repetition was an element. In other words, the same thing was being said over and over, but every time you heard it, it meant something a little different, and I was interested in experimenting with that. I'm getting old now, and I've made movies in every style known to man. I've made movies in this style, and that style, and that style. I've learned all styles. Now I would like to find out what is my style, and I'm just going to slowly pick a subject matter that interests me and then write an original screenplay from that. And I did. I took notes, and I read a lot of stuff, and I became interested in a peculiar little wrinkle in Roman history, which is known as the Catiline Conspiracy. The Catiline Conspiracy really was a story of someone whose position was very classical and old, that the old traditions are good, which is so, versus a conflict with someone who was more futurist, that we should leap over the old and into new ideas. And I thought, wouldn't it be interesting if you made a Roman epic but didn't set it in ancient Rome, set it in modern New York, did a story, a big New York story, in which Catiline and a Cicero, or the mayor and an architect, were at odds. And what if there was a girl? What if it was the daughter of the mayor who came to be in love with the opponent of the mayor? So it could be I really wanted to make a love story. So I pieced together this sort of piece that would be a love story, which is I wanted to make so bad, really heartbreaking, moving love story, but also a story of the debate between those who believed that the way to go is to leap into the future. That first draft was amazingly all just talked into a microphone.
Really, before that, there was just one big speaker behind the screen. Is that correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, originally there was just one big speaker, and then ultimately, much later, when home hi-fi became stereo, and then very often there were two speakers. But the idea of 5 speakers, 3 in the front and 2 in the back, was way later and came from Dolby and from Zoetrope, our company.
Do you think of the conversation as a genre film?
You know, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of movies as genres. I mean, it's like, what genre is the Taj Mahal? What genre is Notre Dame? This thing to put everything in ratings and score them and give them like sports, have one win over another. It doesn't. Art is not like that, in my opinion. I mean, I remember when the New York Times started to give the movie reviews stars, and I was so offended. I said, this isn't sports. It's not like the pennant where the Yankees are in the lead and number 2 is the number 3. Art is not something that you can rate that way. I mean, it's you can like it or not like it, or you could think you have favorites and stuff, but to turn that into a rating system is offensive to me. They wanted to shoot it in St. Louis, and they wanted to shoot it in the period that was when we were shooting it, which was around 1973, and you can figure that the reason they do that is so all the cars can just be the regular cars, and all the hairstyles can be the regular hairstyles, and all the clothes can be 1973 clothes. So that's what they wanted to do. And I said, well, I mean, the picture has to be shot in New York because that's where it's set, and it has to be shot right after the war, 1945, because Michael has just come back from World War II, and so I was trying to be more faithful to what I thought was the essence. And they had planned to make the film in St. Louis, as I said, and they budgeted for like $2.5 million at that time to make it as cheap as possible. And my decision of saying, well, it had to be New York and it had to be period, the budget went from $2.5 million to $6 million. So I was out. I mean, they wanted to fire me. Then when I came up with my casting, they basically had made a hit picture called Love Story with Ryan O'Neal and Ali McGraw, who later then married the head of the studio, Bob Evans. And it sounds crazy to have Ryan. Later on, we were renting an editing machine to Fox, and they said it doesn't work, send a technician down there. I went down myself. I had no technician. But I saw it was George C. Scott doing Patton. What had happened, I didn't even know, was that Lancaster left and Wyler wasn't going to be involved, and they hired George C. Scott, and he didn't like the Burt Lancaster script. So the head of the story department of Fox was a very nice man named David Brown. He said, well, we got this weird script that a young guy did, and this, it's interesting. So Scott liked it, and so that's how I discovered that my version of Patton's script was done. So then we were coming up to the Academy Awards soon, right when I was going to get fired from The Godfather. And I was seeing the Oscars with my buddy Marty Scorsese, who was, part of the younger group that we were all friends. And I win the Oscar for Patton. And Marty said to me, he says, well, they're not going to fire you now for at least 3 or 4 months because it would be embarrassing. And it was true. So basically, I was going, from section to section, always thinking I would get fired, and then something would happen, I wouldn't get fired, but then I would get another distance, and that was really almost like the whole movie. Should I tell you how Brando got the part? He was great because I would write the drafts, and then he would, in long hair, put things, and I would have a line where Clemenza says, you got to make some spaghetti for your group. He says, first, you brown some sausage, and Mario's note was, gangsters don't brown, they fry. But he was always making it better in his own way. He did write a book that is a really top, beautiful novel. Even Joseph Heller, who wrote Catch-22, was a friend of his, agreed. But this Godfather was a potboiler. His other book, and the name will come to me, is a beautiful, first-rate novel. He was a good writer.
Do you think of yourself primarily as a writer or a director?
My heart wishes I wanted to be a writer. I don't have the talent I would. I believe all of us human beings I believe we're a genius species, and we all get talents. It's not always the talent we want, however. And, I didn't get the talent I want as a writer, but I got other things. I got a good imagination, and I got a lot of energy, so I'm willing to rewrite the script 100 times if each time makes it 1% better. And I have a weird talent and a whole generation of South American novelists and filmmakers all were weaned on Rumblefish, which I didn't even know what it was. In fact, one of them came back to Tulsa where it was shot and made a film called Searching for Rusty James, which was the character there. Yeah. So it turns out that my greatest dream had come true. To me, the greatest award you get is not a big check. It's not a stupid statue of this or that. It's when a young person comes who made a film, says, I became a filmmaker because I saw your film. Because I made a film, I told you, I made because I saw Antonioni's film, or because I saw Stanley Kubrick's film, or because I saw Orson Welles' film. That's why I did it. There's a new. Have you heard of a film just came out called All Quiet on the Western Front with a director named Edward Berger? He made the film Salvation about the popes, but this is a heavyweight filmmaker, and he says he wants to meet me, and I said, gee, I love to. I know your film All Quiet on the Western Front is wonderful. That's the Remark book. And he said, well, I didn't know anything about movies, but when I saw Apocalypse Now, I decided I wanted to, because obviously the two most important things of movies, the essential, the oxygen and hydrogen, is writing and acting. I mean, if you have good writing and acting, you can have terrible photography, terrible music score, terrible sound effects, terrible everything. The movie can still be good. But if you don't have good acting or writing, you can have the greatest score, you can have the greatest photography, and a movie can't possibly be good. So I knew that from my theater background, and there were a lot of older guys who were more senior in the UCLA Film School, and there was limited equipment, so like an editing machine, for example. They would take the editing machine and lock it in their editing room. So they always had it, and the new kids didn't, had to scrounge to get an editing machine. So, whereas theater, my experience of theater was a group experience. You all worked together, and then you went and had pizza together, and you had a crush on some girl that you didn't tell her you had a crush on. There was the opposite in movies. Everyone was a loner. Everyone was alone with their editing machine. And in fact, my company, American Zoetrope, was basically introducing a more theater culture to film. In our company, we all were together, and we would go eat together, and we would, help each other on each other's films, which is what my housewife picks him up. Maybe she wants to have an affair, I don't know. But she becomes sort of saddled with this person dependent on her. And that was what the story, but my idea was that we could go anywhere we wanted to. There was a mine disaster in Virginia. We went there and incorporated that. Or there was a parade in Memphis, and he wandered through the parade. So it was a style of filmmaking. So George and I did that, but essentially we had a whole film company. We had all the equipment, we had all the people, and we ended up doing the final scenes in Kansas, I think. I forget the town. But the town fathers of Kansas said, if you guys stay here, we'll get you a studio. And you can have. But we realized we were a mobile film company. And so one thing led to another. And George was from Modesto. So to him, San Francisco was the big city. And I wanted to get out of LA because I wanted that control that was on the movie business to go away. So we decided to take the whole unit and just, I had a house and a summer house. I sold them and we made a sort of a kind of a studio of sorts with sound and everything in San Francisco, and that was Americans. And then George wanted to call it the Trans-America Sprocket Works. And I had visited when I bought the for murder in Chicago and was not guilty. I mean, this is the gist of it. And Billy made a film about it called The People versus Paul Crump. And it was so effective that he got pardoned or he didn't get killed. And I said, if you can make a film that saves somebody's life, my hat's off to you. And that was Billy Friedkin, who later made The Exorcist and Sorcerer and The French Connection.
Yeah. Did you become friends at that time?
Very good friends. He was much hipper than I was. I was married with 3 kids, and he was more adventurous, and he was an incredible character. He married Jean Moreau for a while.
Wow. Typically at that time, the directors would have been people who had done other jobs on the set and worked their way up and were maybe 50 or 60 years old, I imagine.
Yes, but there were some directors who were more interesting than that. There was another company, I forget, but which was basically the offspring of studio executives. So they had a lot of ins. But Hal Ashby was a director who had been an editor who was very advanced, and he made some. Roger said what I was told through this woman who was my boss, to take out all of the Golden Hope stuff and cut in monsters that they see. And he said he wanted a monster that looked like a great female organ, and ultimately the male organ gets swallowed by it. So my job was to do this. So I was in every day, and I couldn't speak Russian. I was doing writing anew to loop it into English, but I would get there very early and slump myself over the moviola. So when she and Roger came in, they would see I had been there all night, which I hadn't. So ultimately, I did this ridiculous job, and it was released as Battle Beyond the Sun or something. So ultimately, she gave me her thumbs up, and Roger offered me to be his assistant. And he offered me, I think, $75 a week. When I complained, he said when he had an assistant job, he got $40 a week. At any rate, I became his assistant, and that meant basically I had to wash his car. He had a lawn with sod. I had to move the sod. But finally, he was going to make a movie with Vincent Price. Of course, I knew who Vincent Price was. And what he did is an Alfa Romeo sports car and picked it up in Europe. But of course, Roger didn't like it because I could only take one person. I was hoping I'd get a girl but instead I took one of the Israeli guys, this guy named Yoski Gross, his name. He was a great big guy from Israel, and he was the cousin of another Israeli guy named Menachem Golan. And this Joseph Gross was wonderful. He said, I know you're unhappy to have me in the car, but we'll have fun. I'll tell you a few jokes. You'll love it. And he was right. And we're driving, so I drove all around with Yoski Gross. Bottom line is that everyone knew that Roger, after the company made a film, would use all the stuff paid for and make another film for himself. But he was called back to make a film called The Raven with Peter Lorre and Vincent Price. So we all knew that there was this whole unit that he would probably could sell him on making a picture. And in those days, Psycho had just come out. So I just wrote one page. I wrote the key scene of a Psycho kind of movie. Everyone wanted to get the job, but basically Roger chose mine and said, okay, can you do this? I'll give you scary stuff. Stephen King. That was one of his favorite movies, Dementia 13.
Do you remember when you first saw Psycho? Did it feel like a different movie when you saw it?
Oh, I thought it scared the hell out of me. I mean, it really were. I mean, Hitchcock never had great acting in his films, but, Psycho worked like gangbusters. And Vertigo. I mean, Vertigo I thought was incredible when I was a kid. Yeah. But the best acting in a Hitchcock film is Strangers on a Train or The Wrong Man.
Yeah. Tell me about Vincent Price.
He was a wonderful man. He was really just like what you imagine, a great thespian. He was. I had seen him in a favorite film of mine and my brother's. My big brother, who was an important figure in my life. Did you ever see a movie with Vincent Price called The Baron of Arizona?
I've not.
Oh, it's Samuel Fuller. It's great. But I loved Vincent Price from The Baron of Arizona, so I was in awe of him. He was a wonderful man. He had been in a film that he was great in called Champagne for Caesar. I remember that. I saw when I was a kid. I always remembered this character that Vincent Price played. My brother used to take me to the movies, so I loved people. Of course, a big white elephant mansion. Reason is that all those bedrooms and things are perfect. I saw a place in Denmark like that was right on the water, and it was this wonderful film company called Lanterna Film, and it was all kids working together, boys and girls, editing and stuff, and a big mansion is perfect, all the facilities in there, and then sometimes they even had something related to a entertaining room that you could shoot in. So we were looking for old, broken down mansions, and we couldn't find any, or they wouldn't sell it to us. We had a lot of problems being vetted. And so finally, there was south of, you know San Francisco at all? In those days, south of Market Street, there was the south of Market Street area, which was a little seedier. And there were some warehouses, and there was a record company that was there on Folsom Street, and they were looking for someone to share the lease. And I made a deal where we would have a place for our truck to come in and all our equipment, and then we had a big area where we built a screening room and a mixing studio. We could mix sound, and it was this whole area. And we had offices, and George liked it, but he really, that this is a person that's not just a regular, simple person.
LMNT, Element Electrolytes. Have you ever felt dehydrated after an intense workout or a long day in the sun? Do you want to maximize your endurance and feel your best? Add Element Electrolytes to your daily routine. Perform better and sleep deeper. Improve your cognitive function. Experience an increase in steady energy with fewer headaches and fewer muscle cramps. Element Electrolytes. Drink it in the sauna. Refreshing flavors include grapefruit, citrus, watermelon, and chocolate salt. Formulated with the perfect balance of sodium, potassium, and magnesium to keep you hydrated and energized throughout the day. These minerals help conduct the electricity that powers your nervous system so you can perform at your very best. Element Electrolytes are sugar-free, keto-friendly, and great tasting.
And you admit it, and listen to the movie will tell you how to make it. It will do it for you. And that's what I have found in many of my projects to be. And in a way, I deliberately create situations that cause accidents, sometimes big accidents. I don't mean accidents that endanger life, because I never would do that. But in other words, that I create accidents or do things and then make use of what happened so that the film has in it this excitement of it. I'll give you an example. Like in The Godfather, Marlon is at the beginning of the movie, first scene, at one point I saw a cat. It was not a movie cat. It was not an idea that was in the, it was just a cat, a studio cat. It was a cat. On the third or fourth take, I just picked it up and put it in his hand. And he didn't say, what do you want me to do with this? Or I didn't say anything. I just put the cat in his hand. And that's the take in the movie. So I like the actors to know that whatever happens might be something we want. It's just my style. I mean, and I don't care. I mean, Marlon once said something I thought was so interesting. He said to me about acting, he said, first thing he does is he sits down and he puts his hand like that. And he's asking basically where the frame is. And then he'll proceed to act with what's ever in that space. And he'll just do it. And you can say things to him like make it more angry, make it less angry, make it funny. He doesn't like to have acting talk. He just, make it louder, make it softer. And basically, I always worked with Brando through props, as though whatever I put in front of him, he's going to use. But he doesn't panic. In other words, if, like here I am now, let's say a herd of buffalo would run behind me, and that happened, he'd say, oh, look at the buffalo. He wouldn't say, well, I better get out of here. He uses anything and everything when they're shooting.
I never heard that idea before, that he would want to know where the frame was and that he was aware of the framing and wanted to make everything work within the frame. I would think of him, the method, as being more free and emotional, and he would go where he goes, and the camera would have to follow him because he would be free.
No, but he knew what he was doing. Like, for example, in Apocalypse Now, the problem was, I mean, I'm saying wonderful things about Brando, but the truth is he was like, in other words, he was shy about being overweight. He didn't want to, my original thing is if it's raining and you can't shoot, figure out how to do the scene in the rain. If he's fat and he's a Green Beret guy, say he's a Green Beret guy who got fat and see him eating all the time and he's given into his senses. You could have done it that way. But people who are overweight, be it Marlon Brando or Orson Welles, no one who's fat likes to be fat. And they're shy and embarrassed by it. And Brando was no exception.
How recent was the Vietnam War to Apocalypse Now, the filming?
It was going on, I think.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It was. I mean, it was right. It was near the end of it, but it was still going on.
Wow.
The U.S., the guy who was minister, the defense, Secretary of Defense was, what the hell was his name? He had been it twice, but they totally said no help, no helicopters, nothing American. We want nothing to do with Apocalypse Now. So I found the helicopters and stuff in the Philippines. Rumsford, Secretary Rumsford. Yeah. He was not a good guy.
No. Would you describe yourself as confident or insecure?
Well, I'm insecure.
You make a movie. How much is intentional? Who brings what? How does it change?
Okay, well, the first thing is you're getting pregnant with the movie. So like I am right now. And I'm taking an American writer that I just am a great admirer of. I just think she's the greatest, is Edith Wharton. I mean, there are many American writers I admire, but many of them are women. But Edith Wharton. And she wrote a not so great book, one of the ones that is less than her master. I mean, she made House of Mirth and Age of Innocence and Ethan Frome and all these. But she has a screwy little book called The Glimpses of the Moon. And there's something about it fascinates me. But years ago, I directed, when I was just doing The Godfather, everyone was offering me chances to like direct an opera, direct a play. I mean, I was getting all these possible things, and I figured, well, I'll do it, I mean, I'll learn something. So I directed a play called Private Lives by Noel Coward. Wonderful play. And I mean, I came to love it because I directed it, but it's really a beautiful play. And I did it in a very crazy way. In other words, Private Lives is endlessly wonderful. So I'm seeing something that has no reason to exist except I love it.
Yeah. What was it about the book that fascinated you?
It's the premise is so absurd and wonderful. The premise, if I may tell you, is that, in previous, marriage was always about business and affairs of state. And, this idea you meet someone, you fall in love and you get married, that's very unusual. It wasn't like that. And in the 30s and in the 20s, the marriageable group was so specific. Just, in other words, you couldn't be part of it because you couldn't get past the butler in certain crowds. So in other words, you had to have a certain education. There was a way that it had to be a certain group. And in this story, in Glimpses of the Moon, it's about this American group of these marriageable people. And because America had divorce and many European countries didn't, what the Americans would do, they would go see people in England and in Biarritz and France and equally wealthy people and stuff. They'd be married, but they'd have affairs. And then if they had an affair with someone who was wealthier than their husband or their wife, they would get to vote, but 4 votes would be 1 vote. And then 16-year-olds, 2 votes would be 1 vote. In other words, I would get them in because they are capable of coming up with solutions that we're not capable of coming up with, I don't think. All the great physicists who really did the incredible work in quantum physics, they were all 18, 19 years old. Just like girl gymnasts can only do that stuff at 14. Physicists can only do what they're doing at 18 and 19. Even Einstein really was, he worked for a while in the patent office, but these young minds we're wasting.
When you were offered to do Godfather 2, was it obvious that you wanted to do it?
I didn't want to do it. In fact, at first I didn't accept. I said that I want nothing to do with it, except I would write it with Mario, and I would choose a director when we had a concept and suggest them. And so then after a while, I told them, okay, I have the idea, I have the thing, and I have 3 conditions. And they said, well, who's the director you want? And I said, well, he's Marty Scorsese. He wasn't in those days so famous. And they said, absolutely not. I said, well, then forget it. So finally, Charlie Bouton got on, inspiring all the time to get me fired and get him made. So they said, okay, they're going to fire this weekend. I knew that this editor, Aaron Mavakian, would never, he was my friend. I know he wouldn't have done that. He was worried about me, but I don't think I'm sure he would not do that. So basically, I fired them all on the Tuesday that I told you this, and then I took Brando and I went back up there and I shot the scene again. So now they had to wait to see whether the scene was any better or not, So this shook everyone up. Everyone was, I'm sure, making, can he do that? Can he fire everyone? Well, he did, I didn't have the right to fire everyone. I just did it and said, okay, now we're going up and doing it. I just took that chance.
Wow.
So, of course, then they saw the footage and they said, oh, the new stuff with Brando is much better. We think it's very good. But what's in the movie is the old one.
When you finished the movie, before it screened, what were your thoughts about the movie? Did you know it was going to be a big hit?
No, I was sure it was a flop because the last minute Evans hated the music. And he ordered me to take the music out. And I said to him, I'm not going to take the music out. You can fire me and get a new director and have the new director put the music you want in, but I'm not going to take the music out. I love the music. So for about 4 days, Walter Murch was there with me because he was working with me. For 4 days, we were in a stalemate where I wouldn't change. I mean, they could have just changed the music, but they didn't want to fire me a week before the picture came out. So no one had ever seen the picture. No audience had ever seen the picture. It was always Paramount and Evans and the inside guys saying the picture isn't working, it's too long, it's too short. It was driving me crazy. So finally, I say to him, to Bob Evans, I said, tell you what, this is what I'll do. Let's show it to a controlled group of people, which had never happened, and see if they like the music or not. And he said to me, who gets to decide whether they like the music or not? And I said, you do.
Wow, because you knew.
No, I didn't know. I knew I loved
No, but you knew that you wanted to get a real reaction, and if there was a real reaction, everybody would know the real reaction.
Yeah, but I didn't know. I loved the music, but he was he hated the music and wanted Johnny Green to read. I think the problem was he had promised Johnny Green, and I had this Italian guy, great Italian. So anyway, they all came in, about 300 people to a
What's the most beautiful place you've ever been on the planet?
I have to say that my wife and I went to Syria, and it was extraordinary. And it was before all the war and the Arab Spring and everything. And then we just thought it was just the most wonderful, beautiful. The people were just so sweet and nice, and the food was so great. And we went to see the Palmyra, and it was an enchanted time. We were there a good 3 weeks, too.
Wow, that's beautiful. I would not have expected that answer.
It was an unforgettable trip, and the people were wonderful. But, people are wonderful. Human beings are you always hear, oh, those people are not nice, and then you go there and they're nice.
Yeah, everywhere.
Tetragrammaton is a podcast. Tetragrammaton is a website. Tetragrammaton is a whole world of knowledge.
Leave the gun. Take the cannoli.
What the hell is this?
That's a Sicilian message. It means Luca Brasi sleeps with the fishes.
Look how they mess with my boy.
That's pretty amazing.
I was sure it was just, a long, dark, boring movie. You're always trying to interpret, what does the third assistant editor think? Because they're the first ones who see it, and you sort of hint around. You say, oh, you like French Connections? Oh, yeah, it's great. I say, well, I guess after something like that, they're just going to think what we're doing is just a long, boring movie. And yeah, I guess so.
Terminate the colonel's command.
Do you know who's in command here?
Horror and moral terror are your friends.
Fired your visual effects crew and went and hired Roman, your son.
Oh, yeah, who didn't know how to do it? The one thing you can't learn a weekend is working with actors.
And is that to build like some joint memories together? Is that why you have them all together?
Definitely, that's a big factor. If you've got a couple who's supposed to have been married 30 years, imagine a real 30-year-old couple, the memories that they've built up. First time they argued, first time they broke up, first time someone was cheating if they were, first time this, first time that.
So it might not even be in the script. It's stuff, let's do it so that you have a memory of it.
It's
and the
just,
character has a memory
just do it so that when you are playing a scene and all of a sudden something happens and there's just a flicker in the eye and one person is remembering something that...
And the improvisation.
So what you as a director are trying to do is you're trying to do whatever you can to help your actor be all around it.
Napoleon, please.
And I always have an element that's sensual. It's very important. Like part of it is that they have to make their lunch and there's a lot of ham and Swiss cheese and bread and they have to actually, something about food we have such a direct relationship with food that it makes it endorses the rest of the fiction that's going on, because food is not fiction.
4K Blu-ray.
What he wants, we're doing.
Oh, excellent.
It looks beautiful, and there's a whole new version of it. Better for worse, that was my instinct to go that way.
The dream of Francis Coppola was to somehow change the rules, and he did. We're very honored to have you here with us on the El Rey Network. for the director's chair? Gracias, señor.
Muchas gracias. He just kind of was in the dark, and he like poked his bald head, poked a little bit of his nose, and Brando did that out of just the light and dark. And we just sort of started, just to start, because it had been 4 days in the boat doing nothing.
And were there some studio people back in Hollywood looking at this stuff, having a fit?
Well, I was on the hook. I financed it.
Oh my God!
I put everything up. So there were no studio people. There's no United Artists anymore. It should just there can be 7, 8 companies, but one should be like United Artists. That's my regret.
You've also given us Sofia Coppola and Roman Coppola, which is pretty good.
Well, who knows? Maybe they will join together. They certainly were raised in a great tradition. They didn't only have me around, but you think of all of who they think are their uncles and aunts, was a wonderful tradition of filmmakers, and maybe it doesn't. Maybe you don't ever really just give it to the next generation. The next generation has to seize it for themselves, which I think they're doing. We have. I can name talented directors. I would need 10 sets of hands to name them all on it. It's almost like that period in Italy where there were so many great directors that there were 40 in that one period there, from after the war into the. So I think that we have it here. It's just that we don't have any. In the studios, I had the pleasure to work for people like Jack Warner, and they were characters, but they were really showmen, and they loved movies. Sort of like Harvey. Harvey is a guy, he's a character like they were, and tough and God knows what, but he really loves movies, I think. And they were all like that. In terms of a piece of work or something.
Yeah.
I'm more, one of the reasons, I favor the stuff I got to write, and I didn't get to write. My original idea of a career back there when we started and everything, the early days of Zoetrope, was, to make these more personal films, like The Rain People was the early one, and to write and make films about things that I wanted to learn about. Because when you make a film, you just learn so much about it, and if it's personal, it means you're going to learn also about yourself. Then I had the interesting accident of making The Godfather, which totally changed my life and put me in a position that I never imagined I was really going to be in. And then little by little, I wasn't writing those personal films, and I was always hoping if I could make one big success, then I'd have all this money, and then I'd just spend that money making films like George always tells me he's going to do. George Lucas is a very interesting experimental filmmaker, and he's going to shock everybody because he's got the dough. He's just going to go off and make a film someday, and he has enormous talent that, making big movies that do what they do is one thing, but he has a very exotic side of him, which I would love to see.
It is my pleasure to welcome you to this edition of our year-long celebration of the DGA's 75th anniversary. These events embody our 75th anniversary theme of Game Changers, honoring directors whose work forever changed the game in film and television and influenced generations of filmmakers around the world. Tonight is no exception. Francis Ford Coppola is one of the most influential and innovative filmmakers of our time. As a director, writer, producer, and technological pioneer, Francis's body of work has helped shape contemporary cinema not just in America, but around the world. We'll hear tonight from 3 directors, P.T. Anderson, Catherine Hardwicke, and David O. Russell, as they illustrate Francis's influence not only on them, but of other filmmakers of their generation. Moderating this discussion is Michael Apted, chairman of our 75th Anniversary Committee, to celebrate the incomparable Francis Ford Coppola.
Thank you, Taylor. I think it's fair to say that Francis Ford Coppola has directed some of the most celebrated films of all time. Godfather and Godfather Part 2, for which he won 2 DGA awards, The Conversation, Apocalypse Now, and The Godfather Part 3, which he was nominated for 3 more DGA awards, Francis was honored with the DGA Lifetime Achievement Award in 1998, and he's also collected a fistful of Oscars. But Francis' influence lies not just in the awards he's won or the films he's directed, but also in the example he's set and the impact he's made on young directors. Even from an early point in his career, Francis worked to provide young independent filmmakers to give them freedom from studio interference. George Lucas, who we honored last month, told a story here last month about a preview of his film American Graffiti, where the studio head thoroughly disliked the film and threatened not to release it. Francis got out his checkbook in the theater lobby and offered to buy it. The studio head withdrew the threat, released the film, it was a huge hit, and George's commercial career was launched. So there's a bit of the Godfather in Francis. So later on he became interested in advancing technology that would allow directors to more fully express their vision in modern filmmaking, including innovations like pre-visualization, electronic editing, and experimentation with high definition. So while Francis gets mic'd up, let me introduce these three innovative directors who are going to discuss the films with Francis. David O. Russell's career was launched with Spanking the Monkey, which he followed with Flirting with Disaster, Three Kings, I Heart Huckabee, and earlier this year was nominated by the DGA and the Academy for his latest film, The Fighter. Catherine Hardwicke was a distinguished production designer with a string of credits, including David's Three Kings, before she moved effortlessly into directing her own tough depictions of life in 13 and Lords of Dogtown. She then directed the mega-hit Twilight, and her latest film, Red Riding Hood, opened in cinemas earlier this month. Paul came to prominence with films Hard Eight, Boogie Nights, Magnolia, and Punch Drunk Love. He was nominated for a DGA and Academy Award for his film There Will Be Blood, and he also has 3 Academy Writing nominations. So each of these panelists spent some time choosing clips to illustrate the points they'd like to make about Francis and his life and career as a director, and we thank you for that. My role here, I'm just the old fart who keeps it moving. So since the way they chose it happened to fall roughly in chronological order, David will go first, and since he chose one of Francis's early films as influential, so he'll go first. So David, would you like to introduce your clips, which we'll watch, and then start our first discussion?
Are they going to play back to back?
Yeah, they are.
Boom,
Yeah.
boom. Okay. So the first.
You have creative control. You don't have to go back.
I think the Guild might have creative control. So the first clip is from a picture called "You're a Big Boy Now," which I thought was your first picture, but I understand that there's an X-rated picture that may precede that. Is that no?
It's not true. I was working as a kind of editor on some what were known as nudie films in those days, but they were made out of different films, and the director was in Germany and stuff. And I didn't honestly ever believe, and I say this sincerely, that I was ever going to see my name on the screen, because it seemed so magical to see directed by someone. So I just put directed by Francis Coppola, and I put music by Carmine Coppola, because I wanted to see my father get a credit. No one was there to argue, but I've had to live that. I've had to live that down ever since. I was like the third editor.
What was the name of that picture?
It was a German black and white picture called Sin Started with Eve that someone bought and wanted to insert 6 minutes of 3D nudie footage, which was my job to do. And the other one was a Western nudie film called The Wide Open Spaces. I had made a little nudie short, and they bought it, for $600 or whatever, and they hired me to cut it into it, and that became known as The Bellboy and the Playgirls. That was my nudie experience.
So
I wish we were showing that today.
Well, the funny thing of it was I used to mix them at the UCLA, one room that UCLA had to have a little mixing room, and on the Sunday that I was doing it, very, very, I had the keys, but the dean was showing some benefactors to donate money to UCLA. And the next day, there was a big sign, no unauthorized project.
So the first film, You're a Big Boy Now I realize, in retrospect, actually shows some of the influence of these earlier works. And I think it was happening at the advent of the sexual revolution, if I'm not mistaken. What year was You're a Big Boy Now? Like mid-'60s, it seems like.
Yes, yeah, You're a Big Boy Now, yeah. It was my thesis film for UCLA. I wanted to make a full-length film as a thesis, and that was it.
Well, what really shocked me about it when I saw it about 10 or 11 years ago and discovered it for the first time was to see, knowing all of your other work, I was so surprised to see this film that was so different in so many ways and had almost, it felt like an independent film. There were parts of it that felt to me like a Spike Jonze film, and it was filled with really cool experimental things. And so to me, it was really inspiring because I just saw how many different directions you had gone and how many different plays you had in your book. I kind of feel like we talked about your student film, sort of. I mean, we can work our way backwards to it, because I have a million questions for you about that, but I kind of want to start with the Godfather pictures, which they're just so, I learn so much every time I watch them, and it's such a wonderful thing. It's like singing a song that it's always there. It's one of the best things that art can do for anybody. You get into the matrix of that thing when you watch it and you feel those feelings, and the discipline and the preciseness of the work can organize your soul. No matter where you are before you watch that. Once you watch that, you're in the grid of that, and it's a calming thing. It's almost like taking a drug or something, a good drug. A drug that helps you or heals you a little bit. That's how good art is. That's what I feel about good art, And bad art can have the opposite effect, So those two scenes are so amazing. I mean, they're both, interestingly, I don't even think I was conscious of picking this. They're both about young men finding guns. And in this first one, it's Michael, who's the baby in the second one, who finds a gun as his father did in the second one. I'll just say a couple more things, and I'll want to hear everything you have to say. I mean, your choices are so confident and so precise, as are those of the actors. It's just so inspiring to me. What comes to mind is the fact that we know it's like a ticking time bomb in each one, and you're just waiting. There's almost no language, and I love that you chose not to have subtitles in the first one until Michael has to break that. I love that family's at the core of it. They're both on missions for their family, because heart and soul to me is everything, and family goes to right in heart and soul. In every picture, you got to have heart and soul, or I don't care as much. I love the shot in the bathroom of Michael over his back, having that moment to himself before he goes. It's over 2 doors of the stalls, and you barely catch a piece of the back of his head. That's just such an inspired genius shot, and so economical, and you feel his entire emotion from seeing this much of the top of his head when he just puts his hands on the top of his head. And in the second one, just De Niro moving across the roofs in parallel to the other gentleman. And I just, were you conscious of that this man was finding a gun as Michael had found a gun in the first one, or was that just kismet?
I had always felt that the Godfather was a one-off film. I didn't think there should be a second film and not a series. But of course, this is something that has happened to the film industry, that they want to own some kind of trademark and then see what they can get out of it. So I was very reluctant to do a second film. But I'd always thought it'd be interesting to do a story about a man and his son at the same age, say 30 years old, and how a parallel story might work. And so when they seemed to be so serious about doing another Godfather film, I thought, well, let me take this as a subsidy and I'll do that idea. And so yes, I was interested in their parallel lives, and like oddly enough that the father Vito had done that murder so his son would never have to. And of course we know, because it was the second film, that the son had to. And so then you ask, are these things that happen in families, are they passed on? I mean, if your uncle had a feud with his brother, does that mean you have to have a feud with your brother, and that your kids have, what's passed on aside from the various gifts and genetic gifts? Is sin passed on, so I was aware, and I was very anxious that the audience know that the baby he was holding was Michael, but directors always, directors, film people always have the problems. How do you get them to know? And inevitably, often you have to say it. And my friend Bob Town always told me that the best line I ever wrote was, Michael, your father loves you. And I said, well, I don't get that. That's not such a, I was just doing it so they'd know the baby was Michael. But as I see it here, maybe for the first time I understood what Bob meant was that it was all done for his son. And there's something sad because we know that the son did get into the family business. But you know, when you talk about The Godfather, you're talking about the unique situation where you have a legendary great photographer. I mean, not at the time we chose those people, they weren't, but when you think back, we had this great photographer and this great production designer and these remarkable actors and Nino Rota. And in the case of the last scene, that funeral march that you heard, that was all written by my father. So going back to the nudie film, when I put music, like this was the thing. So I mean, occasionally, don't disregard the element of luck in movie making, because to have that cast, to have Mario Puzo, who was the most wonderful, helpful man, had written that book, but even beyond in the collaboration and friendship, he was just the greatest possible person to work with. And then all of those talented, you know, film is an ensemble. It's not like you're sort of the ringleader, but all of this work is coming out of these people you work with, and hopefully not only that you inspire, but who inspire you to keep looking for more. So The Godfather was certainly one of those happy accidents that it all kind of did fall together. There were some interesting things in it. In the first scene, in the movie, Clemenza, who Richard Castellano, who teaches him, you know, because he's just a, well, he was a Marine, of course, but he wasn't a gangster, and he's coached very carefully what to do. And one of the things that he says is that when you come out of the bathroom, don't fool around, come out firing. So I was, of course, interested in how can I make this suspenseful. And first, when he's reaching behind the bathroom, and that one take, there was no gun there. I did that to Al. So he, imagine, you know, you're going to do this. And the other thing is he comes out, he doesn't come out firing. So I had hoped the audience would say, you're supposed to come out firing, you're supposed to come out firing. And instead, he sits down and you say he's going to blow it with that shot where you see so much life going on in Al. And of course, Walter Murch, who was on the sound part of the first Godfather, did the elevator train getting louder and louder. And then finally, he shoots them. And then when he leaves, he says, get rid of the gun right away. And he starts to walk out, and he doesn't get rid of the gun. And in the last second, he flips it. So I was, you know, it's that thing of telling them what's going to happen and then playing with the fact that it doesn't happen in that part. And that's, of course, missing in the scene, but it was, you know, when you give someone instructions and then they don't follow it, that makes everyone very, very nervous. Of course, the other scene in the San Gennaro festival, I mean, it's just, as a kid, I used to love those festas, and my father would take us, and the pageantry, and of course that was in the period when they still have the festa, but now they're selling teriyaki and you know, Corollos or whatever, but in those days the festa was the big thing. So it was a joy to be able to have the ability, the production, the money to be able to take that street and do that, and the extraordinary work of Dean Tavaleras and his team. So to portray that festa, and the music was a big part of it. Interestingly, about that first scene, you know, there's a lot of talk about, oh, the trouble on The Godfather, and it was true, and we could talk about that. That's an interesting subject to me. What was true that, you know, the idea of doing The Godfather this way, doing it period, set in the 40s, the first Godfather, that cast was the studio did not embrace that. In fact, the then head of Paramount, the company that owned it was Gulf and Western, and it was a remarkable guy named Charlie. Have you heard of Charlie Bluehorn? I do a good imitation of Charlie Bluehorn. He was from Vienna, but he had this accent, and you know, they were getting very scared about the choice that they had made. I was young, and they hired me for two reasons. Number one, there weren't a lot of young directors around. There was this idea that young directors, you know, would use new light handheld cameras and make films cheap. And also I had started working as a screenwriter, and I had some success as a, you know, I was in my 20s. And then also I was Italian American, so they figured, you know, The Godfather, in case there's any flack for this, at least we have Italian, we could say, oh, he's Italian, you know. So that's how I got the job. And the fact that everyone had turned it down. I mean, wonderful directors turned it down. I think Costa Gavras turned it down, Kazan turned it down. I think what's his name turned it down. It'll come to me. But so it was only after that the book continued to be a big bestseller, and the project began to be more important. But their idea was to do it cheap with this young director who could, like, the script was sort of in trouble when I came on it because it had been written to be a contemporary story, so it had hippies in it. It was set in the 70s, and that was all just economics, of course, and they were going to shoot it in Kansas City because New York was considered very, you know, they wanted to shoot it in Kansas City. So I became unpopular right on because I wanted to make it period, and I wanted to shoot it in New York, and the budget was $2.5 million for The Godfather, the first budget. So needless to say, I was in big trouble every week, and I was going to get fired, and it's true. But what's not true is that then I'm told by people that into the picture later on, they saw this scene, the one with Michael, and they were very unsure of Al. They had seen him finally, what finally pushed them into, because they had said no, 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 and we shot screen tests of absolutely everybody, and they said no, no, no. And finally, Bob Evans saw Panic in Needle Park, or a rough cut of it, and he saw something of Al in that finally made him relinquish. But they were very, very not happy with the cast. In fact, I did all these screen tests, and Charlie Bluehorn, who was very active, saw them all, and he said, these actors, they're all terrible. Every actor I've seen is terrible. How is it possible that every actor in Hollywood is terrible? No, they're not terrible. It's the director that's terrible. and you know, and that was sort of the mood of it. And then finally, this scene was what prevented me from getting fired. But what the truth is this scene was the third day of the shoot. In other words, the very first day, day one of the first week was Al and Dan Keaton buying presents, and the second day was Bobby Duvall getting toys and a sled and some stuff. But that week, the Wednesday and Thursday was this scene. It was 2 days. So this idea that was, you know, that this scene that has solidified my employment happened later, and it's not true. It was the first week. You know. It didn't save me. They were still firing me the third week, and this scene had already existed. And then the Friday was the scene where we were at the hospital when Sterling Hayden punches him. And Al slipped on the running board, and they twisted his ankle, so we couldn't shoot anymore, and they took him away. And so I had lost the day, and I was in big trouble for having lost half a day. So that was the first week of The Godfather, but this scene was already done. I've thought a lot about this subject of, you know, a lot of my films, most of my films and the successful, they weren't like such big hits in their time. They were very controversial. Not so much The Godfather, because The Godfather really had this wonderful cast, and it was a big success. It was the only success like that I can remember. The rest were very shifty and shaky and Apocalypse. I read recently that this writer named Frank Rich left the New York Times, And everyone was saying, oh, he's such a wonderful. I said, yeah, Frank Rich. I said, he's the one who said that Apocalypse Now was the major disaster in 50 years of Hollywood history. When the film came out, that was his review. And I kept saying, gee, you know, wasn't there something else that was bad too? Was Apocalypse really the worst film? I mean, could it be just one of the low 10? So a lot of these movies that later on gain respect don't get it at first. And I was thinking about this recently. I recently saw a picture called Snake Pit with Olivia de Havilland. It was about I think it was a big success in its day. I remember her performance. I always loved Olivia de Havilland. But, and so I wanted to see it for various reasons. And I watched it, you know, it was, you know how when you see a movie that was thought of very well in its time, but there are many that don't feel this way, but that one just felt very old-fashioned and dated, and the kind of acting and the thing. And then you wonder, gee, if some of those movies in those days that were lauded and considered wonderful films, now we view as sort of dated and old-fashioned, that's because there are these other movies that come along that everyone reacts to negatively, but slowly over time they embrace them, and it sort of takes the audience step by step to a point where then when they go, if you go back and you look at some of, you know, classic war films, or not the great ones, because the great ones are immune from being old-fashioned, you know. But there is a process, I think, that happens where the new work, the work that isn't embraced right away, that no one likes. I read recently that, what was the Lawton film, the great Lawton film, Night of the Hunter. That was no one liked it, and it barely got released and everything. And yet we look at it and see it today, and we're really impressed with it, you know. So there is this journey that happens with art, that these chances you take, and maybe sometimes unpopular, sometimes you fail, and later on they look at it as with Lawton didn't even know how much his film, he never got to direct another film because of that, and we look at it now and think how beautifully he made it. So that if you're going to be out there on the edge of things, you got to be prepared that you're not going to have the success in your time. Or if you're lucky, 15 years later they look at it and speak well of it. But there is definitely this process, and those films that go against the norm or try to fight for something, even without the filmmaker necessarily knowing what they're doing. Did you know what you were doing when you made Punch Drunk Love?
No, I was just trying to get through every day, and it started to feel, it was horrible for the first 3 weeks. It just felt terrible, like I didn't know, none of it looked good, none of it looked right, and stopped and started again, and then somewhere along the way everything started to feel better, and it felt better, and then...
And do you notice as years go by, people say, oh, I love that, that was so beautiful, or that was so unique?
Yeah, no, and I thought, and then it turned out that everything I thought was terrible was really good, well, just with some distance, and it felt good, and then I edited it together, and I thought, I think I made a film that every single person is going to see and is going to make like $500 billion, you know. I finally did it, and no one saw it, but people really like it. But
I mention it because each of these wonderful directors, each has made a film, if not more than one, that's one of my favorites. And Punch Drunk Love, not to mention the others, and certainly Boogie Nights, but I always loved, because when I go to the movies, I get to go out and say, I never saw anything like that. That's my favorite thing to say, you know. And that leaves you, that filmmaker, in a tough spot for a while, you know, unless then finally, it tends to come around though, eventually, and these movies that are so tough, over time. And then the other films seem old-fashioned because, you know, we always talk about art in general. I mean, you know, the avant-garde art of today becomes the chair upholstery and wallpaper of tomorrow because it changes the way people look at things, and it happens so much with films.
Is that what you felt when you saw You're a Big Boy Now? That this was something that...
No, You're a Big Boy Now. I was in love, as we all were, with Richard Lester. We loved Richard Lester. We just thought he was so neat. And not just the Beatles film, which were pretty terrific, but The Knack. And just Richard Lester. And he, by the way, he's alive. He's a wonderful man. And if you go to England, you can go to Twickenham Studio, and the odds are he'll chat with you he's a very, very nice man. But at any rate, he was I was so impressed with some of those British films, although he's an American, as you probably know. And even films like Morgan, or there were other, Loneliness of the Long Distance Runner. So that was me I was a UCLA student when pretty much I made that film, You're a Big Boy Now. And I just wanted to make a Richard Lester film, and I wanted to, it had one of the early rock and roll scores. It had Love and Spoonful.
Can we just talk about your dad really quickly? Because it was on The Godfather and you mentioned him. Mm-hmm. How that collaboration might work.
My dad was of course, anyone who's lived in a household with a man who is frustrated in his work and feels that he's not being able to have the opportunities, and my father, I felt, was such a talented man, but he was a great flutist. And so he was, a classical flutist. I say flutist because that's what he did. There is flautist. I asked him once, of course, what's the difference between a flutist and a flautist? He said $50 a week. But he was a very important figure in our lives. And his career, he was the solo flute for the NBC Symphony with Arturo Toscanini. And when he left that, his career just went slowly down all through all of the kids. My sister's here, Tally, and she probably got the worst of it because he really got depressed. And when I was going to do The Godfather, he hatched this idea with my mother that he would go along, and they paid their own way, and they just showed up. And he said, listen, I can write, when there's the wedding and you need a little 6-piece combo, I'll write all that stuff. And he knew about publishing. Because my mother's father was a publisher and a musician. So they were like this funny couple there, paying their own way. They were not officially, but when we did the wedding, he organized and wrote all that music, all that da-da-da-dun-da-dun-da-dun-da, all the tarantellas and things, and just sort of snuck it in. When the film turned out to all come together and be successful, he had all that music in it, and that sort of helped start him. And then on the second one, Nino Rota, who was this wonderful Italian composer who we all know from the Fellini pictures, but he also did a lot of the Visconti picture. And the picture that he did that I loved and made me think he would be right for The Godfather was Rocco and his brothers. So that was what I wanted for The Godfather. Although, again, when we went and recorded that, because the studio had other ideas of who should write the music, they hated the music. They wanted it out. They wanted to have a new score. And I said, well, I don't know why I said this, because I don't think it has any legal basis at all, but I said it. I said, well, if you want to have it out, I won't take it out, so you have to fire me and hire a director who will take it out. I just said that very lightly.
DGA.
So for a week, we had a stalemate. We would go up to the house of the head guy, and Walter Murch and I would go and sit and waiting for a breakthrough. The funny thing with The Godfather is that it had never really been seen. Bob Evans, I felt he had a lot at stake with it. It was very, we think of the studios as being so powerful and rich and stuff, but there was some shaky days in the early period of Paramount. And they really, it was a very important picture to them because the book had become so big. But it had never been seen, and we were all very nervous about it. I remember one night in the editing room, The French Connection came out, and it was everyone was talking about it. It was, exciting and riveting, and just everyone is talking about it. There's a kind of code of honor in editing rooms. The assistant editor stuff, don't ever venture a comment about your picture. I guess they say don't ever you know. So I remember with one of the assistant editors, young guy, apprentice, he rode a bike. He was a nice young man, and he was walking with me in Beverly Hills. I was sleeping in Jimmy Cahn's maid's room because I had no money. I had 3 kids, and I was using the per diem to send it home to be the money, and living in this little room in the maid's room. So he walked me home, and as we were walking, I said to him, I said, wow, the French Canadian is really great, isn't it? He says, yeah, it's fantastic. He says, it's just so exciting. I said, well, I guess compared to that, Godfather is just going to be a dark, slow, boring movie. And he said, yeah, I guess so.
So typical.
Yeah. And you know, I went into the little maid's room. It was the size of it. And you know, I really, really thought it was curtains.
Yeah, right. It's horrible.
I like to joke that Mephistopheles came out of the bushes. I said, how would you like it to be this very successful, biggest movie? And then some transaction was made.
So why don't we move on?
I want to say one thing about You're a Big Boy Now is that actress, Elizabeth Hartman, I don't know if you remember her from
Patch of Blue.
Patch of Blue.
Nominated for an Oscar.
She was the most wonderful young actress and a lovely, lovely person. I'll never forget her. And you know, she thought she was homely. So when I have this weird thing of sometimes I cast the parts wrong deliberately, and I had Karen Black, who was just, you know, very pretty, sexy girl, and Elizabeth Hartman, who was just painfully shy, and I cast the sexy one as Elizabeth Hartman and the painfully shy one as Karen Black, and I remember when I called up to the first phone call she had accepted to do it, and she said, "But have you seen me?" Because, but she was beautiful, more than beautiful in a way. We lost that cast, except Peter Kastner is gone, and this remarkable Elizabeth Hartman. Did you know of her from before?
No.
Yeah, she was really a wonderful actress, I think, and she died young, unfortunately. I just want to mention her to everybody.
I wanted to ask about Walter Murch because he's so fascinating. Can you just talk about that relationship? It sounds so important. And
well, Walter is, you know, film's real intellectual. You know, he's just an amazing person with a fantastic mind, interested in all kinds of things other than filmmaking, the alignment of theories of planetary alignment and all kinds of totally interesting stuff. He's a brilliant person. And he was one of the group from USC who were friends of George Lucas. You know, there was UCLA and USC, 2 film schools here in California. I was from UCLA, and I was about 3 years older than everyone. So when I made You're a Big Boy Now, that was big news because no student had ever made a full-length film as a thesis. Or even a full-length film. When I say, you know, I put my name on the nudie films, it was, you didn't feel possible that you were really going to be able to have a career. A lot of film students went and made USIA films for the government or documentary film at that level. And it didn't seem possible to be. But this group of young guys from USC, we all went, George had come from Modesto. And I thought it would be appealing to be, you know, I've always wanted to be an artist, but a bohemian artist, you know, and sit in cafes and that type of life as I imagined it to be. And so we all moved to San Francisco, and Walter drove the truck with the equipment that we had, and we sort of moved en masse as maybe 7, 8 guys. It was all guys in those days. In fact, in the UCLA Film School, there was only one girl in the whole student body. Very nice girl, Melanie Finkelstein. Extremely nice, but she was the only girl registered in the school. At any rate, Walter was kind of Gerald McBoing-boing. He was the one of the group that was known for his imaginative use of sound, and he was like that. He spoke almost like in sound and everything, and so he was involved on the early films, The Rain People, George's THX-38, which had a very complex sound job. But I had this idea when I did the conversation, because it was also about sound, and I wanted Walter to do it. But I said, Walter, why don't you be the editor too? And he said, well, I've never edited picture. I said, well, you could probably do it. And so Walter was, along with a fellow named Richard Chu, who was also a picture editor. Walter edited the film, the picture, and did the sound, and then was involved in all of these films, the Godfather films, mainly on sound on the first one, and then on the second one he was actually a picture editor too. You know, is a filmmaker in his own right, made a film called Return to Oz that was extremely unusual, maybe too unusual for what they had wanted, so he had a tough time on that. And you know him now as the master editor, but he's a fantastic theorist. He's written several books, and he's just an extraordinary person. Again, it's that thing like with The Godfather, is that the director works with a team, and of course you have to have some ability to pick the right people. But I've been blessed throughout my career with some really wonderful people in all those areas, and Walter is certainly one of my longest.
Can we have a look at some more film?
Absolutely.
Let's look at Apocalypse, and then you can
lead
whatever you want.
Okay, thank you. Let's run up some bits of Apocalypse. Did Walter cut that?
Apocalypse was it's a long story, but Apocalypse, there were three editors. There was Walter, Ritchie, Marks, and Gerald Greenberg, and Lisa. There was a team. That was a tough go.
For me, you know, the daunting task to pick a few clips from Apocalypse Now. My first cut down version was like 2 hours and 10 minutes. So I see why it was such a difficult task to edit this, and I just went all the dazzling, beautiful scenes that we love so much, and then I was struck so much, and I picked these for character, just for that deep laser exploration of character, and you know, that's amazing. You know what?
Interesting about talking about Walter Murch, because Walter Murch really edited that first scene with his own style with the helicopter and the scene where he punches the mirror. But also, it was Walter's idea that we add to the script. It wasn't in it a kind of Miley massacre. And I thought about it. I'm going back. He was not there. He was in California, and we had come back. And he told me, you know what you need is a massacre scene. And so I cooked up the puppy sampan, as it became known. That was so. Of those two things, they're very much related to Walter.
Well, I was, you know, you talked earlier about rehearsal, and of course on the beautiful documentary, how was it to get Martin Sheen to feel comfortable to do that scene, or
well, you know, it's an interesting point, because in the script, Apocalypse Now was written by John Milius, and much of what the character had to do was look at weird things. I mean, there's always a shot of a face, and he's looking at whatever it may be, but it was a very passive kind of a role, and I really worried about that. That's one of the reasons why I wanted Marty Sheen to do it, because he has such a beautiful face. I figured, well, if you're going to look at this fellow, you know, he ought to look nice. But I thought I wish there was one scene at the beginning that established that he was a complex, deep guy, so the audience, and audiences will do this, would read into, if he's looking at something interesting, that they would read emotion or thoughts in the character that's really, he's just looking, he's very passive. So I thought, if I could do something at the beginning that set that up, and I had a dream. Sometimes dreams give you good solutions, because I think when you're worrying about something or you can't arrive at it, you kind of let your subconscious work on it, and it works even when you think you're not working. And in the dream, it came to me that Marty was vain. Not that he is, but that if I could taunt him on the fact that he was vain. So in that scene, I told him to go to the mirror, and he went to the mirror, and I was talking the whole time, and I was saying, look how beautiful your face is, look at your mouth, look, you really, and I kind of goaded him on a vanity that that I just assumed was there. Because he's the sweetest person on earth. He's such a gentleman. He's such a good person, good father, good husband. But I just thought maybe there was some little flaw in him, that was that. So I goaded him on it, and finally he just lashed out and punched his face. And that was what made the hand bleed. That wasn't intended to be. I mean, that's his blood that he wipes off. And I was sitting on a dresser up high, and thinking, my God, what if I say cut because he's bleeding? He could hate me because he's gone through all this to get this thing. So I didn't say cut, and so everybody else was mad. I mean, how could you just let him, bleed on the set? But that was the purpose, was to try to get something memorable that then would be in the audience's mind. Oh, he's a complicated guy, from that opening sequence that you chose. That was the reason why I did it, because there isn't a kind of personal scene anywhere else in the film to get at what he feels like or what his feelings are.
Can you talk about the narration?
That's Michael Hare, wonderful writer. He wrote Dispatches, and that's all his. Again, it's these other people you work with that you get lucky with.
But you read the book and you read his articles and
I
brought him into it.
I chose him. Yes, I can lay claim to that. But he wrote it.
But I wonder, did you alter the picture as his narration formed, or?
No, he wrote it to the cut later on,
Mm-hmm.
when we were. We had a narration, but none of us had really been to Vietnam, really, So he had been there. So later we had the idea to choose him to write it, but the film was already cut.
Mm-hmm.
So you went into it not knowing that you would have a voiceover, or you?
There was a voiceover in the original Melia script, but it wasn't that voiceover. It was less. That Michael Hare actually having written Dispatches, which is that, and he was there for so many. He was there a long time, so he really had it down, and he did a beautiful job.
So you knew it wasn't feeling right what Milius had read, and decided to find Michael.
We decided to get a voiceover that would nail it. That's one of the great luxuries of filmmaking in the post-production thing, especially with sound and ADR and voiceover. You can try things. It's not so dire to do a narration and record it and then throw it out. Often in narrations or things, you might do it 5-6 times, and the actor will come up and give you another version. The interesting thing about the story of the polio arms is that was spread out over a longer. The way I worked with Brando was sort of. It was funny because we only had 3 weeks with him, and the first week he shows up, and of course he's really big. And you run into the problem right away. I said, well, what kind of costume am I going to get for him? I mean, I can't get a Super 4X Green Beret combat. They don't make that. So how should I do it? So when I said to him, well, what if he's gone, because he's up there operating in the hinterlands, what if he's gone into he's got a mango in his hand and a cute Montagnard girl, and he's just this enormous fat guy. And fat people, I can tell you, don't want to be fat. They hate it, and he hated it. Anyone really struggles with that. So he's, no, I can't do that. So I said, well, I can't put him in a Green Beret uniform, and he doesn't want to be shown as though he's gone to seed or he's gotten big. So what can I do? And then I said, well, what about if we shave off your head and you'd be like the Kurtz in the Conrad book? And he's, no, that won't work. So I said, okay, so I can't get a uniform. I can't. So I said, what I could do maybe is dress them in black pajamas. And when you photograph someone, if they're big, if they have broad, because they're broad-shouldered, or even if they're fat, that dimension, if you then get a double who's 6'5", then it would maybe portray him as a giant. So I decided to go that way. So he arrived, and in Apocalypse we didn't have trailers. They were like a houseboat he had, and we'd go in the houseboat and start talking. And he's a very Brando was like a very brilliant guy. He could talk about termites for 7 hours, and it would be really interesting. So that's the first day. That's what he did. He talked about termites, and there'd be a knock on the door. Say, okay, what should we do? Should we let the crew break for lunch? I said, yeah. And then we'd talk more and more and more and more. And then the knock on the door. He said, well, what should we do? Maybe we just go home. I said, yeah. So for 4 days, and I only had 3 weeks. So for 4 days that he just was talking about stuff and everything, and I would try to get things in, but I was recording what he was saying, and he would go on these incredible riffs, and finally on the 5th day or whatever it was, he shows up and he's bald. And I looked and I was startled because that's the Kurtz look from the Heart of Darkness. And I said, but you said it wouldn't work. You said you read Heart of Darkness and it wouldn't work. He said, I lied. I never read it. I read it last night. So he did it. But that scene was derived at what we would do is we would do these kind of improvisations, and I would take it home and try to write something, and then he would even then read. He didn't like to memorize lines, so he'd read it, and he had a little thing in his ear with a tape recorder so he could trigger what he had said before and get the lines that way, you know. So, but that scene was very long, but fortunately Vittorio had this shadow going back and forth, and it was the first scene I really cut electronically, going back to when that was. And what I did is I sort of cobbled that whole thing that he said, but it was made out of lots of pieces, and then whenever there was the cut, the shadow went and hit it. So it was made out of a much longer thing. Those are some little stories I can tell you. But you know, the word genius is tossed around, you know. I think in my life, and I met some great people, but I don't know that I've met 5 genii or whatever you call them. But Orson Welles was, Orson Welles also, but Marlon Brando was one. And not just as an actor, just as a mind, the way he saw things and the way he talked. I really think he was a uniquely brilliant man.
I mean, did you rehearse him and stuff like that, or did you just let him run?
Well, we didn't know what to do because we had only like a couple of weeks left with him, and I knew he was it was $3 million for 3 weeks, and I knew what he was doing is he was gonna get to the end of the 3rd week and go unless I gave him another $3 million. So at one point, Vittorio Storaro said, you know, once he cut his hair off, then I had something like, I knew what he would look like, and Vittorio said, Francis, don't worry, we go step by step, and we took him up in the thing, and Marlon was always interesting. He always wanted to know, you know, like what the shot was. He'd always go like this. He'd see you and he'd go, and then he'd proceed to act with the part that was going to be in the picture. And so when he saw that we just had the shadow, he decided that, you know, that character had to be dished out in razor slices. Eleanor, what did it feel like to know that it could? She was very brave.
But will you talk about the presentation of that movie? Because I remember being a kid and seeing an ad in the LA Times that you must have taken out to see the film before it came out in Westwood.
Oh, well, it was sort of a preview.
It was like
we were hoping to survive. It was very
generate interest or to get ideas.
It was in the Village Theater, I think, one of those nice theaters. I don't remember exactly why we did the preview, but it was like a preview. I think we were showing it to some important people, and the screening I remember of Apocalypse originally was like what they called Apocalypse Redux. It was that. The Apocalypse, the Redux version is just the original version. And we showed it to some Japanese distributors. I was on the hook for it, but I had international, like I had sold it to Japan, I had sold it to France. So we showed it to the Japanese distributors, and we had sold it as though, firstly, it was going to have Steve McQueen and be like a bridge too far. And McQueen, unfortunately, was very ill, and so ultimately he had to drop out because it was arduous trip to go there. But he was very into it, Bequeen, I remember. So we then got these distributors to give us the money, and the Japanese distributors came to see the version in the North Point Theater in San Francisco, and it was longer. I mean, Apocalypse, the Redux is like a half an hour longer, so it was a half an hour longer than what it was. And it was a disastrous screening. It was one of the most disastrous, but I've had a lot of disastrous screenings. So I had all these nice crew people, all these editors, and they were all, so I remember very vividly what I did. I don't know why I did it, but I looked at them and I said, a good movie we haven't got, a good screenplay we haven't got, a good director we haven't got. What do we got? Bum, bum. We've got heart, miles and miles away. And the whole editing room is singing this heart song. And then we went in there and we cut the half an hour out. And, we had some other very funny, disastrous stories, which I would be happy to share with you, but I don't want to overstay the schedule.
I wanted to say, Dustin Hoffman told me that he was at that Westwood screening, and he remembers talking to you. Do you remember talking to him?
I don't remember that. I was petrified. I mean, it was not only an immense artistic failure looming, but it was an even bigger financial disaster.
He says what he remembers is that he said to you that he said he didn't know that people would get the picture, by seeing it one time, and he recalls that you said, well, then, why shouldn't people have to go see the picture twice to get it? That's what he remembers.
Is that what I said?
That's what he said. That's what he said.
It was pretty dismal. I mean, the Apocalypse really was.
But you got out of it. Didn't you get your money out of it?
Well, that's a joke because, yes, Apocalypse was a movie that didn't go away. It wasn't received well, and I mean, it got some nominations and what have you, but people just kept going back to the Pacific Dome Theater just to see it with that great soundtrack that it had, and it just didn't go away. So little by little, it survived. And but what had happened is I was sure that I was going to be just totally eaten up by it because it was everything we had on the line. So I said, well, I know what I'll do. Before we lose all that money, I'll make another movie that will make a lot of money. It'll be a happy musical. So I made One from the Heart. But what happened was the Apocalypse Now didn't sink the ship. It went on and got better and better, but One from the Heart did sink the ship. So very often the thing that you do as the remedy is worse than the poison it's trying to.
Now, Francis, you won an Oscar for writing Patton, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. And then how would you compare that to the writing experience of Apocalypse Now? I mean, I don't know, maybe there isn't a comparison.
Well, John Milius wrote Apocalypse Now. I mean, all the good stuff in it, all the lines that you all quote, and the helicopter battle playing Wagner, that's all John Milius. What I did is I put this strange beginning on it, and I really went on the set. I didn't have a script. I had a little notated Joseph Conrad with me in my pocket. And so I sort of took John's script and kept mating it with Conrad and inventing. The character that Dennis Hopper played wasn't even in the script. I just made it up out of, when I saw him, how wacky he was, I made it out of the character that's in the Conrad. So the Patton job, which was really a long time ago, I was a kid, I was 25 or something when I did Patton. And that was, I was there at Fox for, whenever, 4 or 5 months, and really had a job, and I wrote the script. So it was a real script. The Apocalypse, my problem with Apocalypse is I realized that I had started to go on a route of making the movie more surreal, and I had no ending because the ending was very typical, the bridge, a war movie ending, big battle and what have you, and I had no ending. I was very terrified about my situation.
So let's look at some more film, Paul's choices. Could you introduce that?
The conversation, I think the clip speaks for itself. I remember seeing it in a high school film class. It was the first time that I saw it with a great teacher who introduced us to it.
Where was that, Paul?
In the Valley at a school called Campbell Hall. Yeah, and the second clip is from Youth Without Youth, which is your second to last movie, most recent movie, with Tim Roth speaking to himself, which you do a lot through the movie, which kind of reminds me, there's a sort of echoes of the scene with Martin Sheen and the narration in Apocalypse Now, but I guess the questions that I have about it, and maybe you can talk about later, is the writing, because Youth Without Youth is based on a book, so that you sort of see this conversation, this dialogue happening. I wonder what it is in the book. Is it internal narration in the book, or how did you kind of come up with the book?
Well, Youth Without Youth is the work of a man named Mircea Eliade, and he primarily was really the founder of the field of comparative religion. He was written many works on religion and comparing, but he sort of had this other hobby of writing these kind of little Borges-type stories, you know, these little enigmatic stories, and Youth Without Youth was one of them. I was stumped on a project called Megalopolis. I decided that I wasn't going to be a working director anymore, and that I would rather really have a period of my life where I could make personal films. But Megalopolis was a big personal film, and I had no idea where I'd ever get the money for it, and I had never licked the script properly. And it sort of dealt with the theme of utopia, and was set in New York. And right while we were shooting some second unit for it is when the 9/11 attack happened. In fact, we have footage. We shot 3 days after the attack, because it was so extraordinary, and we were able, it was so early that we were able to get permission to go up in the air and shoot the towers still coming down and smoldering. I have that footage. But then I realized that I was never gonna, maybe, especially with my story about utopia, the world was changing very rapidly, and I didn't know how to get, I tried to write my way out of it, but I never could. And then I had a moment of, you know, why don't I just make personal films, let them be modest budgets, inexpensive budgets, and learn from my daughter, Sophia, who had learned, in a sense, from me in my early wonderful training with Roger Corman and how to make films cheap. And Sophia was making films, you know, of modest budgets, and I said I could just do that and make films that I would finance myself. And I came upon this story of Mircea Eliade, and I just loved this story. I just thought it was so interesting. And this scene was, by the way, a scene that I was under a lot of pressure from many of my own team to cut out, because it was, you know, like philosophy. But I found it fascinating, this idea of the duality of, you know, like, it's very Indian philosophy of the unity of opposites, that really, in a way, all opposites go away depending on the vantage point you look at. And I thought this scene in the book was fascinating, but it wasn't, it was his internal, he was thinking these things about the unity of light and dark, of good and evil, the sameness of those things. And so when I wrote the script, I had imagined the idea of the double appearing and using the mirror reflection, talking to him, and then photographing him, one aspect of his personality looking down and the other aspect looking up. But I love that moment. I really like this scene, and the fact that he says, well, you know, empirical proofs in metaphysical discussions are really irrelevant, but anyway, he said, well, how do I know that I'm really talking to someone who is objective? And the double says, well, you know, these proofs are irrelevant, but just for the hell of it, how would you like a flower put in your hand? You know, and he said, well, sure. And so I find this fascinating. This is Mircea Eliade's work, and I learned so much just sort of tagging along with the author, who's of course passed away, but learning from him. And of course the film was just, you know, it's starting to happen now. Every once in a while people say, oh, I saw Youth Without Youth, that was very interesting. And I wonder, you know, I'm a guy, it happens to all of us, I suppose, or many, who as they get older, especially if they're associated with some really big successes when they're young, they never can live, they can never, you know, you can never do it again really at that level. And so that it's easy to get bitter when you're older and say, you know, You know, as many of the greats did, Tennessee Williams, Fellini, there's a whole, Norman Mailer, there's always that great hit when you're young or period when you're young that you feel you can't ever live up to. I tried another tack. I just said, well, I'll just reinvent myself. I'll be a student filmmaker, and I'll just make very, very inexpensive films. And by doing that, everything will be different, especially if you're used to doing a production like Godfather 2, where you have so much ability through your budget to have the best of everything. So I thought, well, you know, I think I was 68 or something, and I've always felt that a man's greatest life is his 50s. I unfortunately spent from 40 to 50 paying off One from the Heart, so I don't remember. I don't remember from 40 to 50 too well, except I had to have a job every year. But my being 50 was wonderful, so I decided I was always going to be 50. So I was 50-17 when I did it. Now I'm 50-22. And then you just drop off like European currencies. When it gets too big, you just drop off to. So I'm 22 as far as I'm concerned. And you know, I have to say at this age, and I'm sure all of you have made such beautiful, each one of you has made one of my favorite films, which is why I wanted, and as I said before, more than one. But no matter how old you get, the cinema is just so totally magical. You're just constantly scratching your head and look how it behaves. You know, I take this piece from here and I put it over there, and it changes absolutely everything. And then, like, it's made of organic material because it sort of just grows together, and it becomes the new place. Becomes now really part of it, you know, like it was meant to be. And then if you break it again and put it somewhere else, it grows. So I am just continually amazed and fascinated, and many of my contemporaries feel the same way. It's just a magical work, and that's the pity of in the present situation of when any kind of experimentation is so frowned upon, because it is the experimentation that created the cinema in the 20s. There's a wonderful quote of Murnau that I love. You know, Murnau was really very respected as it was brought to Hollywood, and he made some gorgeous movies. And when asked about sound, he said, sound was inevitable. He says, but it came too soon. Because it was such a flowering of what was being learned about what movies could be and how they'd behave and what the language is. And it's so young that, you know, of course that's going to go on for hundreds of years if just we can gain the ability to not, you know, have to do what exactly makes the money right away the first year, you know. But it's what I was saying about people my age. You kind of can't live down some of the successes you had with young. But I always remind people, I said, they weren't successes. They got slowly, people started to like them better. So maybe some of the ones I'm doing now that are certainly not successes, maybe slowly, you know, I won't see it exactly all, but maybe in 15 years they'll say, yeah, that was interesting what you were trying to do. And so you always hope that that's going to be the. But none of you made films that were tame or according to the mold. So you should all be proud and do that throughout your whole careers, I hope.
Thank you, Francis.
We could talk about the conversation, or we could talk about One from the Heart. Which would you rather do?
Anything.
Okay, because I remember you talking about all these fantastic collaborations that you've had, and given so much credit to Gordon Willis and the authors of these books and all these sorts of things. But I remember reading something that you said about One from the Heart, where your original intention was to make more of a live television show, but that in collaboration with the people that you were collaborating with, that you had been collaborating with, that something had changed, that you started listening to them maybe too much, and that they were drifting it away from your original intention. Talk about that slow sort of.
Well, I have to say that many people have asked me, you know, what do you regret anything? And I really don't. I don't regret. I pretty much did everything I wanted to do. I mean, I've been doing it. I never, but I have two regrets. One regret is One from the Heart was planned and built. The sets were built uniquely in such a way. Everything was, I mean, why would you build half of Las Vegas in a soundstage for any other reason than the fact that it was planned to be live television? The concept was to have, 8 cameras, and the silverfish was nothing more, the famous silverfish was nothing more than the control booth. And the sound mixer and artist was set up right there to do the sound effects live. And I said, if John Frankenheimer can make a masterpiece like The Comedian with Mickey Rooney and Mel Torme, if you ever saw The Comedian, which is live television at the most extraordinary, or do these big productions like Farewell to Arms live. I mean, to do whatever that was, an hour and a half, but it wasn't just like sort of, little room like Marty and, which was also very beautiful. These Frankenheimer movies were cinematic, but they were live. They were shot live, and I said, I want to do that. I want to sit and say camera 6, camera 4, and do that. So I bought that studio and I built the Silverfish, which was nothing more than an electronic control room like for Saturday Night Live, really. And the idea was, of course, the film was still 10 minutes because it was still film, but the cameras all had cameras on them, which was really kicked off the video assist thing, which is now part of every film, although it was invented truly by Jerry Lewis. I have stories about that too someday. And make it as live TV. And the sets were all built, so the continuity of the reason why there was half of Las Vegas and all the things that were so absurd to do if it was just going to be a movie shot. I mean, you shoot it in Las Vegas, But as we got close, about 3 weeks to D-Day, and it was scary, to do this, but it cost a lot of money to prepare it to be able to be shot live. All of the things I was talking about, the fact that every inch of it was built on a stage and that it had all this multiple cameras and all that was sort of new kind of thinking in those days. About 3 weeks before I started hearing from Vittorio, Francis, I could do some more beautiful lighting if I could just shoot one camera at a time, and I could do it very fast. And I said, but the whole idea of it was to try to do live cinema, which I still think will happen. Someone will do it, and I want to see it. And
how would that work?
How would it work?
Yeah, like where do you see it live? On TV or in a movie?
No, you make it live. In other words, you don't edit it. You say, okay,
go.
Here we go, and we do a performance that run right through the whole movie. We really could only do 10 minutes at a time because there was not what there is today. But the idea was to do 10 and 1 or 2 reels in One from the Heart are like that. Like the second reel when, I don't know, there's some scenes and then you have the 2 characters in one scene and the scrim gives away and there's 2 other characters and it's like a whole 10-minute scene with one shot. My idea was the whole movie was going to be made with live performances and live television techniques and not edited when it was done. It would be sort of dusted off and that would be it. So Vittorio basically had never done that, and it's like kind of what you said was the people that you love and love to work with. I would have had to have the courage, and then Dean came to me and said, "Oh, Francis, we could do this, we could do that. Why are we doing it live?" So I ultimately caved in, and we shot it pretty much. And we had some of the original intention, but we shot it, and then so all the money I had spent to be able to do it live, then I had to add to that all the money to do a regular post-production to cut it all together, and ended up costing much more. And the reason it's the one thing I regret is because it was an experiment that I had everything ready for. Maybe it'd never be possible for me again, and I didn't push the button and do it. I would have had to fire Vittorio and hire the guy who does Saturday Night Live, or be someone who knew how to do it.
Right. What's the other one?
The other regret is not something totally my fault, but it's a regret of my life, is that you young people who we are so blessed. I mean, the United States, not to mention the world, has such a crop of talent who are there, you and even coming up on your short trails, whom you mean so much to them. And my only regret is that we were so passionate and serious about it there in the 70s in San Francisco and stuff, and I would have wanted to leave to the next generation a film business that more embraced them and encouraged them better than what we had. And what we had wasn't good, but it was better than what we're leaving. And that's a regret.
Was it an inevitable process, or do you think something could have been done?
We became rich and famous and powerful. Why didn't we, what was it, how did it slip away, that, you know, that opportunity to, you know, it's not that I think that all films have to be experimental or all, it just seems to me that cinema is big enough that it can have entertainment and wonderful films that people enjoy, that they don't have to figure out what Tim Roth was talking about. And, you know, I mean, there's enough, it's big enough that it can do that and entertain and be thrilling and fun and give film for this, but it also, part of it has to be dedicated to personal work and somewhat experimental work, or it won't grow, it won't change, you know, and it does, because the young generations, they just make it happen. I don't know, they use their uncle's credit cards or whatever they do. But I would have, if I could have had more to say about what it would be like, there would still be something, it would be United Artists, would not be destroyed as it was destroyed. And United Artists was really, when you think about it, it was a wonderful institution, made so many beautiful films, and that, you know, that library is still dazzling, that happened under Arthur Krim and his team. So that now the studios are really owned by telecom companies and bigger media plays, as they were. But even in my era, they were showmen, and we don't have that tradition quite now in the ownership of the studios, and that was a good tradition. I remember Sam Goldwyn. Sam Goldwyn was really funny. I won the Goldwynner Prize when I was a kid, and I got it, and so every year Mr. Goldwyn would want me to come and visit him, so I'd go back there in his studio on Formosa. And he was a little guy, and he talked like I'm going to talk. I'm not making fun of him. He'd really talk like that. He said, Mr. Coppola, you're a Goldwyn scholar. I really admire you. I admire your talent. What are you doing? I said, well, I'm going to direct. Direct? What do you want to direct for? You're a writer. A writer is hard. You mean write. So thank you, Mr. Goldwyn. And I went and made You're a Big Boy Now. And I got a call. Mr. Goldwyn would like to see you. He was really sweet, man. And I went up there. Mr. Coppola, you're a Goldwyn scholar. I'm so proud of you. You made this movie. I saw your movie, You're a Big Boy. I liked it for its spontaneity, he said. I thought it had a lot of spontaneity. Thank you. So what are you doing now? I said, well, Mr. Goldwyn, I'm going to write a new script. Write? What do you want to be a writer for? You're a director. Direct. You can hire 10 writers. But I got to work for, you know, Jack Warner, Darryl Zanuck, all these legendary figures. I got to meet Adolf Zucker and all those wonderful people. But they were the bosses, and they were tough and all that. But they were there, and they wanted to make beautiful movies and make money at it, of course, but it was a different climate. Now you don't know who's really, the stock market is in.
Were you able to have friendships with directors that you'd admired growing up that were sort of starting to get old at that time? So, like the John Fords or the Howard Hawks, people like that, and to communicate.
Some were very giving and great and helpful and willing to, you know, read your script even. Billy Wilder was one. He was just the most wonderful. He was very funny, but he was really available, and that was and encouraging and fun to talk to. And on the other hand, Frank Capra, who I had the pleasure of meeting, I guess he was getting in a bitter time of his own career because he wasn't able to get movies off the ground, but I remember, the cut of Apocalypse was, I was very unsure of what I was doing, as you can imagine. And Billy Wilder was very encouraging and gave me some good pointers. But when I showed it to Frank Capra, he just hated it. He just thought it was terrible, and he got very kind of cranky on me, And then when I told him about my idea for Tucker, because I thought he would like Tucker, because it's kind of like a Frank Capra story, he would just put it down. He said, no, you can't have a story like that, and the guy is not a success. He gets wiped out of business. That's not a Frank Capra movie, So he was, I thought he would have liked it, but Frank Capra was great. Did you ever see The Bitter Tea of General Yen?
No.
By Frank Capra? Oh, it's beautiful. It's with Barbara Stanwyck. It's really...
What year is that?
That's got to be the late 30s, I would think. Bitter Tea of General Yen. Did you ever see it? No. Oh, you'd like it. Barbara Stanwyck is something. And I mean, it's a very modern, you would not think it, I think, because I've always loved that movie. But what other director? I got to meet, who I spent a lot of time with, who was a great man, and talk about the Directors Guild, was King Vidor. Mm-hmm. I used to hang out with King Vidor, and he used to love to go for walks with me in Paris, and he always wanted to walk down Pigalle. And he always talked about when he was a young man in Pigalle. And he was but he wanted to make a film, and unfortunately, most of the older directors that I so admired, including Wells, they couldn't get to make a movie. King Vidor wanted to make a movie, and we were trying to help him so he could make it. And I know Wells wanted to make a film and couldn't. It seems like that is part of the last act of movie directors is the D.W. Griffith end, where he sat in the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel and get drinks from people and tell them that he used to be a famous movie director. D.W. Griffith, if you can imagine. Mm-hmm. Of course, Kurosawa he did have thanks to George Lucas and to myself to some extent, Kurosawa wasn't able to get films, and we helped especially after Star Wars, to get him to do Kagemusha, and then he had a whole other period. Thanks, we have those films. Ran, Kagemusha.
When we were putting this evening together, you wanted to talk about Jack and maybe show a clip.
Well, I said, if you're going to honor a director, I said, you should show what everyone says is his worst film. I mean, you can always go and show the ones that were successful, but what about the ones, and I know when someone wants to be mean to me or whatever, they always say, hey, this is the guy who made Jack. I joke that if you're going to be a prostitute, which often in the film business you have to be if you want to get through what you have to do, but so you have to find something about what you're doing that's that you can love, that you can like. And in this case, there was a theme in that story that I felt was personal to me, and as I said, I wanted to, but it was a pre-made thing. I mean, they had the script, they had I just came on as the director. It wasn't a matter of I could rewrite the whole thing. Not that I would have known how to, really, to be honest with you. That's how Jack came about. But
and you've been very self-effacing tonight.
I'm always self-effacing.
What are you most proud of?
My children, and he promises me he's going to do it, and I believe him. But so I realized I was never. Movie business is a terrible kind of a business, really more of a hobby financially, because somehow the money all goes in the hopper, and by the time it gets to you, it's all gone. So I did one of my very clever Houdini routines, and when I realized that, I slid into another industry, which is a business, and the irony is that the money I use now to make these little films don't come from anything to do with the movie business. It comes from the wine business. So that's how I finance my films. But now getting a release is very tricky. Even if you've paid for the movie, then and the public has been carefully, 40 years of television, and the public is tastes, aside from on the fringes of interesting pictures, they want a certain kind of film that they've been taught to want.
Well, this has been a wonderful evening, hasn't it? So thank you very much, Francis, and thank you three too.
Oh, I know.
You've been an inspiration to us.
Oh, thank you.
And you continued it tonight, and thank you, sir.
Thank you all.